Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 15, Rebirth, Mutual Engagement. To your health. Isane Kotetsu raised her glass. Katsura Arashi responded in kind. And to yours. They toasted one another before taking a sip of plum brandy. The vintage was a Kotetsu product dating back generations, which in that family meant ages of the world. Around them spread a large rock garden on the Arashi estates. Diligent servants kept a respectful distance as they went about their duties. Using rakes, they drew lines in the sand, forming patterns around boulders and smaller rocks arranged carefully throughout the landscape. Here and there an occasional pine tree sprouted to lend shade. It was beneath one of these the conversing nobles sat on a blanket, the ground softened by a carpet of fallen needles. Lady Isane quaffed the fiery liquor, enjoying the sensation of it burning down her throat. She seldom drank, having learned her lesson from some heavy bouts of inebriation with certain friends. It only made sense in the company of people she trusted. Her fellow ruler settled down his cup and leaned back on one hand, the other tucked securely in the front of his robe. You seem well, Isane Dono. Marriage clearly agrees with you. His words brought a helplessly radiant smile to her face. Am I still beaming like a fool? She put the cup down and pressed both hands to her reddened cheeks, looking at him with an expression of delight. I swear, nothing like this ever even occurred to me. Over 1,000 years of sickness and war virtually unabated, suddenly I become a newlywed bride, and just like that I'm an artless child again. I understand it can call for a drastic reassessment of one's outlook on life, Katsura conceded. He looked amused by her giddiness, which only added to the problem. Isane placed a hand to one glowing cheek in rueful joy. She recalled a time when, devastated at the loss of both father and brother in such a short span, she was forced to endure the official well-wishes of the other clan's representatives as the reigning lady of the Kotetsu. Isane had been on the verge of panic the whole time, capable of only mumbling disjointed thanks and nodding when prompted. Distress at what her future held nearly drove her to distraction. Most of the words of sympathy and support offered, however well-intended, fell on deaf ears. She truly feared breaking down weeping in front of them at any moment. The only person to offer any true comfort came in the form of the young heir to the Arashi clan. Katsura had been less than 100 years old at the time, still a child. His father made formal pieties to the distraught new lady. However, after bowing and accepting her tear-choked thanks, little Katsura had gone out and returned not 2 minutes later with a small flower. Despite the line of mourners, he insisted on giving it to her at once, declaring with childish assurance that she was upset and he wanted her to have it. The bloom turned out to be an azalea, selected because he found it the most pretty. Isane remembered thinking how the boy had no way of knowing this plant was traditionally toxic. Nor was there any way for him to understand its significance in terms of symbolism. The azalea flower denoted concern for another's well-being, as well as a symbol of womanhood. A reclining shrub, it flourished best in the shade out of direct sunlight. He could not have picked a more telling bloom to describe Isane at that time. The tall noblewoman bent down to accept this gift from her tiny supporter with tears of gratitude falling. She had loved the little prince from that day forth. There had even been talk of them being wed once he was grown. Fortune did not favor their union, however, and so the centuries passed for both of them. Now, it seemed that time was to end. Katsura, why this sudden intention to marry Rukia Kukaki? He tilted his head, the smooth braid sliding around his shoulders as a result. Are you wondering if my intentions towards her are honorable? There was a teasing quality to his words. Isane offered a wan smile. Well, she is my lieutenant. I have to look after her. Of course. Arashi inhaled and drew up to meet her eye frankly. Rest assured, I hold no malice towards Lady Rukia. What I do is entirely with honor in mind. As my wife she will come to no harm. The older woman watched him carefully. Any other reason? Katsura remained silent for a time. Yes. Isane anxiously touched a long strand of silver hair clasped with jeweled beads that marked her rank. Will you tell me, then? This time his answer was immediate. No. She drew back with a dispirited sigh. So much for honesty. Why not? I do not wish for you to be involved, Isane Dano. If, despite my best intentions, conflict should arise, I would prefer that the Kotetsu not be drawn in. You have lost as much as anyone. Now that you are happy, it would be ungracious of me to bring strife upon your line. His words were a fist tightening around her heart. Is it going to be like that time? Katsura gazed on her with grave eyes. They could almost see the memories in each other's faces, hearkening back to an era of unprecedented conflict and bloodshed where never a single sword was drawn. I will die before I let another manor wars occur, Your Highness, he said. That might be the problem, she pointed out sharply. He uttered a rueful laugh. Then perhaps you will save us all from ourselves. Isane blew out her breath in frustration and looked around the cultivated rock garden. Lines drawn in the sand made ripples in every direction broken by small upthrust rocks. It always reminded her of a miniature ocean complete with islands, and they two gods seated upon its frozen swells. That sort of lofty thinking inevitably led to strife. They must never consider themselves above reproach or repercussions. Two royal families were almost completely annihilated for making that mistake. She only hoped no such further calamities were brewing on the horizon. Noting the look she sent him, Katsura complied by standing to hold out his hand. With his assistance she stood up, feeling clumsy in all these layers of heavy cloth. Jushiro would have to peel her like an onion when she got home. Try not to drool at the prospect. Oh, hush. I'm a woman wed, I can fantasize about my own husband. To hide these thoughts she brought a sleeve up and spoke from behind that barrier. Times are troubling, Katsura. I hope you know what you are doing. All will be well, Isane Dano, he affirmed with her fingers still held in his own. I have the matter in hand. His other arm emerged from its hiding place with a metal gauntlet now at its tip. Held in those long spidery fingers was an azalea blossom, which shimmered upon being exposed to sunlight. Isane shook her head in delight at this old sign. She bent down to allow him to affix it in her hair, coming up with a smile Katsura reciprocated. They then bid farewell to one another, and the willowy lady departed from the meditation gardens of the Arashi. After she was gone Katsura made no move to follow. He sat back down and retook his seat, dismissing his Zanpakuto in the process. With only one good hand now he served himself another cup of choice Kotetsu vintage while he reflected on the future. So we're agreed? Karen Kurosaki asked. Sitting on the bed across from her clutching a stuffed lion, Yuzu scrunched up her face in sibling solidarity. Yes. We can do this. All right. The elder sister stood and headed out into the hallway. Yuzu gently replaced her treasured guardian in its place of honor with the other mementos of childhood before rising in pursuit. Together the twins marched over and knocked on their brother's door. Ichi-nii. Yeah. Taking this as permission, Karen turned the handle and went inside. She could see Ichigo's feet sticking out at the end of his bed. He seemed to spend a lot of time sleeping these days. It was starting to concern the other members of the family. A general listlessness had settled over him since the affair with Rukia. But in a way, that was precisely what they intended to discuss. Maybe this would do him some good. As she came into the main area a few things stood out to her. There was homework open on the writing desk that looked like he hadn't even started on it. Her big brother was indeed lounging on top of his sheets just studying the ceiling with hands laced behind his head. He regarded their entry with a slack disinterest. Dinner time. No. He grunted and closed his eyes. Hands on her hips, the middle schooler studied their unresponsive elder. It was hard seeing him like this. She was tempted to think their brother had abandoned his body at some point and left a sort of dreary useless ghost substitute in his place. That would almost be a relief. She looked over at Yuzu, who had grown visibly distressed. A nod of reassurance caused the younger girl to stiffen her spine and clench both fists before her with renewed determination. At this point Karen remembered she had forgotten to lock the door just in case and quickly moved back to correct this oversight. As the latch clicked, she heard her sister say, Ichi-nii, we want to talk to you about sex. A cold breeze ruffled her hair along with a whoosh of displaced air. When Karen turned around she spied the window had been flung open. Upon stepping back it also became obvious their brother had flown the coop. Yuzu stood gaping in confusion. With a muttered oath she hopped up on the bed and crawled over to stick her head outside. "He's about halfway down the street," the dark-haired girl informed her twin. The sound of a car horn drifted through the air along with angry shouting. Karen sat back and gave a disgruntled sigh. Well, at least he didn't break the glass to get out. Was Ichii wearing slippers at least? Yuzu asked with heartfelt concern. I hope he doesn't hurt his feet like that. It's the middle of winter, he should at least have taken a jacket. With a decidedly mopey expression she looked for support. What now, Karen-chan? Baka nii, her cohort muttered darkly. Now we've got no choice. Yuzu paled and clutched her sides in distress. You don't mean? Afraid so. A minute later they stood at the open door of their father's study. Ishine looked up from his laptop where he had been perusing an electronic health report and smiled. What's up, my beautiful daughters? Oto-san, Yuzu began ever so humbly, hands clasped before her. We need to have a very important conversation with you. Well. Both of you? I think I know what this means. Their cheerful parent swiveled away from the desk. He leaned back in the chair and patted his legs. Come, then. Sit on your wonderful father's lap and tell me everything. Karen's face assumed a very apprehensive look. Her hand tightened into a fist, and only iron will prevented it from busting his filthy mouth. At a pleading look from her sister, though, she consented to stomp over and flop onto the seat provided, silently promising to rocket kick him to the moon afterwards. Yuzu sat down across from her. Ishine clapped a hand on each of their shoulders, grinning salaciously. So, then. I guess this has something to do with your brother's prospective marriage to Rukia-chan. Rest assured, my dears, once your new sister-in-law is installed in the family, my love for you will not diminish one bit. In fact. Honorable father, his youngest daughter broke in quickly. That's not what we wanted to discuss. Oh. The single parent raised his eyebrows. Then what is? We wish to know about sex. Karen was mildly alarmed at the expression that came over their father's face at this moment. It looked for all the world like a man getting unexpectedly kicked in the nuts by a horse while receiving a green onion enema at the same time. His eyes became hollow pits, teeth clenched in death-like rigor. She half expected him to turn to stone. Oto-san. Yuzu reached up to pat his cheek. When no response occurred she threw a worried look at her sister, who only shrugged. Just when it seemed like they might have broken him for good, Ishine twitched awake. For a moment he appeared to have forgotten where he was. Then with a gasp his eyes flew wide to focus on Yuzu. Stay away from boys. Men are evil, Yuzu. They are wicked goblins who will gobble you up if you let them get close. His head snapped around to regard his eldest daughter. And girls are the same way, Karen. Her brow crinkled in confusion. What are you going on about? Hark. A call. Ishine swiftly stood up, nearly sending the girls sprawling in the process. He whipped out his phone and held it to his ear. What's that you say? A construction accident? Both legs, you say? It didn't even ring, idiot, Karen pointed out as she dusted herself off. It was on vibrate. Yes, I hear you, Prime Minister. Don't worry, I'm on my way. The frantic physician pocketed the phone, grabbed a medical bag on the floor, and dashed from the room with a heroic cry of, "Gonbait." The sisters watched him tear down the hall. They heard the front door slam, along with the screech of tires. Screams of, medical emergency. Drive. 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 Reached their ears, followed by more tires squealing off into the distance. Karen and Yuzu looked at one another. Well, that's pretty much everybody we could ask, Karen shrugged. Unless you think the dragon lady might have something to say. An emphatically terrified shake of the head told her that suggestion had been voted down. She pondered for a time. Maybe they should just look online. But this really was the sort of thing that felt like it needed a solid face-to-face chat with a grown-up. So who did that leave? One phone call and about 10 minutes later, Yuzu closed the front door with a grateful smile. Thanks again for coming over to so quickly, Kon-san. No problem. He slipped off his shoes and rubbed the stubbly hair that had taken a turn of the seasons just to get this long. I was kinda grateful to get the call. After removing his coat and muffler, Khan hunkered down with both arms draped over his knees. And hey, Yuzo-chan. Let me say again that I'm really sorry about what happened with your brother. I never wanted to scare you like that, it just took me by surprise, is all. You don't have to apologize. She gave his hand a reassuring pat. Ichi and I forgave you, so that's all there is to it. I was more upset with him once I found out how shamefully he treated Rukia. Yeah. She led him down the hallway and into the living room where Karen waited. Sandy-haired little Yuzo beamed at him with such simple joy he couldn't help but feel welcome, whereas the other girl looked particularly cross. A heavy kotetsu table had been set up in the middle of the room as soon as winter hit, and it was here she brought them both. They all took up places around the heated appliance. It was cold out, and Khan was already looking forward to warming his tootsies. Upon sliding his long legs under the table, it came as a surprise to find the heat wasn't turned on yet. Oops, just remembered. Yuzu exclaimed aloud, smacking one fist into her hand. I completely forgot to start it up. Let me hit the switch. She ducked underneath the insulated blanket. Khan felt her fumbling around down there, knocking into him as she sought to get things started. He grinned helplessly at Karen, trying to imply without words that he was not enjoying this in any way that might be considered impure. For some reason Yuzo was holding onto his ankle, which made him squirm. To cover it up he asked a rather pertinent question. So what did you two need to talk about? Karen didn't answer at first. Then from below the table Yuzo exclaimed, got it. She popped out with a proud grin. As if waiting for this, her sister looked straight at him and said, sex. Expecting to be halfway to Kyoto by now, Khan was rather floored, quite literally, to instead find himself sprawled across the floor. Did I trip, he wondered? With his instinctive escape attempt temporarily thwarted, the mod soul looked back to determine what might have caused this unforeseen delay in departure. What he saw left him aghast. Did you handcuff me to the table? He screamed incredulously. Relax, it's just an old blood pressure cuff. We tied the pump end to the table leg to keep you from running. Karen had come over and knelt down beside his feet. Where would we get handcuffs, anyway? Here, let me get it off you. Think why? Cocklick. About to bolt once again, Khan looked down to find his ankles now locked together. Did you just boot me? Don't be stupid. See, it's Dad's bicycle lock. Karen inspected the U-lock now fastened securely around his ankles with a critical air. It's half an inch of hardened steel, so I don't see you kicking it off anytime soon and… Hey. Khan had managed to leap upright and was now hopping like mad for the front door. Like I'll let two teeny bopper temptresses plunder my purity of essence. He yelled. With a curse Karen tackled him around the waist to send them both pitching earthward. Intent on escape, Khan dragged himself one hand at a time across the floor with her holding onto his pants. Yuzo! She shouted. Hit him in the head. Knock him out. Her sweet-natured sibling watched these proceedings with dismay. But then how will he answer our questions? I'm not. Just do it. Oh. Tiptoeing around the shouting mess of flailing limbs, Yuzo selected a sufficiently heavy book from their father's collection and came marching back. She hoisted it high overhead, trying not to overbalance and fall flat on her butt as she took careful aim at Khan's skull. Wait, maybe I should sedate him instead? That way he won't get hurt. Where's the anesthetic? Only then did a slight draft from the hallway register, and she looked up to find the dragon lady looming over them. Nobody moved. Behind her glasses Nao's eyes had narrowed to a lethal extent. They took in the sight of Khan flat on his stomach, pants yanked halfway to his knees showing off boxers with frolicking bunnies printed on them. Karen had one hand fisted in his shirt and the other hooked into the side of his mouth. Yuzo's arms were beginning to shake violently, so Nanao reached over and plucked away the medical text one-handed. She continued to regard them for a few moments more. About 2 minutes later the girls were sitting on the couch with Khan in between them and their implacable overlord pacing slowly behind. While fully dressed, Khan retained the U-lock, possibly to ensure he did not attempt to run away. Yuzu appeared ready to burst into tears at any moment, while Karen sulked with arms crossed and burrowed as far into the backrest as possible. I suppose this episode could explain why your father isn't answering his phone, Nanao pronounced as she prowled from one end of the room to another. She had produced a fan from somewhere and was tapping it in the palm of one hand. Tap. 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 They tried to have their way with me. Khan blurted out as he spun to face her. We wouldn't even know how, that's the point, Karen felt it necessary to make clear at this stage. Tap. I can understand your curiosity. Tap. You are both nearing 13 years old now. Childhood is almost over. Tap. And there is a great deal of information you will need in order to become adults. Tap. So I will teach you. Before they could fully digest the implications of this statement, the dragon lady crossed around and sat behind the Kotetsu facing them. She spread out her fan atop the heating unit while regarding them steadily. I will hear any questions you may have, and decide whether or not you would benefit from knowing the answers at this time. While I do not claim to be an expert, what knowledge and wisdom I possess is at your disposal. Now, then. She tilted her glasses up to regard them with grim determination. Who would like to begin? The Kurosaka twins looked equally unenthusiastic at this prospect. After glancing between them to gauge consensus, Khan hesitantly raised a hand. ISE-sensei, I don't really need a lesson, I'm kind of, well versed in this area already. So maybe you could see clear to letting me go. As the words left his mouth, the light in the room dwindled down to nothing. Blue flames leapt up to silhouette the shadowy figure seated before him. The only visible features on this sinister specter were a pair of glasses gleaming with a cold witch light. Khan-san, a hollow echoing voice declared. You may either participate in the discussion, or be used as a prop for illustrative purposes. Which do you prefer? Talk time. He managed to squeak at the prospect. Things settled back to normal. Splendid. Nanao reached behind her and came back with what resembled a deck of slides. I will now take your questions. I'm pleased that you've returned, Lady Kukaki. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Arashi. The two of them met at the peak of a curved bridge under which flowed a stream. Overhead the skies were dark and rain fell gently, creating 1,000 tiny circles on the surface of the water. A servant apiece held umbrellas for both nobles to keep them dry. Katsura gestured out over the grounds of his palace. I had intended to show you more of the estate today, but it seems the weather has not cooperated. His hand withdrew into the folds of a green robe. That being the case, would you instead care to visit the archives? Rukia's mouth fell open slightly at this suggestion. Byakuya had informed her of the most sensitive areas known to exist in Katsura's stronghold, and this was surely one of them. Was he really offering to let her into a location so restricted? This was only her third visit over the past 3 months. Why would he permit her to enter the fabled Arashi archives? She had assumed that he would only entrust her with such secrets after the wedding, and even then it would require months to build that level of trust. Where was all this openness coming from? When she noticed him waiting for a response, the answer seemed clear. I would be delighted. You do me too much honor. Not at all. He then took up step beside her on their way across the bridge. It didn't escape Rukia's notice that Katsura insisted on walking next to her instead of a step ahead. For one of his rank to make such a concession to another, even the sister of a clan head, was most telling. It was as though he considered her an equal. The journey was made in silence, which she appreciated. It gave her time to think. It could be out of kindness. For some reason it feels like we're walking into a trap and can't even see it. I agree. Yet at the same time, there seems to be a great deal about him that is genuine. No offense, but you have a history of letting people take advantage of you. Are you accusing me of being easily manipulated? No. Good. I'm calling you gullible. I beg your pardon. Don't stress, it's part of your charm. I just get the feeling everything he does is carefully planned. Maybe you should come right out and ask him. You clearly haven't been paying attention the last 50 years. That is not how nobles behave. Keep up appearances, then. I'll keep my eyes open. What she had told Sode no Shirayuki was largely true. After spending more time together, she felt less anxious about the prospective marriage to Lord Arashi. Which didn't mean she had no reservations. Unconsciously her hand slid down to touch the slight curve of her stomach hidden beneath thick robes. 3 months along, and she was starting to show. It had seemed like a dream at first. Now there was no denying it. I'm going to have a child. But will it be with the man I love, or another? She had experienced morning sickness on more than one occasion. There were also certain bodily changes that no one else had seen fit to point out. It was at times uncomfortable, though the most distressing part so far was the craving for strange foods, the more bitter the better. Strange in that she normally wouldn't touch such items. Like persimmons. Hopefully this did not indicate an acerbic personality on the part of her child. Accompanied by their attendants, the couple passed over a few more streams before arriving at a large plaza. Here a row of masked Arashi servitors stood as though awaiting their arrival, 7 in all. At Katsura's approach they parted ranks and allowed them to pass with a bow. The warriors then moved to flank their procession across the empty plaza. Upon drawing closer, Rukia noticed that there was a tremendous hexagonal carving which dominated a large portion of the ground ahead. They passed over it to stand at the center of this decoration. Looking around, it became evident the hexagon was divided into 6 sections which she recognized as astronomical phases of the moon, with the 7th being in a circle at the center. The masked attendants took up position at each of the facets. They knelt and pressed their hands to the stone, upon which Rukia detected the deep pulse of magic. The 7th mage led them onto the carving until they reached the middle. He then reciprocated his allies' actions. Symbols carved into the wet rock shone green, lighting them from below. At the same time the hexagon began to rise into the air, taking their party with it. More curious than anything else, the Kukaki princess considered the situation. They were about 10 feet off the ground and getting higher. Was this a transport of some kind? Suddenly it was like her head poked up through a hole, and she found herself in a building. Startled, Rukia looked quickly about and down as well. She caught glimpses of dark walls and floor with dim illumination. Below the edges of their levitating transport one could still spy rain-soaked cobblestones with the 6 enchanters performing their arts. Droplets struck the platform beneath their feet, but none touched the umbrellas held above them. As the hexagon rose this view was cut off, until at last it came to rest as a part of the floor in this floating complex they now found themselves in. The servants closed the umbrellas. Now Rukia could finally see everything clearly. They were on a raised altar at the end of a tremendous hall. And spread out in ranks below this perch were what looked to be hundreds of wooden bookshelves for as far as the eye could see. Great paintings of mythical beasts on the ceiling glowed with a ruddy orange light that offered the only illumination. Retainers in Arashi livery moved among the stacks bearing carts and binders. A soft steady clattering noise filled the great hall, reminiscent of the buzz of cicada, though not nearly as aggravating. Our most cherished collections are stored in separate dimensions. To prevent unauthorized entry. She looked to Katsura, who regarded her right back with amusement dancing in his dark eyes. This particular haven contains details on Zanpakuto throughout the ages. He gestured towards a short flight of steps leading down from the altar to the library floor and held out his hand. She placed her own in his automatically, still astonished at the departure and arrival. It has not been entered by someone from your clan in centuries. I imagine it must hold a somewhat legendary status by now. Your young Lord Kukaki no doubt made mention of this. His insistence on referring to Byakuya in a semi-derogatory fashion had not changed since they met. Regardless of her own heated opinion on the matter, she never chose to correct him, and he proceeded to lead her down to the library floor. Rukia turned slowly as she sought to take it all in. Row upon row of shelves stretched away from them. There were no backboards within, allowing her to look through them from one end of the room to another. Nor were there any actual shelves to speak of. Instead, the interior held long poles upon which hung a series of metal loops. Each such ring sported sets of carved identical wooden talismans nestled neatly against each other. They resembled old-fashioned keychains she had seen in mortal literature. Hundreds of these tablets were held in each shelf, and the entire extra-dimensional complex stretched past her field of vision. It was a remarkable trove. Katsura led her over to one storage unit out of many. A few librarians passed with humble bows he did not acknowledge. On the end of each bookshelf was an ornate metal alcove holding a set of 3 prayer wheels, the type seen in certain Buddhist monasteries. Over this around normal eye level was a blank expanse of paper between 2 rollers. The clan head drew a small key from his pocket and inserted it into a mechanism. He then turned a questioning eye on Rukia. "Is there any Zanpakuto in particular whose history you wish to view?" She hesitated, wondering whether to play it safe or be more daring. In the end caution won out. "My own, Sode no Shirayuki." At a touch of his hand the prayer wheels began to spin without stopping. Immediately the wooden talismans further back started flipping round and around on their rings, producing that clattering sound which permeated the complex. Before her eyes the spools of paper turned as well to form words and images which looked to be hand-painted upon the parchment. To her surprise there was a beautifully detailed illustration of a snow-white sword. Even more shocking was to see her name listed therein. The manuscript stopped and Katsura began to read. "Sode no Shirayuki, a newborn Zanpakuto, meaning it has been held by less than 3 wielders. First known wielder, Rukia of House Kukaki, in the past century. An ice elemental weapon capable of generating intense cold through commands called dances, 4 of which are known." "Hey! When did he?" Noting her surprise, the scholar lord merely smiled before proceeding to read. "Speculation has it these dances reflect Kisetsu, the turn of the seasons. Accordingly they increase in power from spring to winter, the strongest so far being." "Thank you, my lord." She snapped icily. Shock at this level of information on his part left her feeling more exposed than ever. "Might we see another example?" He waved a hand, and the spinning wheels stopped. The information on the page bled away to leave it pristine once again. "What shall we view next?" Her temper was up, and she decided to make him answer for it. "Kyoka Suijutsu." "Ah." Once again the cylinders spun, talismans clacked, and now there arose an image of a relatively plain sword, only beneath it was a small pool of water in which the weapon's reflection appeared blurred. As it happens, this too is another infant weapon. It has appeared only once throughout history, in the possession of Aizen Sosuke, former Shinigami captain turned rebel. Originally thought to be a water Zanpakuto capable of producing mists that cloud and befuddle the mind, it was later revealed Kyoka Suijutsu has the power to control the senses of anyone who visually perceives its form. The wielder can make multiple targets hear, see, smell and sense detailed illusions which are indistinguishable from reality, even if the afflicted recognizes what is being done to them. And was this information known to the Arashi before or after Aizen's defection? Rukia asked in a challenging tone. In return he offered her a mild look. "After." Our sources were as much in the dark about Kyoka Suijutsu's true nature as the rest of Soul Society. Aizen proved capable of exercising impressive deception on a wide scale. As I'm sure you are aware. He certainly sounded sincere. Maybe even a touch of reproach in his words. Was it meant for me or himself? In any case Rukia chose to proceed more diplomatically. "I am curious about something else in this matter." In order to claim his captaincy, Aizen reputedly offered to perform Bankai. What exactly did he display in this demonstration? Katsura whirled a wheel more rapidly, and further information came up. At the time of his exhibition, Lieutenant Aizen performed the following as proof of Bankai. Upon second release the weapon transformed into a spear and a pool of water spread along the ground beneath the wielder to a radius of 50 feet whose surface he stood upon. Dipping his spear into the pool, the wielder scattered droplets from its tip. After striking the surface each separate drop created an identical copy of the contestant all armed as he was at intervals around him. 4 hollows were then released into the field. The wielder's copies moved independently of their original twin to dispatch the enemies. In this way Aizen successfully demonstrated a second release to the observing captain's satisfaction. Do you think that's his real Bankai, or just another illusion he created? Probably the latter. I doubt he wished to announce anything about his power that could just as easily remain hidden. Rukia realized Katsura was waiting to see if she wished to make any further inquiries. Now seemed a good time to steer the conversation elsewhere. With a bow she declared, "I greatly appreciate being shown the archives, my lord. If it would not be too much trouble, might I request further representatives of the Kukaki be given access to them?" At this time, I cannot countenance that, my lady. A touch of his hand stopped the cylinders, allowing Eisen's weapon to fade like its own illusions. Though after our houses are joined, certainly there would be greater latitude in dealing with one another. It would be of great benefit to both of us. Better than nothing. Then I will eagerly anticipate that day. Katsura then led her on a small tour of the facility. Apparently information about soul cutters was arranged by their status as direct assault or Kido-based weapons, and from there to elemental powers and more esoteric blades. Each shelf held specific information stored in those wooden talismans. However, all the stacks were interconnected for retrieval, meaning you could browse the contents of the entire collection from any spot in the archives. No mention was made how this information was obtained, leading her to wonder if it might be an even greater secret than the location of the library itself. They took tea together in a small antechamber secluded from the main area. I have always been impressed at how skilled the Arashi are in the manipulation of dimensional construction. Rukia had a sip of black tea and found the bitter taste strangely pleasing. Pregnancy certainly did alter one's palate. Were it not for your contributions in terms of finance and expertise, there is no way we could have established the Halos in such short order to house Soul Society's residents, much less craft stable permanent residences for them to enjoy. My clan is always willing to offer aid in time of need, he spoke while nursing his own cup amidst the cushioned alcove. At least regarding non-military support. The fashioning of subdimensions was part of the Arashi legacy long before either of us was born. Only when the demand for such skills declined did we take to chronicling the records of Soul Society. He picked up a sweetmeat from the table and popped it into his mouth. It kept us busy and did not raise undue clamor. It is my understanding you yourself had reason to visit one of my people's earlier efforts during the war. Once again the breadth of his knowledge left her a tad leery. This was in reference to the time when she was sent to retrieve the King's Key, which required entering a pocket dimension closed off from Soul Society proper. During this mission Rukia came face to face with the renegade Jin Ichimaru and nearly lost her life to him. Only by dint of their shared history did she win the day. Mercy won out in the end, prompting her to spare his life. At the time it felt right. Now that she was pregnant, however, such benevolence did not seem quite so reassuring. The thought of Jin coming anywhere near her child gave Rukia chills. Katsura continued speaking while she pondered her situation. In a way, the war might have done Soul Society more good than harm. It gave us the impetus to address ailments that had long gone unremarked in our world. Focusing our energies on a topic other than warfare has allowed areas such as the arts to flourish and contributed to the development of new realms for our guests to reside in. Steam from the tea floated around his face as he spoke. Watching him now, he didn't seem quite as old as she initially thought. Perhaps it was simply a matter of being amongst more relaxed settings. Katsura appeared to enjoy spending time in the archives. He looked very much at ease since coming here, and his manner of speaking was more artless. For some reason she wondered how he would look with his long braid unbound. The Tiger Lord locked eyes with her, and Rukia realized that she had been staring. Feeling a bit of embarrassment, the flustered noblewoman settled her cup down and pressed on. By now you must have heard we are approaching 50% permanent resettlement. Within a few months we'll have reached that goal. I'm told festivities are underway to celebrate the occasion. Do the Arashi plan to attend? The matter has not escaped my notice. He stroked his chin contemplatively. I would not deny my people the chance to appreciate a well-deserved respite in honor of their great good works. Katsura leaned forward to grasp the teapot and refill her drink, another sign of unprecedented courtesy. Rukia retrieved the cup. Does this mean you would also be present yourself? She asked, taking a sip while casting hooded eyes at him over its edge. The corner of his mouth lifted. If such a request were tendered, I might see clear to making an appearance. That sounded like a yes. Curling back against the cushions while nursing her drink, she smiled to herself. This might be the perfect opportunity to arrange a meeting between Nii-sama and Lord Arashi. Give them a chance to patch up old wounds by celebrating a shared project of demonstrable lasting worth. Sure that's all you're doing? Yes, why do you ask? Anyone watching might think you were flirting with him. So no Shirayuki, are you trying to make me angry? Oh, we both know I can do a lot better than that, sister. I'm just letting you know to dial down the charm so as not to give him the wrong idea. And that would be? Well, unless I'm gravely mistaken, your heart is spoken for. That's never been the issue here. I guess that explains why you've never brought up Ichigo with Katsura. It's hard to picture them in the same room together. Talking about it is only slightly less awkward. And my engagement might be for the best. Are you committed to this marriage? I will do what my family requires of me. I hate it when you dodge the question. What other action is available? Just keep one thing in mind, in the past 50-odd years, for reasons beyond our control we've lost 3 people whom we cared about. Don't lose another when you've got the chance to say no. Are you feeling well, Lady Kukaki? Does your condition require attention at this time? Katsura was watching her keenly when she came back. Perhaps owing to the bittersweet memories recollected by her partner's last words, Rukia remembered something else she wanted to know. My lord, if it would be possible, I have 2 requests. He made a magnanimous gesture. Speak on. An ache of sadness ran through her bones as she spoke. There is another Zanpakuto whose history I was hoping to learn. He put away the tea and indicated for a member of the library staff to approach, who left off what they were doing and did so immediately. The weapon's name. It felt like forever since she had spoken it. Her voice came out in a reverent hush. Fuji Kyojaku. Katsura frowned as though unable to recall any such title. Meanwhile the archivist went back to one of the shelves and performed a search, however only a few moments later he came back wearing a troubled expression. Forgive me, your ladyship, but we have no record of such a Zanpakuto in our history. The news caused her to actually gape in dismay. None. Its wielder was a seated officer in the old Godai 13 for over 50 years. Although thinking about it now, Rukia realized she wasn't entirely certain how long he had been a part of the court guard squads. Still, shouldn't there be some mention of him? My humblest apologies. The librarian bowed deeply. It is possible I did not input the name correctly. No, thank you. I believe I know the issue. Pray do not trouble yourself. That's right. He never told me her real name. Fuji Kyojaku was just an alias he used for her. I wonder what she was really called? Still, to press any deeper might cause the truth to come out. And he made me promise to keep that a secret from everyone. Upon dismissing the servant, her future fiancé regarded Rukia in a thoughtful manner. At last he asked, there was another topic you wished to address, my lady. This one was so simple she felt glad to have saved it for last. A craving had fallen upon her that made everything else take an immediate and certain backseat. By chance do you have any dried persimmons? Waddles of fat bloody flesh spilled through his fingers, and the Vazard realized someone was watching. He looked up in a panic to find Ichigo's hollow standing across from Haki's corpse. What's he doing here? Go away. I'm busy. Yeah, I can see that. Sorry to interrupt your necrophilia. The creature's face twisted in a scornful scowl as it looked upon the remains of his colleague. Stalking forward, it delivered a swift kick to the corpse's side. Stop that. Haki's body lurched over in the sand with all the grace of a mattress being flipped around. His set dead eyes now stared straight up, bobbing on the sandy swells and mouth open slightly as though about to ask a question. The hollow sneered through its black shiny teeth. What a fucking disgrace that guy was. How does somebody let themselves go that bad, huh? I'm surprised you guys had anything left to eat with this lardo around. Before he could respond, it crossed its arms and lifted its chin to look down on him. Only then did it dawn on the Vazard that he was on his knees before it. Anyway, get rid of this turd. We need to talk. Do it. Let's hear what the draft horse has to say. Cowed, he complied. The image of his personal sin disappeared from the rocky lookout they stood upon. To his horror, however, the blood didn't leave his hands. He could hear his hollow chuckle maliciously. With a gasp of self-loathing he tucked them beneath his sleeves. How could I let it see me like this? What is it? He demanded in hoarse tones. Where the fuck have you been? I've been on my own for months. Have you forgotten that you are at my beck and call, not the other way around? He stood up with every effort to appear relaxed, dusting off his knees in a perfunctory manner while trying to ignore the blood. "Don't screw with me." The Vazard walked around his ostensible ally. Examining the dreamscape, he noticed with a frown that a number of huge masks resembling warped versions of his own helm sprouted off in the distance. They rose high into the starless sky, a testament to how deeply his dark side had spread its roots throughout their soul. He came about to regard Ichigo's hollow. "Thanks to your owner, I can't move around with the same level of freedom as before. The others are aware of me. Not that they know it's me, but they recognize there's a traitor in their midst. It's made things awkward. Do you know what's happening with Ichigo?" "No. As I said, I've been busy." A hole appeared in the ground between them, causing sand to spiral down in a vortex of particles. It caught them up and sent the two demidemons rotating slowly around, never taking their eyes off one another. Neither bothered to step out of this sinking sand trap. It occurred to the Vazard that he had never seen the hollow so visibly upset. Not even angry, or threatening. More like it was feeling imperiled. Interesting. What about him? He got her. Here the hollow hesitated, face twitching, and hands opening and closing convulsively. "Pregnant." It finally spit out. The Vazard blinked, surprised. "How?" "I don't fucking know." Damn. For once the thing's fury didn't intimidate him. It was clearly displaying fear. The two had now sunk to the level of their knees in the sand, and were drawing ever closer as they circled the pit's center. Its yellow and black eyes burned into him with a sick need. "You gotta stop it." His head tilted to one side. "Why?" "Because I'm telling you to, you piece of shit." He neither flinched nor spoke a word at this outburst. Instead, heterochromatic eyes continued to regard the hollow without a change in expression. It looked ready to spring forward and attack him. When no reaction came, however, the beast grew more subdued, staring right back with a sort of hungry cunning. "Because if you don't, I'll tell Ichigo about you." It wasn't bluffing. That much was certain. Their relationship had always been based on mutually assured destruction. He controlled its freedom, and it held the ability to condemn him to the status of a hunted outlaw. This type of partnership was not of their own choosing, instead coming at the insistence of another who pulled their strings. And the balance of power had always been precarious. He knew this creature would destroy his life without a second thought. And so he answered, "No." They orbited the hole with only a small space between them now. Who could say why he chose to stand up for himself at this stage? Maybe he was just tired of all the deception and constant subterfuge. Or perhaps the thought of what he knew it asked of him was crossing a line he hadn't even noticed up till this point. Every man had his limits. I might just have reached mine. You think I won't do it? I simply don't care. The Vazard glanced about the empty world that surrounded him. The hollow masks had drawn in to form a ring of soaring edifices all around them reminiscent of ancient sacrificial altar stones. The thought left him disturbed. "I'm tired. Don't bother contacting me like this again. I'll come to you once I figure out a way to do so without alerting the others." "Oh," he added as a thought came to him. "And if you make a move towards that girl without my say-so, I'll put you back in your cage and never let you out again." His yellow eye glowed dangerously. "You think I won't do it? Go ahead and find out." With that he woke up. The dream was fresh in his mind. The peril it presented was real. Ichigo's hollow might decide to just throw up its hands and betray him. But right now, for whatever reason, the Vazard felt certain that was not the case. Funny thing about hollows. Big or small, they were creatures ruled by fear. And as had been proven in the past, it only took a little bit of hope to motivate them past any limitations placed on them as such. He clambered upright in his cell and strolled out to the mess hall, as it were. There he found Mashiro and Kensei sitting quietly around the burning fire pit. Exchanging a nod with them both, he accepted a cup of coffee the green-haired lieutenant offered him poured from a pot shoved into the coals. The Vazard took a seat without bothering to make conversation. The former 9th Squad captain and his second seat neither looked at him nor spoke to one another. From what he could tell, the bond those two shared had suffered the least at the partial revelation of his secret. Things had gone precipitously downhill in their little community ever since Ichigo decided to drop a truth bomb into their midst. Now suspicion and mistrust lurked in the shadows. Nobody knew whom to turn to anymore. Behind any sudden movement there was the potential for a deadly attack. It was said that misery loved company. But to find all the other members of the masked army reduced to the same anxious burnt-out wrecks of paranoia he himself had become proved small comfort. Being an observer and the only one in on the secret that was destroying them all held no solace. In fact, it only made him feel worse. These were his friends. This shouldn't be happening to them. It's not their fault. I never intended they should come to harm. Not after all we've been through. He had cooperated with them in terms of setting up new ground rules to keep a semblance of civility going. Before they hunted in pairs. Now such outings happen less frequently, and then it was always 2 captains and a lieutenant. This way the lieutenants left behind would always have one captain-level Shinigami to protect them if the other turned out to be a traitor, and the ones on patrol could count on a lieutenant's help should their partner turn on them. For all the good that did. Everyone was waiting for the mask to drop, for some Judas to show their true colors. A part of him wanted to admit it. If he ended the charade, just stood up right now and confessed to them, would they understand? Was there even the slightest chance that he could explain things, at least enough to take away that burden they were all laboring under? Already his life had become a slow drip of anguish and self-inflicted torture. Could death be any worse? Go ahead and find out. His own words to Ichigo's hollow thrown back at him. The brief bout of suicidal valor died, and he sipped his coffee in silence. After a while, though, he noticed something out of place. Has anyone seen Hiyori today? Meguruma and Mashiro exchanged glances and shook their heads. This left him feeling uneasy. The shutter clicked one final time. And that concludes the lecture. Any questions? Neneo's 3 students all looked between each other. To her mild surprise, it was little Yuzu who raised her hand first. Sensei, are the cat ears really necessary? For a while their teacher did not speak. Then she lifted a hand to push her glasses up a little higher. No. The black cat headband she wore seemed to twitch its ears ever so slightly. When nobody else said a word, the former Shinigami retrieved her belongings and stood up. I have an appointment to keep if there is nothing else. Should your father return, please let him know that we can reschedule for tomorrow. With that Neneo swept from the room, opened the front door and left. Kon and the girls remained in their seats. That was the most discouraging presentation of sex I have ever seen, he finally declared. All 3 were silent. Beside him Karen suddenly said, I'm thirsty. I want. Whoosh. Some juice, she finished in exasperation. Too late. Kon had already disappeared. The sound of the door slamming was the only sign of his departure. Not knowing what to make of this little venture, or whether their questions had been answered at all, the Kurosaki twins finally agreed to table this discussion for a better time. They then went to have lunch. A member of Heron Company stuck his head in the door. Lieutenant? The captain is asking to see you. I'll be right there. Rukia laid a reassuring hand on the shoulder of her trainee. You're doing very well. His brains are almost back in. Just keep at it and ask for help if anything happens. Yes, Fukutai-ku. The girl nodded vigorously and bent to her task. Rukia stood up, examining the hospital layout. A group of the most seriously injured from Tiger Squad's latest debacle had been brought in for treatment this morning. Say what you will about them, but that group of warmongering misfits certainly kept her own division from growing complacent. Not to mention offering new and exciting challenges when it came to healing. You don't really know what you're capable of until faced with a man who has a giant tooth dripping acid jammed through his head and yet still is conscious enough to insist you're not bandaging him properly. Anohanate-ku always rapped in the other direction. One of the most important lessons early on in your career at Heron was restraining yourself from throttling an already injured person. She spoke to a few people present about their progress. Having determined to her satisfaction that every case was in good hands, Lieutenant Kukaki left the ward on her way to the captain's office. Urgently conversing members of her division offered greetings as she passed before going back to their diagnoses. A light snow was falling outside as she passed beneath the archways, but it did not feel cold as a result. Sudden discomfort in her abdomen caused Rukia to stop and rest a hand against a post for support. She felt flushed and dizzy for a while. At times she had the oddest sensation that she was no longer alone. "Lieutenant? Are you all right?" Rukia looked up to find Yasukika Imura approaching her. The third seat of their division usually bore himself like a soldier on inspection before his superiors, a holdover from the condescending attitude most other Shinigami had adopted towards the 4th Division prior to the war, even their officers. Now only concern was spelled out behind his square-rimmed glasses as he drew up beside her. "Yes, Imura-san. Just a touch of dizziness. Are you headed to the division headquarters? Let me accompany you." He moved to stand by her side. Rather than rebuke him for any presumption, Rukia merely set off once more, not entirely displeased at the company. If she did pass out and hit her head, having someone nearby would be helpful. Their path led them around the snow-drifted perimeter of the medical center. A desire to reach out and catch some of the falling flakes arose, which she resolutely suppressed. Her thoughts drifted to the rabbits in their hutch back at the manor. It had been a timid winter, with spring already around the corner. Soon enough the time to set them free would arrive. "You aren't showing yet, if it's any reassurance." Without slowing down, Rukia turned her head ever so slightly to regard Yasukika. His attention remained fixated straight forward. "I've attended on ladies in your condition before, ma'am," he spoke with grave courtesy. "It's part of the job. The signs were all there for anyone looking closely. And you needn't concern yourself. I can be depended upon for discretion." "Thank you, Imura-san," she responded warily. His blonde head nodded in sage fashion. "It's the least I can do, Lieutenant. You have so much to take into consideration already, what with your royal obligations, the demands of overseeing a halo, and now this." Imura glanced casually off to one side as they walked along together. "If it would not be overstepping my bounds, perhaps you might consider taking a leave of absence from Heron? Rest assured, I can be relied upon to oversee your duties until you return, however long that might be. I consider myself ideally suited for the role, as my..." They had reached the officers' division. Without further ado, Rukia slid open the door, then promptly shut it behind her without so much as a goodbye. Ambitious little creep. He's always got his eye on advancement. You should sleep with a knife under your pillow. That might be taking things too far. Back outside the door, Yasukika coughed ostentatiously and glanced around to make sure no one had seen that. Wouldn't want rumors to spread. He liked Rukia Kukaki, he really did. Any misgivings or personal resentment at her assuming the second seat in Heron Squad after its formation, even when more ostensibly qualified candidates were available, did not detract from his opinion of her as a valued Shinigami and excellent officer. Of course the stress of that position could prove quite telling. It would be no blemish on her reputation if she were to reach out for his guidance on certain matters. "Officer Yasukika. You wouldn't tell anyone about my condition, would you?" He glanced up from the report he was reading to take in the young woman on her knees before him, face worked in anxious appeal. "Certainly not, Lieutenant." A smug smile drifted over his lips. "Of course, there are many ways you could express your gratitude." Settling down the report, he moved to crouch beside her. She recoiled from him slightly, hand clutched to her breast, large eyes wide with fright and lower lip trembling. "Imura-san, I do not know what you mean." The noblewoman looked hastily away, eyelids fluttering closed. Yet his keen eye did not fail to detect a flush to her cheeks and rapid breathing. The sight pleased him immensely. "Then let me be clear." His hand reached out to touch her. The daydreams of his Zanpakuto were interrupted when a hand clamped around Yasukika's mouth with crushing force. "We need to talk," a soft voice he recognized as belonging to Captain So-iPhone whispered in his ear. With that, Officer Yasukika Imura vanished, causing several people walking by to glance over in puzzlement at his sudden absence. However, to a man they all dismissed it a second later and went back to work. Rukia moved along an anteroom lined with desks and cabinets where ranked members of her squad devoted themselves to the business of running a division. Rookie Shinigami might dream of achieving high office, but hardly any of them could be expected to know what taxing demands such status involved. It wasn't all heroics in combat. A clerical order could prove just as important as one issued on the battlefield. Lives hung in the balance either way. Although something told her this meeting had more to do with her role in the nobility than as a Shinigami. Upon approaching the end of the room she knocked on a frame. "Captain Kotetsu. Come in." She entered, sliding the door shut as she did. The captain's office was brightly lit and sparingly decorated. A low table next to the wall held a miniature bonsai tree and a tiny ceremonial gong used for meditation. Beside this was a cabinet loaded down by neatly arranged records, reminding her peripherally of the Arashi archives. On the opposite wall there hung two calligraphy scrolls, one bearing the word Serenity and the other Firefly. These two were apparently holdovers from Captain Unohana's tenure. She sometimes wondered if they might have held a psychological significance for that legendary figure. Rukia could picture the ancient healer sitting back at her desk after a hard day to regard those words in search of clarity. Now the desk was occupied by her own superior, Isane Kotetsu. The leader of Heron looked up from a large book she had been reading and smiled. Closing it, Isane then gestured for her to come closer. Rukia approached and stood before the other woman. "Please have a seat," Isane said. When she had done so, the captain cocked her head to study her. "Are you feeling well, Lieutenant? You seem a bit flushed." "Thank you for asking, Captain. I feel perfectly fine." "I see." The first seat looked at her hands for a moment, then back up. "I've spoken to Lord Arashi. It's my understanding the two of you are becoming better acquainted. So this was family business. Odd to hear Captain Kotetsu discuss politics so openly. We have met on a few occasions. From what I can see, our temperaments at least are amenable. A match between us could be of benefit to both." Isane nodded as though aware precisely of the sentiment behind that statement. The Kukaki and the Shihoin have not had many dealings with the Arashi for several centuries now. She reached up to toy self-consciously with the beads strung into her hair. Whatever one might learn from spies, you can't get a true feel for a person's character without meeting them yourself. I had concerns that you might have heard things about Katsura from your family that would color your opinion of him. Rukia still had no idea what the ultimate purpose of this conversation might be. The captain appeared uncomfortable just to be broaching it. Hesitantly she admitted, "In truth, Teiko, I was told precious little about Lord Arashi. Almost as scant as the reasons given for the feud in the first place." Now those dark brown eyes settled on hers with a measuring feel. After a moment Isane laced both hands before her on the desk with a troubled expression. "I suppose there's no harm in telling you. Understand, Rukia-chan, this reticence you experienced probably has less to do with individual choice on your family's part than a sort of, I suppose you might call it trauma. The Manor Wars left a lasting impression on the great houses and their subsidiaries. Those still alive who survived that period tend to avoid discussing it. Then too there is the natural inclination to avoid matters which do not cast us in the best light. No one likes to relive their worst mistakes." In spite of herself, Rukia felt intrigued at the prospect of learning more about this. Having known Katsura Arashi for only a short time, she had to admit he was proving a tempting mystery. Not only concerning his motivations, but everything about him, from his history to the loss of his hand. And it was true Byakuya and the other members of the Kukichi had been less than forthcoming about the precise reason beyond any hatred he might feel for them. She had not felt comfortable consulting records on the matter. As Isane said, some things you needed to hear directly from those concerned. "You are aware Katsura had a younger sister?" The question came suddenly, causing her to swiftly recollect the situation. "Yes, Captain. Lady Manami, wed to the last lord of the Takiyaku. Then you must know the lady and her children were among the last to die in the Manor Wars, which concluded with her husband Kaito's execution at the hands of Jinrei Kukaki, the 27th head of your family." "I do." For some reason Rukia threw a glance at the wall scroll bearing the word Hotaru. Some people's lives were just as brief. The evidence brought against him was irrefutable, the captain went on to explain. Kaito died the next morning with a sentence imposed by the King of Soul Society. He never admitted to the crimes, even after learning what became of his wife and children. Her face had grown sad, troubled eyes drifting off to one side. Had you known her, you would have been hard-pressed to believe Manami Takiyaku capable of condoning a massacre. She was a meek girl, prone to hide rather than face any unpleasantness, even as a child. Not a tiger by any means. Although very devoted to her family, whether it be by blood or marriage. She had 4 children, the youngest of whom outlived her by seconds. Listening to her recitation, Rukia recalled this ancient soul was alive for all these events, and might have witnessed them with her own eyes. While privileged to learn the truth in this way, it still left her feeling uneasy. Isain looked up. In any case, the actual charges and all the most damning evidence were brought by Jinrei himself. He had collected it over decades with the help of the Shihoan and submitted his report in its entirety, withholding nothing. There was no indication Manami had colluded in a knowing capacity to bring about harm to anyone involved. Even though she did as her husband instructed, it was only to diminish losses to their own house. The general consensus was that she could not be considered an active conspirator, but was simply an unwitting pawn of Kaito's ambition. Forgive me, Captain, but was it not the Lord of Shiba who actually killed Lady Manami? Rukia knew this much for herself, having done research on the Shiba clan following her entry into the 13th Division, where one of its scions had held the position she now claimed. How then did this cause a feud between Arashi and Kukaki? In response, Isain sighed heavily. Katsura felt that Jinrei had not done enough to stress his sister's innocence. And there was no official declaration from the King of Soul Society regarding her one way or another. Yode Shiba used this lapse as his defense when called upon to answer for her murder. An official duel afterwards only made things worse. This exacerbated the eventual decline of that family. But Lord Arashi has never forgiven the Kukaki or Shihoan for contributing by omission to the deaths of Manami and her children. A shiver went through her at those words. This is the man I might be made to marry. Against the dictates of nobility, she found herself asking the next question. Captain, do you believe I or my clan stand in any danger from the proposal of marriage Katsura has given? He has no intention of precipitating another war between houses, Isain was quick to reassure her. The matter has always been more a question of pride than outright antagonism. I've had the most cause to deal with Katsura over the ensuing years. He is a noble man, and very passionate about protecting those whom he cares about. Should you become his wife, I believe it will not take you long to recognize these qualities. Suddenly Isain leaned forward, and the expression she now wore seemed surprisingly similar to her predecessor, possessing a depth of wisdom only conferred by age. But he is also very cunning, Rukia-chan, and the suffering he endured has taught him patience. I've spoken to Katsura. He insists there is no malice intended towards you, which I believe is true. That put my heart at ease. Having looked at the matter from several angles, I see no detriment to your life from it. Still, that doesn't mean you are safe. As your captain, I would not condone an action that brought you harm. Without breaking any confidence, I will only say that you are best advised to be extremely careful of this arrangement. She leaned back to regard the younger woman. Apparently the captain had said all she cared to on the matter. Recognizing this, Rukia stood up and bowed to her. Thank you, Katetsu Teiku. I will take your recommendations to heart. Give my best to your family, and our friends in the human world. You are dismissed, Lieutenant. The silver-haired first seat turned her attention back to paperwork. Upon exiting, Rukia shut the door and stood debating for a while. It was good to know more, and from such a trusted source. Having served under Isain personally for almost 2 years now, her admiration for the senior noblewoman had only grown. She had taken up the mantle of Captain Unohana with a surety and conviction that served to support their world through some of its darkest hours. Many Shinigami had been surprised to find the normally unassuming and soft-spoken lieutenant so naturally suited for command. Those were the ones who never even knew her true position in their world. After a bit she swept off down the corridors. That conversation had served to give her a measure of reassurance, which was exactly what she needed right now. Rukia felt more secure about her prospective future. At the same time, she recognized a newfound determination to take a more active role in this affair. Byakuya Isama had conducted the proceedings up till this point. Now his sister was resolved to contribute more than just her presence. I do have resources not overtly tied to the Kukaki, after all. Lost in thought, Rukia passed by 2 female Shinigami peering out a window. Why is third seat Imura hog-tied and hanging from a tree? One of them asked curiously. Who knows with that guy, the other responded. Maybe it's a new type of joint loosening technique. He's always trying to get attention. They lost interest after a while and proceeded in the opposite direction of Rukia, who took no notice of this. Imura remained in that same position for half an hour until he was spotted and cut down by Hanataro Yamada and Harunobu Ajito, both of whom he made swear on pain of gruesome death to never breathe a word of his predicament to anyone. Back in her office, Isane Katetsu sought to concentrate on the running of her division. This proved frustratingly difficult. After a time she put the pen down and rubbed her temples with a grimace. It was hard. But for everyone's sake, she had to stay focused. Try as she might, however, her thoughts drifted to the distant past. A stentorian voice boomed out. It is the ruling of this court that Captain Shiba of the 7th will not be charged for any incidents which might have occurred during the performance of his duties. The matter is settled. So ended the murder trial of Captain Yodei Shiba for the death of Lady Manami Takiyaku. From her place in the gallery Isane heard these words and felt sick at heart. The plaintiff, Lieutenant Katsura Arashi, sat a short distance away looking absolutely murderous. He must have known how this would turn out even when he leveled the charges. Although Manami hadn't been included in the death sentence ordered for all Takiyaku, what other possible result might there be? An official order from the King of Soul Society, and the express command of the Commander-General? To say nothing of the fact that the 46 leaned heavily in favor of the Godei hierarchy on their rulings. It was a foregone conclusion. In addition, the only witness to the crime had not been permitted to testify. Even under normal circumstances, a Shinigami of Jushiro Yukate's status and seniority would never be brought before the court for any reason. Yamamoto did not like the idea of his preeminent disciples being subjected to potential embarrassment. In this case, it was still a close call. While having relinquished his position as head of house, Jushiro remained, on paper, a vassal to the Arashi. The delicate line between military and political stature was one Isane could well appreciate. Right now she was only officially present as a lieutenant under Captain Anohana. Supposedly Jushiro had insisted on appearing, as a way of upholding his own integrity. She liked to think that was the case. Not that it had made any difference. Her attention drifted over to the center of the chamber where Captain Shiba still stood in the space reserved for the accused. His expression hadn't changed once during the whole proceedings. Utterly emotionless. Who could say what he might really be feeling, though? After all, no one had suffered more during the Manor Wars than the Shiba clan. The number of families and estates lost was appalling. Isane remembered hearing that Yodei attended the funerals for each family member to perish during that long-running atrocity. Whether distant relative or mere subordinate to the clan, it made no difference. Their lord stood in observance as the bodies of children were laid upon the biers to burn. Some whispered his grief at losing so many friends and loved ones had unhinged him. Others believed he used his status as a Shinigami captain to take revenge during the genocide of the Takiyaku. In retrospect, the fact that Shiba and Takiyaku had always maintained close bonds made the betrayal even worse. Seen in this light, Lady Manami's unplanned execution might almost be understood, if not excused. In the silence following the verdict, the dead woman's brother rose to his feet. This trial was a farce, Katsura Arashi swore darkly. There were shocked whispers from the observers around him. Meanwhile, the members of the Central 46 looked down from their lofty elevation. Lieutenant Arashi, one juror spoke warningly. "You may not." "Spare me that title," Katsura declared. "I am Katsura, Lord of the Arashi, and I will not serve another day with the murderer of my kin. Nor shall any other soul under my purview." Before the eyes of all present, the angry aristocrat pulled off his badge of office and flung it to the floor where it came to rest before Captain Shiba's feet. Yodei glanced down at this token without interest before lifting his eyes to regard his accuser. He did not flinch in the slightest beneath the younger man's venomous stare, only remained calmly standing before the assembly. A pair of bailiffs came forward to remove the ceremonial wooden cuffs around Yodei's hands. At this, Katsura spun about. Flanked by his masked guards, he strode from the room with regard for no one else. A few of the spectators present called out, imploring him to remain and perhaps persuade him to reconsider. As for the ranks of the Central 46, they remained silent, though whether due to disinterest or unwillingness to openly beseech another person was known only to them. Traditionally the Arashi had control of Squad 5. Following the previous Lord Captain's death, a replacement was found to fill the role until such time as young Katsura could assume his place as head of the division. That was nearly 2 centuries ago, and he had held the post of lieutenant for 50 years now. Some were wont to speculate that he did not have what it took to achieve Bankai. Perhaps for this reason the Central 46 did not fret over his departure. The loss of all Arashi supporters from the ranks of the Goti I-13 might not be so easy to ignore. The next day, Isane received word that Lord Arashi had challenged Lord Shiba to a Yurei duel. Supposedly the Yurei, or haunting, was a holdover from a more violent ancient age. It was restricted nowadays to the great houses, intended as a sacred means to settle scores without resulting in death on either side. Usually a Yurei occurred in response to a wrong done against one who could not issue the challenge themselves, such as a young child or a person already deceased. Grudges could supposedly be abolished in this fashion, allowing harmony to prevail. Such duels often ended at first blood. Upon viewing the report, she knew in her heart Katsura intended to kill Yodei. The match was agreed upon 3 days later. Less than a week after that, Lady Kotetsu found herself sitting under a pavilion accompanied by officials from the other houses. The lords and ladies of both Shihoin and Kukaki did not attend. And of course, the Takiyaku line was no more. Which left her the highest-ranking person present. Aside from the 2 participants, that is. Katsura specifically marked his notification of challenge as an Yubium. The Mother Ghost addendum made it clear he intended to avenge not only his sister Manami, but also the dead Prince Sosuke, even if by royal order the boy's execution was explicitly condoned. Yodei might have even been able to use this technicality as a means to discard the challenge. But he did not. The reason why was never known. Perhaps he too still thirsted for whatever vengeance he could take. They faced each other before the sun's rays could even finish burning away the morning mists. Stripped to the waist, both men stood at opposite ends of a circle of dirt marked by warding charms. To leave the bounds of this arena meant forfeiture. Elsewise a challenger must be made to yield before their opponent. Spells were not permitted. Traditionally one also did not call upon Shikai during a Yurei, much less Bankai. However, this did not rule out the chance. Katsura did not bother hiding his hatred, whereas Shiba regarded his opponent with no more interest than were they competing in poetry. Isane could only watch in dread. Even though unable to warn Lord Shiba, she still hoped he did not take the peril lightly. This was more than a matter of restoring honor to Katsura. His Zanpakuto's power meant he could deliver a fatal blow with naught but a scratch. Was Yodei aware of this? It was not an aspect of his soul cutter Katsura often alluded to, and few even knew the true power of his sword. If Shiba did not view him as a threat, or worse, knew of its abilities but considered Katsura too weak to injure him, they might be faced with the head of one clan killing another. It began without fanfare. An adjutant handed each fighter their swords. At a sign from the sanctioned observer, the young lord lunged across the field at his nemesis, blade held in a backhand grip. Yodei met him in a classic kendo pose, both hands wrapped around the hilt of his sword extended to meet the assault. The first clash made Isane flinch. Their ringing soon became a song that filled the glade. The difference between captain and lieutenant was on display for all to see. Arashi was a man full-grown, and Shiba at least twice his elder. Yet every swing made by Katsura was countered with little effort. Despite numerous attempts to break through the other man's guard, not once did Shiba even take a step back or respond with an attack of his own. This inactivity only served to enrage Katsura even further. His strokes became more violent. The cuts grew savage and aimed for parts of the body not normally intended for duels. Isane could see perspiration gleaming on his cheeks and dripping down his bare chest. Meanwhile Captain Shiba remained cool as ice. In the act of deflecting a savage thrust, Shiba's sword licked out and scored a shallow cut along Arashi's left arm. "Yield," the grave-faced lord declared aloud. Katsura either did not hear or ignored him. He kept up his assault, growing angrier with every moment. He made not a sound. All the same, it was clear after a few minutes the strain was beginning to tell. The blows fell slower. His shunpo suffered. At one point he staggered from an overstep and nearly fell, righting himself only at the last second. Isane felt her heart go out to him. Almost half an hour after the duel started, it was obvious to everyone that Katsura was on his last legs. He stood panting and shaking with the effort of holding up his sword. A dozen more shallow cuts decorated his body, causing blood to leak into the dirt. He looked ready to pass out at any moment. Yet despite this, he still mustered the energy to give one last heroic charge, raising his sword overhead and barreling towards his unmoving adversary with a scream. The double-edged Jian licked out, and Yude raised his own weapon to meet it. A burst of spirit energy, a visceral tremor of fear through her stomach. Next thing she knew, Shiba's blade had been knocked aside and 4 sharp talons were tearing at his face. Isane missed what happened then. She only caught the aftermath as Lord Shiba disappeared only to manifest a ways off. He touched his cheek but came away with no blood. Scowling, the incensed swordsman regarded his attacker. For a brief moment Isane saw Katsura clearly. His Zanpakuto Jorogamo had transformed into a pair of Tekko Kajai claws on either hand. In addition, the skin of his body had turned completely white. There was no time for further analysis as he sped in pursuit of Yude, who now gave ground with every warding blow. Gone was the lethargy and clumsiness that marked the Arashi leader only moments before. His previous debilitation proved to be nothing more than a ruse as he pursued his quarry with the speed and ferocity of a tiger, steel claws moving to knock aside the warding saber in pursuit of a quick kill. In full Shikai, Katsura was proving to be a greater challenge than anyone might have anticipated. Yude was on the defensive for real now, unable to fight back. He concentrated on preserving the distance between them, using the superior reach of his weapon to good advantage. But Katsura's brutal assault proved telling. At one point he nearly forced Shiba outside the boundaries only to let him slip away to one side and continue their duel. Isane doubted that was done by accident. Katsura didn't want the match to end until he had scored a hit. Should that happen, would Yude's superior Ryutsu enable him to withstand the strike altogether? Or if it did indeed penetrate his natural defenses, could he actually resist the power of Jorogamo? And why not deploy his own Shikai to counter it? Was there simply no chance to do so in the face of this unrelenting onslaught? A cut to Katsura's wrist proved useless. It laid open his skin, but beneath there was only a dark substance and no blood. Now fighting with controlled fury, the vengeance seeker drove his opponent across the ring. There were shouts from the spectators, though when Isane made no move to intervene, they were forced to follow her example. Katsura, Yude, I beg of you, end this now before anyone can be hurt. Lord Shiba went to one knee. With an eager snarl, Katsura leapt forth and brought both sets of talons down against the upraised blade, intending to shatter it. Instead he stumbled forward when no resistance met this blow. There came a flash of light off steel as the arisen Lord Shiba stepped nimbly past him, composed as ever. He followed this up by sheathing his sword in one fluid movement. It is over, Yude declared. I yield. Behind him, Katsura's severed hand landed on the ground. There was no blood to be seen. All the same, Isane's hands flew to her mouth as Katsura unleashed a roar that caused several spectators to stagger, so great was the force behind it. Crippled, he swung about and sprang towards the uncaring Shiba, the wildest of hatred contorting his face into something unholy as he sought to strike the man down from behind. Another imperceptible movement followed, ending when the hilt of a sheathed sword cracked firmly into Arashi's forehead. His body went limp in midair to go rolling across the dirt arena and wind up lying face down. The Tekko Kajai strapped to the backs of his hands reverted into a sword. At the same time the unconscious man's skin returned to normal, and blood began to gout from his arm. Isane was there before anyone else could reach him. By the time more people came up, she already had a bandage in place and a spell to stop the bleeding. The Squad 4 lieutenant took control, ordering them to bear her patient back to the pavilion and collect his sword arm as well. This was her domain now. Once he was settled in, she dismissed the onlookers and got to work. Her magic settled into his body, and Katsura's eyes flew open. He looked at her, then down at the wounded limb. His lips twisted in bitter anguish. Don't worry, she sought to reassure him. The cut was clean. I'll be able to reattach it with ease. No. His words caused her to hold off. Lieutenant Katetsu gazed down at him with a stricken expression. Katsura. I will not come away from this with nothing, he rasped hoarsely, sweat beading his forehead as he stared up at the ceiling with one good hand clenched into a fist. At the very least, he has given me a token to remember it by. Hesitantly Isane watched him for any sign that he might change his mind. It could be due to the pain or grief, perhaps a combination of both. Yet his words and face registered only firm resolve. Thus with utmost sadness she agreed to his decision before doing whatever else she could. The arm was burned that very day. Once assured he was not in any danger, she allowed his attendants to bear him back to the Arashi estates where he might recover. Captain Shiba returned to his home and command following the duel. Although he had technically settled the matter by yielding first, this did not produce quite the closure one might have expected. Had he submitted beforehand or even stepped out of bounds, it would have been sufficient to end things and allow honor to be retained by both sides. But maiming the head of another clan during a duel was not considered laudable by noble standards. Even if no one said it aloud, such conduct earned Yude greater opprobrium among the noble houses of Siriti than ever before. The fact that Katsura clearly meant to kill him in no way mitigated their reproach. While largely a political move considering the Shiba clan was weakened and the Arashi remained strong, personal sentiment played no small part. Other families quietly withdrew their support from Yude. His family suffered as a result. With their influence grievously lessened by the manor wars, the House of Shiba limped along for several more centuries before finally losing all status and prestige. In a way, Katsura won. Yet even that might not be enough. Could he still yearn for revenge? Isane went to sleep that night in her husband's arms feeling more troubled than she could say. Ganju Shiba planted himself at the starting line with arms crossed and feet spread wide. His face was deadly serious. The rules are simple. Start when I say go. First man to launch his firework and return across the finish line will be proclaimed the winner. Are you ready, gentlemen? Standing side by side before him, Kaizo Konpaku and Noboru Kukaki grinned at one another. After that nightmarish stint with the Dragon Lady and her underage apprentices, Kon sorely felt the need to work himself to the bone and thereby prevent any of that rot from settling in his already perverted brain. Since the shop was closed today so that Neisan could catch up on her Shinigami duties, this had proven the perfect opportunity to take Noboru up on his oft-repeated challenges. Now both stood ready to answer a call each kept close to his heart. In their faces the two contestants recognized the self-same excitement they themselves were feeling at this very moment. For those who lived and died by speed, one simply couldn't resist a chance to race. Can I offer you a head start, old-timer? The Kukaki prince drawled. Pfft. The mod soul shook his head. Who you calling old-timer? I'm half your age at best. Take your places. Ganju's bellow meant warm-ups were over. Both challengers assumed their starting positions. No fair stretching your Zanpakuto out to win even if it is part of your soul. Kon called out. No fair biting off your tongue and spitting it across the finish line if we're neck and neck. Seriously, kid. You are spending too much time with that crazy ninja chick. Noboru simply laughed like it was all a big joke. The requisite one-upmanship was out of the way. Thus the contenders gave a nod to their appointed referee. Sporting a backwards-turned baseball cap and bright striped shirt that he had brought back from the mortal realm, Ganju Shiba raised his arm. On your mark. Kon couldn't help shivering as he crouched down. His heart pounded with anticipation. He hadn't raced like this since he was back in the labs. Time to see who the fastest man in all of Soul Society might be. Get set. Too bad there's not an audience. Rukia, maybe, or some hot babes. Man's gotta have babes waiting to jump all over him after he wins a big match. Go. Ganju was promptly blown off his feet as two living missiles launched. The world became a blur, flashing by at a supernatural pace. Kon darted a glance over at his opponent before pouring it on. He was resolved that be the last time he checked the kid's position for the rest of the race. From here on out, unless Noboru happened to pull in front of him, only what lay straight ahead mattered. Before them stretched a track marked by flags far past the point either of them could see. 30 leagues long from one end to the other, it was set in the grasslands of Soul Society's outer limits where no living habitations existed. Noboru suggested it, Apparently his father had fought a battle here early in his career as a Shinigami against what some suspected was an early iteration of the Espada. Byakuya's proud offspring excitedly recommended the course be booby-trapped in honor of that event to add a further element of risk, yet another sign the Viper Company captain was having an ill effect on him. Khan and Ganju voted his amendment down. This event was considered an even match. Khan had on what he affectionately called his super suit, crafted by the R&D Bureau specifically for speed mods like him. This boosted his abilities tremendously. He had been wondering for a while now just how powerful his natural modifications enhanced by this getup were when compared to, say, an above-average Shinigami soul. Like a lieutenant. Or a captain, even. And this was an excellent chance to test that. Noboru hailed from a line famed far and wide for its fleet-footed legacy, trained to maximize speed to its limit. His soul cutter Hanuman was now released but kept at its smallest length, clipped onto a custom-made belt behind his back. They were both at maximum power, each eager to see just how that compared. Scientific enhancement against natural-born legend. Which would triumph? Khan powered on, allowing his limbs to move without holding back. There would be no question of getting tired over a mere 100-mile dash. And that's where his best advantage lay. For all Noboru's innate talent, he had limits in terms of endurance. His soul body wasn't fully matured, for starters. He couldn't sustain high velocity indefinitely. Thanks to this Jigai and the suit's amplifications, Khan could go full tilt practically from the get-go. That should allow for a comfortable lead. Full throttle, both barrels, feet, don't fail me now. Ultimately speed would decide everything. Khan blazed across the grasslands faster than the wind. And there was Noboru, smack dab in his field of vision. No, oh no, come on. How is that even possible? Just like that the kid pulled out even further, giving Khan a clear look at his form. The boy moved like he came out of the womb running. He didn't glance over his shoulder or crow out discouragements or anything you might expect. Instead he just went right on past. Khan had never seen the normally mercurial Noboru so focused on anything. When he ran, there was no bravado or lightheartedness. He raced like there was an enemy chasing him, as though his life depended on it. Is that how his mother trained him? While Khan was engrossed by this performance, the speeding youth had pulled a full body length ahead. Disbelief turned to outrage, and the mod turned his attention back to the race. Don't get distracted. If you let him outpace you, he'll never slack off. Gotta increase the pace, gotta go faster. His stride lengthened. At the same time he increased his output to the point where the strain went from being negligible to undeniable. It was a pell-mell frantic burst that enabled him to close the gap. For a moment, at least. But when he failed to overtake Noboru fully, despair crept in. His gain became simply keeping up with him. Then little by little, Khan began to fall back. More. More. I can't. I'm already at 100%, there's nothing more to give. I'm going to lose, again. What's coming in second in a two-man race, Khan? Dead last. Don't be like that. So he's got something chasing him? You know all about that. Remember when you were born? The tests, the races? Those who didn't perform well were destroyed. You felt death on your heels back then. It's the same now. Let it motivate you. Dread of disappointment. The need to outperform others or risk being deemed a failure. Simple, honest terror. These lashed him on. Khan drew upon the deep-rooted fear that this performance could be his last. And the lengthening gap between the two racers came to a halt. No idea how long they had been running. But up ahead, the halfway point reared into view. Two fireworks launchers were set up within a few feet of each other. They looked like bazookas sticking straight up out of the ground connected to pedals at their bases. Ganju had explained how all you had to do was pump the pedal and it would launch. Unless your firework was spotted you wouldn't be the winner even if you crossed the finish line first. He had to set it off. That meant it was time to start slowing down. Between one step and the next Noboru suddenly lifted both feet off the ground, hit the earth and jumped. He soared along like a bird, held aloft by the awesome inertia propelling him forward up to this point. and it hit Khan that he was going to land right on top of the pedal. There would be no talk of slowing. The little maniac had turned himself into a huge mallet falling towards the target. And the instant he fired his missile he would kick back off in the other direction. His decision happened instantaneously. Noboru's move was bold and unexpected, to be sure. However, it necessitated he stop moving to reorient himself, even if for only the briefest possible time. This offered a slight advantage if Khan could just manage to not have that heartbeat of immobility. So he made the only move he could. And that was to charge forward without lessening his gait in the slightest. He was moving so fast he outpaced the mechanical click as the Speed Prince's palm slammed into the launching mechanism. Before the firework could even ignite, Noboru had already bent down to reverse course. Another click, and Khan dashed past, smashing his foot atop the pedal without stopping. Just have to hope it was enough. He then executed a U-turn so fast and tight anyone watching might seriously believe the modsole had been replaced by someone moving in the opposite direction. The strain was telling. All that forward momentum had to be reversed, converted without losing any more than necessary. For a moment he felt certain his pivoting ankle was going to fly to pieces. Maybe in any another body, it would have. But this one held. And as the two contestants sprang into the second half of their race, it was Khan who managed to take the lead. His teeth were clenched tight enough to crack. "There's a bomb behind you," he told himself, "and it's about to explode. Gotta get as far away as possible before then." Technically it was true. Fireworks counted as explosives. Faster, faster, away from the blast radius, if you hear it then you're dead. A green flash lit the world, followed almost immediately by a crimson one. The fireworks both got off. That just leaves the race itself. There was no sound anymore. They were moving too fast for that. Yet when he saw a shadow move up to join his own striving double on the ground, Khan knew that Noboru had overtaken him again. If he wins, he gets a pat on the head from his mom and dad. But if you lose, your father will kill you, Khan. He'll pop you out of that GGI and hand you over to Nimue to be disposed of. Just like that. You'll join all your brothers and sisters. Can you feel them right behind you, reaching to grab hold? If they touch you, you'll become one of them. Don't let them catch you. Outrun the dead. Run. Tears poured down his face unnoticed. Khan was so scared he didn't know what to believe anymore. He honestly feared everything that had occurred to him over the past few years was not but a dream, and now he was right back in the training grounds where he started, blazing past the others whom he knew might be condemned to death by his victory. I'm sorry, I just don't want to die. Pain. Tiredness. None of that mattered. Only fear. Ganja was visible off in the distance, holding a long red ribbon the other end of which was clamped between the jaws of his beloved Bourbani, who slouched across from him. It was so absurd Khan took it as a sign that he had gone mad. Even worse, however, was when a slight flicker on the edge of perception in his left eye slowly gained focus into what he recognized as Noboru Kukaki. I can see him. That means he's winning. Or we're tied. Would that be so bad? No clear winner? Everybody's happy and nobody's upset. Just back to square one. Don't settle for a dead heat, you loser. No sharing of the victor's cup allowed. What, think Ichigo's gonna share his first place prize with you? Let you have a taste of Rukia-chan? No? Then win. He was screaming in one long sustained howl. No doubt about it. Shrieking aloud, burning all the reserves his soul had to offer and anything that was left over. Mine. 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 She's mine, I saw her first, you're killing me, I want it all. Mine. Khan hit the earth as his legs gave out beneath him. He slid to a stop and just lay sprawled out, not even breathing, staring at the topsy-turvy world that met his eyes. He was shaking with terror and exhaustion, heartbeat sounding faint even though he knew it must be pounding like a jackhammer. Upon looking at his hands it dawned on him that he was bleeding. Wait, that's not blood. It's just a red ribbon. Winner, Khan. At these words, he passed out. Khan regained consciousness as fast as he left it. He felt cold and sick. On top of that there was a noxious smell in his nostrils, and he was being jounced up and down against a rough scratchy surface. His arms and legs flopped a bit. Whatever cotton had been jammed in his ears went away, allowing him to hear what turned out to be an unpleasant grunting close at hand, accompanied by words. "Inally home. And stop being such a brat. Losing is no cause for abandoning one's pride. Easy for you to say. I've never seen you win anything. Humph. Some prince you are. Snapping and moaning at the first little defeat. Such behavior is the only disgrace you've earned today." There came a short sharp whistle that caused Khan's method of conveyance to lurch to a halt. The grunting subsided as well. A true man honors the victor without complaint, viewing it as a chance to improve himself. That's how we do it in the noble house of Sheba. Funny, I seem to remember someone from the noble house of Sheba screaming, "Please stop, Nei-chan, I'm gonna puke." And then his sister threatened to pack him into a cannon as wadding and fire him into Dido Win. This last came from Khan. He had opened his eyes by that point and could now see Ganju and Noboru clearly. Doing so allowed him to finally realize he was draped across the giant Bourboni's back like a sack of rice. Right now his body felt about as versatile. All the same, when the animal drew up short he slid off her and somehow found his footing, holding onto her rough hide to steady himself. "You all right?" Ganju looked him up and down with concern as he trussed the four-legged beast to a stall. "Yeah. Think so." That sense of bone-deep exhaustion had eased to some extent. Upon looking around, Khan discovered they were back at the lonely Sheba household. The deceptively small home was flanked by two gigantic stone arms bearing the owner's motto of guts. Those familiar with the layout knew the larger part of the complex was buried underground, allowing the family head to practice her pyrotechnic arts without fear of damaging the landscape. "Did we really come all the way back here? Man, was I out of it." Noboru idled on over and nudged him in experimental fashion, as though curious whether Khan could stay on his feet. "That was quite a slide into home you did," he pronounced. "Left a trough in the dirt longer than Ganju's leash. We had to dig you out. You little punk, I oughta." "Relax, Vakuro, just letting off steam. I'm not used to getting beat by anyone but my mom. And maybe Feng," he added when Ganju looked about to jump in with a retort. "Ag." Noboru then bent over and savagely mussed his hair into a thoroughly messy state before snapping upright to stand there fuming. "I hate losing. It sucks. Once more, Khan, come on, let's go again. Guess that means Khan's the champ now, boys." They all looked over to find Ganju's older sister Kyukaku standing by the open door. For once she wasn't smoking a pipe. However, this was not the most glaring alteration to her usual attire. The white burnous that usually held up her spiky mane was gone. Once unruly hair had been combed and brushed into submission. Sleek black twin tails fell all the way down her back, held by jeweled clasps. In addition, Kyukaku now had on a dark green silk kaftan with more cloth hanging off it than looked possible, much less comfortable. An embroidered sleeve was rolled up to the elbow, allowing her tattooed arm to show. Its mate hung loose, flapping slightly in a breeze. She sported no further jewelry, but in her hand was held a huge white shawl hemmed in gold thread. It rippled from a gust, allowing them to see the black symbol of her clan standing out against those pristine folds. Kyukaku's eyelids were outlined in kohl that glittered faintly whenever she blinked. Khan found himself unable to tear his eyes away. He had never seen her look so dolled up. There was a mesmerizing quality about this exotic princess from foreign lands that clashed with his mental perception of the bombastic bombshell who ruled over her small family with an iron fist. "Yo, Anego." Noboru waved eagerly beside him. "Looking spiffy. What's with the new coat of paint on the old battle wagon?" Kyukaku flicked her eyes at the cheeky little monkey prince, and they could all see a vein throbbing unrestrainedly in her forehead. The requisite blow to the head never manifested, however. Instead she turned away to regard the darkening eastern sky. Even Noboru looked surprised to not have his crown cracked. "I'm going on an omiye," the one-armed woman declared. As they absorbed this information, from behind the house twin guardsmen Shiraganihiko and Kaganihiko came trooping out, hoisting a palanquin between them. While the bronze and silk trappings were old, they had been tended assiduously so as not to lose their luster. Both bearers settled this burden down in front of their mistress and came around to stand before her. Kyukaku held up the shawl, which Kagenihiko obediently accepted to place with great reverence atop her head. The fabric was so long it nearly touched the ground and enveloped her like a cape. Now fully invested in this formal wear, she came about to confront the trio. Kon experienced a strong urge to fall to his knees before her. For the first time when it came to the Shiba clan, it felt like he was in the presence of royalty. "I've left a study packet for you, Genju. Have it completed by the time I return." "Yes, Nei-chan. I wish you good fortune in your pursuits." A slight narrowing of the eyes followed by the teensiest grimace almost spoiled that majestic countenance. Having said all she cared to, Kyukaku stepped into the palanquin as Shiraga Nihiko held open the drapery for her. Once settled inside, the burly bodyguards took up their respective places and lifted the silken box carrying its precious cargo. They then trotted in perfect unison down the lane. "Anomie," Kon finally hazarded as they watched the party leave. "Like a blind date for a prospective marriage? I didn't think your sister would be involved in something like that." For once Genju surprised them both by maintaining a serious mien totally unlike his normal over-the-top state. It's her duty as the head of the Shiba clan. Nei-chan must present herself to potential partners so as to find a suitable match from which future generations will spring. We are all that remains of our bloodline, so it's doubly important that we do so. "Yeah, I know about that." Noboru chewed his lip. He seemed antsy on the topic, and Kon thought he understood where that anxiety stemmed from. After all, there was another marriage in the works neither of them could say they were looking forward to. So who's she stuck with tonight? The seventh son of the Sasato. Unused to the intrigues of the afterlife, Kon could still guess by the way the young prince's brow furrowed this held a measure of importance. "I think that's one of our vassal families," Noboru said. "And a pretty important one too." He clearly understood something about this whole affair when he added, "Mom and Dad might be up to something. Even if the Shiba don't have as much clout as they used to, your name still carries weight. Marriage doesn't happen in our families without a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. Nei-chan once told me our older brother Kyan had been promised in marriage before, but he broke the agreement when he married Miyako. She said our father was furious with him. However, at that point there was nothing that could be done." Genju's thick lips curled. He pulled off his head covering and twisted it restlessly between his fingers. "I'm no different. Nei-chan has arranged a few omie on my behalf, and I have attended them so as to bear up our proud heritage." Noboru scuffed his toes through the dirt in hesitation before asking, "So, how'd they turn out?" Still gazing off into the distance, Genju said only, "The suitors were not impressed by us, or our family's prospects." Hearing the thinly disguised hurt in his voice, Kon's heart went out to him. This whole line of conversation drew uncomfortable parallels to the most divisive issues currently in his life. He shot a look at Noboru. An unspoken communication passed between them, and he stepped forward to drape a reassuring arm around the big man's shoulders. "Come on, Genju. What day I say we pop open some of the good stuff and toast 3 of the most eligible bachelors in Seoul society. I'm with you, champ." Noboru spoke up with an eager grin. He had apparently gotten over the sting of losing by this point. Genju leveled a heavy frown at the royal rascal. "No booze for you. Still too young." "Yeah, we'll see about that." The trio of friends made their way into the house in search of something to liven up the mood. After walking for a bit, though, Noboru spoke. "Hey, Genju." "Yes. I'd marry your sister." "In a heartbeat." For a moment that blockish jaw clenched, as though striving to determine how to take that comment. At last he let out his breath with a heavy sigh. "Thank you, Noboru-sama." A few seconds passed. Kon counted them in his head. Any minute now. "So, got any naked pictures of her? Like just getting out of the bath and reaching for a towel too? You dirty little monkey." Now it was Genju chasing a happily laughing Noboru down the halls. "While I've got your attention, Shiba Gozen, how would you feel about marrying my aunt? When I get my hands on you?" Smiling affectionately, Kon shuffled in the wake of yet another 2-man race. "I won the last one," he reflected. "Maybe there's still a chance I can pull off another miracle?" Or at least put in a good showing. Let's hope so. Second place means death. At least where I'm from. Upon entering the R&D bureau to be greeted by her eager-to-please subsidiaries, Rukia preempted their presentations with one of her own. I need a volunteer. Perhaps that statement held implications in this building with which she was not familiar. For immediately upon uttering it, every single one of those formerly eager academics tensed like a deer in headlights. They clustered before her at the first-floor testing hall, eyes darting furtively from one side to the other, hunting for a solution their brilliant minds clearly needed more information to digest. To say the least, none of them leapt forward at the prospect. No surprise. Upon reflection it sounded like something Mayuri Kuratsuka might have said before one of his famously fatal experiments. Well, then, seems a little salvage is in order. The matter I am proposing is in no way detrimental to your health. Several shoulders visibly relaxed. However, it will require a great deal of time to be spent upon it. To her surprise, they now cringed as though she had threatened them with summary execution. Honestly, it's like telling children they have to stop playing and come inside. Little Umbu seemed about to step forward and thought better of it, perhaps realizing this might be taken as a sign of acquiescence. Patronus, she spoke politely, taking off her glasses to polish them. You know we're only too glad to offer support in your enterprises. But with our current timetable and spate of experiments, I'm afraid anything that took us away for a prolonged period would have terrible repercussions for the state of our research. There was a rumble of consensus to go along with that. Rukia regarded them all, a bit unsure how to proceed. She had not been expecting so much dissent. I wonder how they usually decide on this sort of thing? Sorry I'm late. The vending machine wouldn't take my drachma. There was a low rustle of cloth as all heads turned to fixate on Rin Tsubokura, who had come sliding in through a side door. With his headlight eyes widened even more so from confusion, the little scientist looked imploringly between them, the rat tail at the front of his forehead wiggling back and forth. What did I miss? As if acting on a signal, Umbu perked up and shouted, 1-2-3, not it. Not it. Her fellow white-garbed researchers announced in unison. The great chorus of negatives caused Rin to jump. With that the collection of the best minds in Seoul society bowed politely to Rukia, giving well-meaning offers to view the fruits of their efforts later, before turning to stroll away, leaving her alone with their duly appointed sacrificial lamb. Well, guess that answers that. She pursed her lips, debating whether or not to exercise some lieutenant-level authority. But the die had been cast. No sense complaining about the result now. It was a selfish request to begin with. Beggars can't be choosers. Very funny. Let's get started. Shortly after this unwitting election saw her reclining in a small room that might have been Rin's personal quarters. A large collection of monitors displaying the current goings-on in other parts of the complex took up nearly one wall, while boxes and unopened packages were piled atop one another in rickety fashion. Seated in a chair that had been frantically swept clear of food packets and highly detailed diagrams, the Patronus and her new lab monkey were coming to terms. Here you are, Ajausama. Rin came out from behind a stack of boxes with a plate of items resembling coconut macaroons and kaya, a bright pink seaweed jelly confectionery. He settled it down on a small coffee table and smiled anxiously. Please help yourself. She felt just a bit ashamed at making him go to all the trouble of getting these for her. But truth be told, Rukia enjoyed sampling the goodies Rin put so much stock in. Perhaps a holdover of her life on the streets when food was scant and sweets hard to come by. Most people would be leery about eating candy received from a member of Ibis Company, even after Mayuri Kuratsuka's departure. However, Rukia enjoyed a somewhat more privileged status in this department than even allowed for by nobility. As such, she promptly set to on the aforementioned dish with gusto. Picking up a cube of sweetened cellophane, she took a bite. Rin hopped from one foot to another. Does it taste all right? It's delightful, she affirmed, pausing only to take a sip from her juice box before continuing. You know, Rin volunteered with a bright smile, I've been curious for a while now what constitutes any difference between taste experienced here and in the mortal realm. That is, does a chocolate bar eaten in the afterlife seem recognizable to a new soul fresh from dying? Do they remember it tasting the same? And what affects this flavor? Is it the memories brought over from the dead themselves? Does it exist separate from them and thereby inhabit anything construed to be food from the living world? Rin-san. There was a note of silent menace in her voice that did not go unnoticed. As such, poor Tsubokura clammed up quick. Rukia took some time to enjoy her repast, and the adorably frightened expression he now wore, before getting back to business. I appreciate your willingness to shoulder this undertaking, Rin-san. Having seen your work firsthand, I know you can be depended on to produce quality results. That's very kind of you, my lady. How may I be of assistance? He had apparently accepted his fate. One less thing to worry about. Rukia withdrew a small pyramid from her pocket. Made of blue glass with an orange metal tip, she extended it out to him. Enclosed herein is the entirety of the marriage proposal being offered to me. The charm is set to be updated whenever new material is added in the immediate future. Your task will be to go through these forms relating as they do to the laws of nobility and determine if there might be anything untoward or otherwise hidden contained within them. When she looked up, it was to find him staring at her. Marriage proposal? He blurted out, aghast. Rukia raised an eyebrow. Did no one inform you? No. I mean, we're a little secluded here, sure, but why didn't you tell us you were getting married? It came as a surprise to see him this upset about the topic. Since when did Rin care about that sort of thing? She had never known him to be concerned about anything unrelated to science and snacks. Maybe now is not the best time to mention that you're pregnant too. Agreed. He took the offering a tad sulkily, handling it as though unsure which way was up. When he turned back to her, there was an expression of remonstrance that seemed quite out of place on his normally downtrodden face. I'll go over this thoroughly, my lady. Ah. I take it you don't want the contents to be scrutinized by anyone else. That is a key stipulation. Consider yourself under contract, as such. No word of these affairs should be let slip under any circumstances. I understand. Here Rin looked to ponder something before speaking next. And the marriage itself? Can I tell the others? Or is that a secret too? You mean your colleagues here in Ibis? He nodded quickly. After some internal debate, she finally said, I see no reason why not. All right. Let me get a secure storage container set up for this. I'll be right back, Ajao-sama. Please ring if there's anything you need in the meantime. He scuttled out into the hallway, the door closing behind him with a soft swish, leaving her alone for the time being. After glancing about the cluttered confines and finding nothing of notable interest, she settled for watching the view screens. They looked to show some of the public areas of the labs where displays and trials were held, as well as communal spots. Rukia remembered how Mayuri liked to have his assistants on call every hour of the day. There was so much going on it was hard to know where to look first. A new explosive was being tested, that could prove useful in future engagements. Was that a miniaturization trial being conducted? Hyosu's lucky mallet had entered the final stages by the look of it. For a moment she actually caught a glimpse of Rin as he went traipsing towards the lower levels. Wait. Was that Ichigo? What brings you by, Kurosaka-san? Captain Urahara asked. The boy accepted the offer to sit across from him with fists tightly clenched. Their relationship had never quite recovered from Ichigo's accusations following the Autumn War. The fact that Urahara never bothered to confirm or deny them only served to rile him up all the more. 6 months of solitary confinement had done its part to help Kisuke take a more reserved outlook on things. Perhaps the same could not be said for Ichigo. Regardless, there would be no chance of unleashing Benihime on him. Unless he insisted on throwing his weight around, of course. Imagine our anticipation of such a display. For once you and I are in complete agreement. Did you have anything to do with Rukia's pregnancy? I imagine it's just eating him up not being able to take a swing at. Chin in hand, Urahara stared at the red-haired teen. Boring. Deal with this matter. Benihime's departure left her erstwhile master to collect himself. After a few moments of careful consideration, the captain leaned forward and affixed his one-time protégé with a steady gaze. I could rile him up with a sly innuendo. Maybe recommend couples counseling. Or perhaps string him along to get more information. Nah, too much work. I've got enough on my plate, and as much fun playing games with Ichigo can be. In this case I believe I'll take the conciliatory approach. I'm going to need you to start at the beginning, Kurosaka-san. Rukia is pregnant. Understood. How did she wind up that way? I don't know. I mean. Here his face turned quite red and he crossed his arms, clutching the sleeves of his Shiakusho. Well, nobody told me that was even possible for a Jigai. Except for my dad, and we never talked about that. I just assumed it would take something more, he concluded lamely. Urahara felt a faint stirring of sympathy for the bewildered youth. It left him more inclined to be helpful. Always more chances to screw with him later. He leaned back in his chair and looked around the office. Let me make a few things clear for you, Kurosaka-san. First off, yes, you are correct that under normal circumstances a Shinigami in a Jigai would not become pregnant if they were to engage in sex with a human. It was adorable the way the kid twisted in his seat like a bashful child at that word. A deftly placed fan prevented Kisuke's smile from being too obvious and he continued. Even if two Shinigami wearing Jigai had sex, the result would be the same, nothing. Faux bodies maintain a rudimentary semblance of living beings when inhabited, allowing one to eat, breathe, and even bleed should that be warranted. But they don't mimic your systems completely. As you know, a Jigai's primary purpose is to allow weakened Shinigami to recover their strength. In fact, wearing one for an extended period can prove uncomfortable for us, even toxic. You're essentially walking around in what amounts to a mannequin and. Is all this necessary? Ichigo demanded acerbically. One blonde eyebrow rose in a derogatory manner. Only if you're interested. Before the boy could frame a retort he proceeded. Now, in the case of your father, the matter was rather tricky. In order to fully invest his Jigai, he had to seal his power completely, rendering him a regular soul without access to Shinigami abilities. The product he received from me was specially designed to have the potential for things like reproductive capabilities. I'll spare you the details on what that involves. Suffice it to say, the living body you have always taken for granted as your father is actually more of a reanimated corpse with a soul inside. As for Rukia's Jigai, it was developed here, but not under my purview, Kisuke said. The 12th Division invented false bodies and thus they were in charge of manufacturing them for any Shinigami who came calling. Her special Jigai provided by me was listed as destroyed following her arrest. The boy didn't move in his seat. He just glared at Urahara as though judging the veracity of his words. Clearly he intended to ask next about whether Rukia's Jigai had undergone any modifications without her knowledge. And in truth there was good reason to suspect as such under the circumstances. Right now Urahara himself couldn't determine one way or another as to whether Mayuri might have set out to do that very thing, much less why he would have done so in the first place. In fact he had just been about to carry out another reanimation procedure on the person in question when this scowling firebrand came barging in and started poking his accusatory nose everywhere. Although, if given the proper prodding. When it came time for her to return to the mortal realm after our little encounter with Ulquiorra Schiffer and his pet rock, she requested and received a custom Jigai constructed by the R&D department. The whole thing happened under Mayuri's tenure well before I ever made it back across the divide. So if you have any questions, you'd best talk to him. A slight twitch on Ichigo's part did not go unnoticed. It wasn't difficult to guess what he thought of that suggestion. I'll just ask the people who worked on it. Who were they? According to my records. He pretended to look up some information on a screen that was clearly blank before swiveling around with a bland smile. Mayuri Kurotsuki. The look of impending murder that descended on Ichigo's face would have been funny if aimed at someone else. Is there some way? He bit out, to learn what he might have done. I'm glad you asked. As a matter of fact, 20 minutes later saw them in a sub-laboratory of the sprawling complex. Ichigo looked around the huge room while he waited. Tiny dolls that resembled Mayuri Kurotsuki hustled about doing odd cleaning. Okay, all set. Right this way, Kurosaka-san. Your table is ready. A distinct sense of trepidation descended on him which he tried to ignore. Ichigo approached the setup Kisuke had been puzzling over since they got here. His annoyingly audible comments of, "Whoops. That would have been bad. And, I wonder if he'd notice if I, nah, better not," had been grating on the voluntary guinea pig's nerves for a while. He was glad that the procedure appeared to be ready. Although Ichigo did have to admit he doubted his sanity at agreeing to something like this. Perhaps the revelations of the past few months had done more harm to his judgment than originally thought. Even his little sisters had been affected negatively by his actions, making him feel more guilty than ever. "I still can't believe I'm doing this." The apparatus didn't appear complicated. There was a surgical bed he was meant to lie on. Beside this stood Kisuke Urahara holding a metal cap with jagged spikes sticking out of it. It looked like a morning star that had been cut in half. He dimly recalled seeing something like that before, and realized it was similar to what Mayuri wore back during the Autumn War when he showed up in Rukia's old Jigai. Those memories were too disturbing to linger upon, so he didn't. Wires had been strung from the spikes on the helmet to connect with a ring of metal rods at the center of which was the late Mayuri Kurotsuki himself. Ishida had related to him what fate befell the former 12th Division captain during the war, but this was his first time seeing it in person. All that remained of Mayuri was a giant green stalactite the color of chrysoprase. Supposedly he remained alive despite all appearances to the contrary. Urahara had been insistent that he not try and touch it while they were getting things ready. Ichigo simply remarked that he would never have touched the guy while he was alive. Why would he do so when he was, mostly dead? Kisuke patted the raised platform vigorously. "Have a seat, my daring young explorer." He obeyed, though not without caution. "Why the hell did I ever agree to do this? Should I ask him if he has any suggestions for you on how to break him loose while I'm in there?" "If you like." The spiritual huckster managed to sound utterly disinterested at the idea of receiving Mayuri's input. Big surprise. Those two would sooner tear their own throats out than admit they needed help from one another. "It's not too late to change your mind, you know." When Ichigo looked up, it was somewhat surprising to find Urahara regarding him with calm scrutiny, eyes alert to any sign that there might be a change of heart on his part. This more than anything served to cement Ichigo's resolve. "Let's just get it over with." "Very well." With that he placed the helmet on Ichigo's head and tied a strap beneath his chin. As he set about making some last-minute adjustments to the contraption, that easygoing voice continued in its lecture. "As I said, there's a good deal of danger involved. Even if he wasn't currently operating under the influence of several lifetimes' worth of devastation, I've no doubt Mayuri has safeguards in place to prevent intrusion into his mind. Which is why we never tried this procedure before. The precautions we've taken should keep you from falling into the feedback loop that's kept him shut down all this time. If there's any trace of his consciousness left in there, it'll be up to you to find it. Remember, we still don't know how his condition works. There's a very real chance that even with the firewalls installed you might be overwhelmed by the pain loop the moment you enter. Should that happen, Nimue will break the connection without fail." He indicated over to where his impassive lieutenant stood patiently waiting for the procedure to begin. Ichigo rather wished he had a guardian angel in his corner who didn't look like she couldn't care less whether he lived or died. But that was probably the least troublesome part of this endeavor. "What's the worst that could happen?" he asked, half joking and half curious. "Worst case scenario? Your mind will become trapped in there with him and we'll never be able to get it out. Meaning you'll be prison torture cell buddies with Mayuri Kurotsuka forever." "I think I see why nobody volunteered for this procedure before," Kurosaki groused with a straight face. "Very low chance of that happening. Try not to think about it too much." His work complete, Urahara took a step back and stood with hands on his hips studying this latest experiment and the person attached to it. He passed an arm across his brow, sighed, glanced all around, and then finally looked at Ichigo and said, "All cards on the table, kid. If worse comes to worst, I will go in there myself to bring you back, even if it means I get left behind. So just relax and do your best to wow us like you always do." This quiet admission, part reassurance and part encouragement, was so surprising the Shinigami substitute found himself at a loss how to respond. At last he settled on, "Thanks. What, you think I plan to be around to explain to Rukia, your dad, and your Yuaki why I let you get mind wiped? Not on your life, young man." Eternal pain beats that scenario hands down. While you're in there, try and impress on Mayuri that I'm doing everything reasonable to fix his little affliction and he should hold out as best he can. He then held up a small rectangular remote. We're all set. Let me know when you're ready. Swallowing down the taste of bile roiling in his throat, Ichigo declared, do it. Okay. And Urahara pushed the button. Remember, don't trust anything you find in there. I wonder if I'll feel any. Ichigo gazed about slowly. A path stretched below his feet, very narrow, wide enough only to allow one person just barely. It looked to be made of a soft white light. Where am I? How did I get here? Everything's fuzzy. All about loomed the most impenetrable gray fog imaginable. But not empty. For falling softly through this swirling abyss there came giant crystalline snowflakes. At least this was the first comparison that came to mind. They were beautiful, turning round and around as they drifted downwards until becoming lost to view. Each was huge, bigger than himself. They seemed to emit a tingling note at intervals, like wind chimes clinking in a faint breeze ever so gently. It was quite peaceful standing here just listening to those glimmering glass artworks. Each had its own tune which they traded off to one another in a round robin of soothing litanies. Any thought of continuing onward was swept away, and Ichigo continued to stare in total peace at this display. All worries and fears which beset him until now had grown vague and unquantifiable. Far better to stay right here and marvel at this wonderland. While he watched one of the crystal stars drift close to his position, an urge to reach out and touch it came upon him. Ichigo lifted a hand to act upon this compulsion. On the verge of doing so, he stopped. The snowflake turned towards him, and he could have sworn it smiled. It was so very realistic. For just a moment facets and pains lined up to resemble a terrible grin, full of unrestrained glee and eagerness at the prospect of their touching. He had no idea what it truly meant. But right then Ichigo knew for a fact that these things meant him harm. Shaken by this realization, he pulled his hand back. The construct went drifting by to disappear into the bottomless void below this position. Now trembling from the presence of peril, the adventurer continued down the glowing path, trying to ignore the musical entreaties slyly demanding attention. After a while when he looked back they were nowhere to be found. This place is a threat to everyone who approaches it. Was all this entirely in the mind? If that were the case things appeared bleak. While he no doubt had the edge in terms of spiritual strength, Mayuri had him severely outclassed in terms of mental firepower. What am I supposed to do about it? Of a sudden the gloomy shroud went away to be replaced by a red swarming morass of sluggish plasma. In some strange way it almost seemed to be transparent. Purple lightning crackled off in the distance, and he could faintly hear thunder accompanying it, which made his ears tingle unpleasantly. He could have sworn there was a smell like blood in his nose. This crimson dystopia started to press in on him from all sides, and the path grew even more narrow. Ichigo found himself unable to take another step and had to resort to inching along with his body turned to one side along the tightrope down which he struggled. Staring at the shifting turmoil a few inches from his nose made him dizzy. Feeling as though he was about to fall off, Ichigo desperately dropped down and grabbed onto the pathway with both arms and legs wrapped around it. Now that his perspective had changed he found this reminded him of the ropes they used to climb in gym class, the ones that stretched all the way to the ceiling. A person could get killed if they got high enough and fell. Why would anyone allow something so dangerous to be made available to children? It was like they wanted a few to drop. A noise came from below, building steadily. Upon looking down he was greeted by the sight of a rising crimson cataract traveling up the line he clung to. This frothing mass rose like foam in a shaken soda bottle towards his position. I've got to climb. The hellish geyser was drawing closer by the second. Now it was as if he could see himself from a great distance, a tiny figure clutching his dwindling lifeline as that roaring cataclysm closed in on all sides to consume him. There was no way out. Wait. Didn't Urahara say not to trust anything? This looks bad on the surface. But if I let go, it could be I'll break the rules. Let go, hands. I'm ordering you to release your grip on the rope. I won't drop. You'll see. It's all part of my plan. What the hell am I thinking? If I can't trust anything, then how do I know what's going on? Maybe I should start over. Hey! He shouted into the ear-splitting tumult. I think I messed up. Can I try again? The world went still. It was as though someone was considering his request. Dangling like a worm on a hook, Ichigo remained in this frozen environment with an odd sense of equanimity. Whatever happens, happens. He looked up to find an outstretched hand reaching towards him from a fountain of starlight above. It offered refuge. And so he accepted. Darkness fell. The light line vanished in a burst of sparkles. And once more, he stood on what felt like solid ground, though nothing as such presented itself. Well, this is a bit syrupy .. The intrepid explorer tensed. Syrupy? No, that isn't right. I meant, such a common word, but it eludes me. How very surprising. There we go .. Who's there? An obvious answer occurred to him, so he tried it out. Mayuri. Who, .. So much for that, then. He was starting to grow worried. I'm looking for Mayuri Kurotsuki. Are you him? Me? Goodness, no. Or maybe .. Maybe. Definitely not. No, you see, I'm an independent simulacrum designed to protect the master in case of mental invasion. Since I don't operate on the same psycho-spiritual wavelength as him, I'm exempt from the current predicament which has rendered the master non-compos mentis. He actually uses me to hollow out a little cubbyhole to take refuge in now and then. I'm handy that way. A drowning man will grab hold of anything close at hand to save himself, .. Though he looked all around, Ichigo found no sign of whoever might be speaking. The darkness went on without end. What do I call you? Call me Bob. Bob Nagasaki .. Really? No. Call me Obit .. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you. Obit. Nice to meet you too, intruder .. The facetious way it said that made his skin tingle, in a strictly abstract sense. Obit, wait, I'm not here to. Don't interrupt. Now, let me see, .. There came the strangest impression of someone pacing back and forth in thought. Before I could take action last time, the previous intruder brought a great big mess of that's terminal agony to you, which rendered any contribution I might make null and void. Everyone has limits, after all, and the master didn't take something like that into account when he fashioned me. But don't tell him that. He's touchy about making mistakes. Honestly, for some people it's like the slightest misstep and they let it ruin their whole day. Anybody else and I'd call it a weakness of character. For him, it's a topic of conversation at parties .. Okay. I should have guessed that anything associated with Mayuri's brain would be nuts. Ichigo decided to try a more conciliatory tact. Obit, if you give me a chance, I'd like to try and convince you that I'm not here to hurt your master. I just want to talk to him about something. Who's calling, please, .. Huh. Sai, give me your name, sport .. Oh, it's Ichigo Kurosaki. Got it. Here we go, Kurosaki Ichigo, .. A sudden blast of frigid air forced him to raise his arms to shield himself. His hair ruffled, black robes whipping with the sound of a clothesline in a gale. Squinting against this unpleasant assault, he cracked his eyes open. The point of a sword leapt towards his face, and Ichigo sprang back with a startled shout. When he landed, it was to find he was holding his own Zanpakuto in both hands. When did that happen? You with me, old man Zanjitsu? An answer was not forthcoming, which left him even more confused. No time to explain as the enemy came charging forward once again. He raised his weapon to block the assault, and in that time, got his first good look at his attacker. Rukia. It looked like her, no doubt about it. She was dressed exactly like the first time he met her, in the Shinigami uniform considered outdated even by the current standards of Soul Society. Sode no Shirayuki shone in her grip. The white ribbon sprouting from its hilt waved around her as though with a life of its own. Before he could question further, the Kukaki princess shot towards him. She aimed a cut towards his legs, forcing him to hastily twist Zanjitsu point down at an awkward angle. The white saber rebounded with less force than expected. A feint, he realized too late as the woman in black pirouetted past him on the other side, sword licking out to slice into the back of his knee on her way past. Slash not bad. She a friend of yours, backslash. There was nothing imaginary or dreamlike about the pain that followed. When Kurosaka swept around it was to find droplets of blood spattered at his feet, lending a gory semblance of structure to this otherwise featureless dimension at last. The Rukia lookalike stood a few paces off with Zanpakuto pulled back at shoulder level as though preparing to thrust it through his heart. Her face held that look of narrow-eyed determination she normally wore when engaging with a deadly foe. It was so incredibly similar to the real thing he caught himself about to shout her name in hopes of putting a stop to this before anyone could get hurt. But that can't be. I'm not fooled, Obit, he growled, taking a firmer grip on Zanjitsu's hilt. Slash no? Well, that's hardly the point, my good man. I'm preset to retaliate against specified individuals with countermeasures that will prove hardest for them to deal with. In your case, that seems to be the young lady backslash. While the lips didn't move, her body did, racing forward and taking a running leap to come dropping from on high with blade at the ready. Despite his injured leg, Ichigo chose to meet the attack in kind. He crouched low and rocketed skyward. It's not real, he told himself as they flew at one another. Rukia is safe and sound. This isn't her. So just get a grip and do what you have to. Ichigo took advantage of his soul cutter's greater reach and lashed out quick as a cat. This time the blades connected solidly, knocking her smaller weapon aside. Taking a cue from their past encounter, he twisted in midair, bringing Zanjitsu around in a swooping arc that would cut her in half at the waist and you'll hurt the baby. A flash of instinctive panic saw him check his swing at the last second, yanking back so hard he overbalanced to go spinning round and around. For a moment he panicked. Where's the floor? Ichigo got his answer a moment later when he smacked right into it. Cursing, he spun around on his back with huge blade raised like a shield down his body. Not a moment too soon, as the tip of Sode no Shirayuki slammed into his warding weapon to remain quivering there. For just a second he could have sworn the false Rukia glowered in annoyance at him. Then her mouth opened. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. At first his only thought was, sounds just like her. Beneath them there grew a circle of white that swiftly encompassed the pair. Cold shot through Ichigo's form. His eyes flew wide at the realization of what was about to happen. A dozen Kido spells flashed through his mind, but in his frazzled state he couldn't choose between attack or defense. Everything around him blazed with a cold luminescence that became a column ascending heavenward. Wait a sec. Why not just Bankai? There followed a roar. The smooth pillar of Rukia's first dance exploded from within at its base, toppling and cracking in the very moment of its formation. She herself came sliding out of the mist, a yellow shield on one arm vanishing as she did. Meanwhile the icy mist dissipated with one slash of Tensei Zanjitsu, leaving a glowering Ichigo now dressed in the cloak of his final release and ready for action. Can't believe it took me that long to remember this, he grunted. Apparently however this place worked you could still call on Bankai. Good to know. Oh, so that's how it's going to be, then. Well, if you're upping the ante, how about this, backslash? Rukia's chin rose. Frosty eyes dripping with regality, she leveled a look of utter condescension at him as she spoke. Bankai. Ichigo gaped. No way. A puff of frost emerged as her lips formed the words. Tsukiyomi Toketsu. Quick as a flash the whip-long ribbon on the white sword's hilt wound around her frame from shoulders to feet. At the same time Sode no Shirayuki itself shattered into sparkling ice crystals which were then absorbed into her dress. The fabric glowed white as the moon, standing out against their midnight surroundings so brightly it almost hurt to look at her. When it died down Rukia was now clad in a supremely elegant Shiromoku bridal kimono, only with a spreading train in the Hikifurusode style hiding her feet, tied by a sash around the waist with sleeves that hung clear to the floor. The whole thing was completely white. There were no designs to be seen upon the garment, but all the same tiny rainbow lights glittered around the edge of her body, limning the newly formed Winter Maiden in an aura of twinkling stars. Whoa, the teen breathed, dumbfounded. He couldn't help himself. At this Rukia flung her head back and threw her arms to either side. Instantly both sleeves billowed out wider than ever, and bolts of white silk came spilling forth in every direction, trailing lengths of the samite substance behind them. These rolls then curved upwards on their paths and went soaring out of sight above them. When the shining maiden dropped her arms, the silken banners detached to remain hanging in a profusion of white pillars. Standing in a copse of lonely flags, she raised one forearm slowly before her face until only those malicious purple eyes were visible. It was as if she were fairly daring him to set foot into this domain. The frozen moon bride beckoned to her potential groom. When nothing else happened, Ichigo regained his composure. "Knock it off!" he shouted angrily to the darkness. "You're cheating, Obit. Who said anything about rules? My only purpose is to defend the master's mental sanctity. Your perception of fair play doesn't count for diddly squat in my book /. But," he sputtered indignantly, "this doesn't make sense. Rukia doesn't have a Bankai. FYI, turns out the master conducted a study of the young lady's powers for whatever reason, and he developed a working theory about what her Bankai might look like if she ever achieved it. Since she's your Achilles heel, I get access to all that information. Lucky thing, because between you and me, I'm not that creative. And judging by the way you're shaking, it's super effective /." Furious at himself and what this madman's brain had concocted, Ichigo sought a solution to this latest obstacle. A cautious attempt at walking around the outpost proved fruitless. No matter which way he went, that grove of silk remained firmly in his path. With no other options available, he strode resolutely forward. Upon his approach, the previously inert banners suddenly billowed without sound or wind. For a moment he lost sight of the maiden bride at their center, and in that instant she seemed to vanish. He studied the twisting maze of fabric for some sign of her presence, only to come up empty. I don't know what the deal is, but with Mayuri involved, sure bet it's dangerous. Still, the whole thing seems to be stationary. You have to actually go inside. And with my Bankai activated, I should be fast enough to make it through before this death trap can go off. He glanced down at his black sword. Sure would be nice to have Zanjutsu here to tell me if I'm being stupid. Guess it's up to me to find that out for myself. Could launch a Getsuga Tensho to help clear the way, but, no. Before he could deliberate further on the reasons behind that last decision, Ichigo activated his Bankai's special ability and took off at impossible speeds. To his relief, the silken drapes now looked to be frozen in place, relatively speaking. Good. That should make things easier. With renewed confidence he entered the false Rukia's Bankai. Dodging the shrouds proved easy. There was plenty of room to slip between them no matter what shapes they had flipped and twisted themselves into. All the same, Ichigo made sure to keep as far away as possible. He didn't want to learn what touching any of these things might precipitate. For a while it seemed like smooth sailing. No traps arose to bar him as one might expect. Glancing around at the blank lifeless tapestries made him frown. Is this really all the thought Mayuri put into her Bankai? Seems like a dud to me. There was no sign of the false Rukia either, for which he felt uncomfortably grateful. The thought of attacking something that so closely resembled his girlfriend was deeply disturbing. It reminded him of his fight with Grand Fisher so long ago and the craven tactics that Vermin had deployed to save itself over 50 years of infamy. Come to think of it, whatever became of him? He never showed up again. Gotta remember to ask when I get back. Hang on. Shouldn't I be clear of this place by now? Ichigo inspected his surroundings as he sped forward. It dawned on him that he had been running for a little while, yet he still hadn't reached the edge. The Bankai hadn't seemed that big from outside. So why am I still in here? Choosing a slightly more secluded spot, he came to a halt, keeping careful track of the breezy banners now blowing on all sides. A peek over his shoulder only showed more pale scarves in his wake. They didn't even go that far back. It looked like he could return to his previous position in just a few seconds. As he pondered the best route, an intangible gust sent one bolt of silk flapping forwards. On instinct he lashed out with his weapon and cut the flimsy stuff in half before it could touch him. The severed end drifted dispiritedly down and pooled near his feet before disappearing in a puff of frost. Frowning, Ichigo regarded it with suspicion. A chill had settled in his heart. Taking up the gauntlet again, the resolute trailblazer sprang forth in a random direction. Yet no matter how he dodged and spun, nothing resembling the border of this place presented itself. For a while it felt like he might be running in circles. Upon pausing to catch his breath, more of the questing white blankets drifted towards him, and he slashed them apart almost contemptuously. Maybe I'm supposed to get bored and quit. As he cut through another banner, Ichigo felt a shiver travel up his spine, which he dismissed immediately afterwards. Time to try something new. He promptly called out, "Hado number 31, Shakuho." In response, a glob of crimson fire burst from his palm to impact against a swirling wisp of silk. It caught fire immediately, burning a hole through the center. This was the strongest Kido spell he currently could lay claim to knowing, and that mainly because it had been a point of pride to beat Renji at something. Being a relatively straightforward enchantment, he had to admit it came more easily to him than some of the complicated stuff. Still seemed to get the job done this time. Just as he was about to repeat the process, however, the flames eating out the fluttering Bankai dwindled and vanished a moment later. To his disbelief, the tapestry then reformed whole right before his eyes. So taken aback was he by this development that Ichigo failed to notice another white tendril approaching him from behind. It ghosted in gently to brush against his back. And when it did, the banner vanished. At the same time he shuddered from a sudden feeling of cold. Oh! Now Ichigo picked up the pace as he flash-stepped through the moonlight grove. That icy sensation hadn't diminished despite how fast he was moving. A suspicion was growing inside him. In a blatant act of self-destructive behavior, he reached out to grasp one of the shrouds as he sped by. It burst into frozen sparkles the moment he touched it, and in doing so, the racing Shinigami substitute found he could no longer feel his fingers. Tucking them under his armpit didn't help in the slightest. A stupid move? Absolutely. But it was worth it. At least I hope so. The implications were starting to become clear. This Bankai wasn't like any other he had ever known. Most were designed to enable a one-shot kill against the target should the wielder so desire. Since a second release of one's Zanpakuto ate up spirit energy at a furious rate, it only made sense that it be capable of an assault which would end a battle quickly and effectively. Not this one. It's cumulative. Ichigo felt his heart labor from fear as more unassuming avenues of silk presented themselves with no available egress. He felt certain of his conclusion. The whole place was a head game. You see the dinky little sheets like laundry draped over a clothesline and think you can just barge in and blow it all away in a second. But if you touch any of them, whether with a weapon or your own body, it starts to build up inside you a little bit with every one. Just like being outdoors when it's really cold and you don't have that much on. At first you don't notice it much. You figure you can tough it out for a while before there's anything to be concerned about. Only after a bit, you notice you can't feel your toes anymore. And your ears are starting to hurt from how frigid it is. The whole time the situation's getting worse little by little, until you reach the point where you either get indoors or you're gonna die. That's what this thing does. It's not meant to blow you away. Instead it seeps in ever so gradually while you still think you're hot stuff. Something like this couldn't be a threat to big mean hollows or captain level guys with Bankai like me. Only that's exactly who it's designed to kill. Macho jerks full of themselves who can't see the forest for the trees. A pretty box with a white ribbon around it inviting you to come inside. Idiots check in, but they don't check out. What to do? Hado spells were no use, they just used up even more of your energy without doing any real damage. The best solution was to get out of the perimeter. Except it didn't allow you to do that. So what's left? Go straight to the source. And cut it off. After a moment to gather his bearings, the shivering teen sped in pursuit of his quarry. Somewhere in here the false Rukia lay hidden. If he found her and took her out, the Bankai would end. No way to tell if this was a truly limitless space or if it really did keep turning him around in circles. At the moment, however, there didn't seem much difference. In his grasp Tensou Zanjutsu flickered for a moment, briefly turning back into the larger Shikai form of Zanjutsu before settling into its compact black katana. A sure sign his strength was starting to fade. If my Bankai runs out, I won't be able to dodge the drapes so easily. That's when my problems start to snowball. No pun intended. Come on. Give me a sign. Something, anything to tell me where she might be. Everywhere he looked there was only pitch-black night barred in bands of waving white. He recklessly tried to squeeze into a narrow gap between two banners and misjudged the distance, winding up touching both of them as a result. Doing so caused his limbs to shake. Not good. Wish I knew a spell that could safeguard me, but the ones offering full body protection are the high-level kind we hadn't got around to yet. Gotta make sure to ask Naneo to step up the lessons when I get back. Or I'll just stay lost in here, with no idea where to go or what to do until I die and Mayuri eats my brain like ice cream. I need an edge. Think, Ichigo, think. He remembered something then. Or rather, half remembered. They had gone over this one during training to help him find his way. It was somewhat advanced for his stage, but Sensei figured the sheer usefulness made it worth learning early. How did it go? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee? No, that's not it. Something about wind. Seeing all these flags flapping in the non-existent breeze is what got me thinking about that in the first place. So start from the beginning. Cardinal directions. We made up a little dance to help me recall. All of a sudden Ichigo stopped running and dropped low to kneel on the ground. Immediately 3 silk specters drifted over to alight upon him before vanishing, but he made no move to avoid them. Instead he clapped a hand to his heart, then immediately came up to point at his eye, followed by off to the left, after which he stuck a foot in the opposite direction. Yeah, got it. That's an awfully cheerful routine considering your situation .. Ichigo ignored Obit's taunts. Instead he released Tensou Zanjutsu and bent forward to place both hands palm down against what counted for the ground. Heart of the South, Eye of the North. Flash in the pants, bats in the belfry. Are we making up jump rope jingles, .. Finger of the West, foot of the East. More of the surrounding Bankai reached in and caressed him with deceptively soft fingers, leaving the anxious spellcaster fearing his chattering teeth might ruin the incantation. Yet he pressed on. Arrive with the wind and depart with the rain. Bakudo number 58, Summon of the Tracking Sparrows. Before him there blazed a golden diamond split into 4 quadrants. A beam of yellow light shot from each tip in the cardinal directions. To his dismay, however, no indication of where to proceed appeared. /OOO, tough luck, sport. Try again for a kopeck, .. The gusting sheets tickled his feet, his ribs, and with every touch he could feel their icy power growing more prevalent throughout him. Did I say it wrong? Was it rain first and then wind? No, I'm sure I got it right. Should I try again? Maybe if I concede defeat Obit will let me through. Could that be the answer? The one nobody would expect? That might just be what a loon like Mayuri would come up with. Still, doesn't sound right for some reason. Not cruel enough, maybe. So where does that leave me? Ichigo breathed in deeply, and was dismayed to see it come out as visible mist. His throat began to feel raw as though subjected to sub-zero temperatures. He looked up to find the sinuous silken dancers closing in from every angle. Haven't I seen something like this before? Or not quite seen, more felt. Yeah. Back when this whole mess started, shortly after I first met Rukia. I learned how to sense souls, even did it on my first try, but since then there wasn't much of a need for it. We had devices to track hollows, or they were just so strong even I couldn't help noticing them. It was like they were ribbons or threads of spiritual energy that one could reach out and touch to follow them to their source. Just like the ones around me now. Riraku, Ishida called them. A Shinigami's is red. I remember him saying so. More and more of the lethal fabric whisked forth to impart their deadly curse into his blood. He couldn't move, yet at the same time shook as though afflicted with palsy. His heartbeat sounded slow and dull. Ichigo closed his eyes. I'm in a world of darkness anyway, what does it matter? Like this he could still feel the deadly scarves touch, and thus the directions they came from. Reaching out blindly he caught hold of an approaching strand. It dissipated almost instantly, but in doing so he managed to get a brief feel for its energy. He could also sense the ones moving in to take their turn. A whole crowd. But one of them must not be coming nearer, right? The root of all this. That's the one she's hidden behind, sending out the rest. Waiting till it's time to emerge and finish me. So if I can locate that. For just a second, between one breath and the next, it seemed like he was running again, fast, just as Yuruki had taught him during their training together. He traveled along the web of spiritual energy in which he was ensnared, inspecting every strand in turn. They might look separate on the outside, but each is drawn from the center. Where's the linchpin holding it all together? A great distance from where he knelt, or maybe close enough to touch, one of the silk tapestries fluttered red as blood on snow. At that, Ichigo snapped upright, snatching Zanjutsu as he did. With all his strength he whipped the ebon blade back and then hurled it like a javelin at a spot barely remembered. The opaque missile sliced through any number of pale strands in doing so, allowing him to feel every one adding their burden to his approaching death shroud. It had grown so cold, and he could feel himself collapsing backwards. Just lie down and let it take you. There came a sound, like a slight exclamation from someone being punched in the stomach. When this happened, every single white banner began to slide listlessly downwards in rippling waterfalls of silk. Soon they were only piles of pale cloth lying strewn all about Ichigo's body. Doing so revealed the moon bride standing a ways off, a black sword thrust deep into her stomach. She looked down at it with a certain measure of surprise before crumpling soundlessly to the floor with the slow elegance of her own banners. Nice shot / Drop dead, he managed to whisper back through frigid lips. Join me by the fire, then. You look as though you might benefit from it. Ichigo sat up to find Mayuri Kuratsuka sitting in an armchair across from him. The demented scientist was puffing on a pipe and grinning ear to ear. I imagine we have a lot to discuss. Urahara approached the monitor stand. What's the status? Nimue remained absorbed in tapping out commands depending on the readout before her. Mental strife has lessened noticeably in the past few seconds. It is possible that contact has been established, though whether it be with Mayuri-sama or no is something I cannot speak to with any degree of assurance. Huh. Could it actually have worked? That's quite a surprise. A snort of disgust came from off to one side, and Kisuke looked over with one eyebrow raised. Something on your mind, my dear? Hiyori Saragaki glared at him from her place leaning against a wall. This your way of killing two birds with one stone? I'm sure I don't know what you might be accusing me of, he responded unctuously. Seems she remained upset at being asked to hide when Ichigo came calling. The situation is well in hand. I'll bet. The rough-and-tumble Vazard rolled her shoulders and rubbed the back of her neck vigorously. That kid's been your flunky since day one. Everything he does comes kissed with your seal of approval first. Is that all we were to you? Pawns to get back at Aizen. That hurts. Leaving Nimue to her task, Urahara walked over until he stood face to face with his old second seat. She bristled at his approach, exhibiting a wariness that caused him more distress than she would ever know or believe. We're in this mess together. I've made choices and sacrifices more times than I care to recollect since it started. But never once did I do so under the impression that somebody acting on my authority had to die. Except your precious Lady Shihoan. And the little Kukaki girl. I didn't know for sure Rukia would be killed. And Yuruki was ready to die for her loved ones. Thankfully it turned out to be unnecessary in the end. No thanks to you, boy. The jab from Benihime left him angry, which he had to push aside before continuing. Any chance you might cut me some slack, Hiyori? I'm not playing the ringmaster nowadays. This little science fair is as safe as I can make it, at the cost of potential success, I might add. Oh, please, she scoffed. Ichigo would have gone charging in there even with a bomb strapped to his head. He doesn't worry about dying. Thinks he's invincible, even more than your average teenager. Growing more subdued, the Vazard studied him for a time, then asked the question he had been waiting for. Did you arrange for the kid to find out one of us was a traitor? No. But you made certain he came straight to us afterwards, right? No. Now it was Kisuke's turn to pose a long-withheld query. Did you already know? They stared at each other. In the end, it was she who looked away. Just a hunch. A feeling, you know? Maybe all of us suspected. At the time we weren't thinking straight. Seeing Haki dead. The snaggle-toothed gamin tucked her hands tightly into her armpits, as if to forestall herself from losing control again. Our bad sides took over. After we all calmed down, everyone assumed Grimjoe killed Haki because he was in the vicinity when it happened and he had the power to pull it off. Makes sense on its face. Urahara tried to offer sympathy. The dirty look she gave back showed how far that effort went. Thing is, nobody saw him do it. And Haki. I know it's messed up to say it, but he died too clean. One cut across the throat. No signs of a struggle, or that he tried to defend himself. It was like somebody walked up and popped him while he just stood there. Narrow eyes rose to watch Kisuk, and the captain swore he saw them flash from yellow to brown and back again. It didn't feel right. The sight of her hollow side made his senses tingle with the prospect of danger. Should we learn anything relevant on the topic, rest assured I won't hesitate to share the intel with you. Just promise you'll keep your natural urges in check till then. Wouldn't want to see you arrested. I can confirm firsthand the maggot's nest has lost none of its charm. Tell it to my hollow, dickweed. She moved past him to study the insensate human lying on the slab. His scholar's heart quickened as a line of conversation presented itself. While his short-tempered colleague brooded for a while longer, Kisuk sauntered up to her side. I seem to recall you mentioning that your inner hollow didn't start speaking to you, at least, in what we call words, until over a decade after I used the Hogyaku on you. Hiyori turned an uncharacteristically neutral look on her old boss. Yeah. What about it? Well, since we're comparing notes. His smile was more banal than ever, but the eyes remained sharper than steel. In your professional opinion, did young Master Kurosaka's hollow strike you as unusually well-developed considering it was born only a few months before you met? Her lips twisted distastefully. I didn't really notice while it was choking the life out of me. I see. He went back to studying their guest. Saragaki tugged at her earlobe restlessly but did not choose to continue the conversation. For his part Kisuk Urahara had fallen deep into thought. Rukia Kukaki, who from my examination did not come by Shinigami powers naturally, and Ichigo Kurosaki, whose hollow is markedly more advanced than one might expect. Now that there is exactly the type of thing to catch my attention. I wonder if Mayuri felt the same way? Before he could think further, Nimue looked over her shoulder and stated, "Contact confirmed." The room was dark, lit only by a log fire crackling in the hearth. Pops and snaps lent a soothing atmosphere to this already cozy chamber. A large Persian rug of intricate design was spread out in front of the hearth atop hardwood floorboards. Bookshelves lined the walls stocked with volumes of all kind, but the orange glow of the flames didn't seem to reach far enough to allow their titles to be read. Altogether, it was a very pleasant and tranquil environment. Of note was that there were no doors or windows of any kind. No means of entry whatsoever. So when do the knives come out? Mayuri looked up from relighting his pipe, taking a few experimental puffs. I beg your pardon? Did you say knives? Yeah. Sitting across from him in an identical plush leather armchair before the fireplace, Ichigo managed to look uptight even while holding a full goblet of brandy in one hand. His eyes darted furtively from side to side. Every snap from the fire caused him to flinch. Like, you press a button and everything flips over to reveal surgical apparatus and body bags and all the books become jars filled with organs and stuff. He eyed the brandy like it was cobra venom, then put it carefully down. This is seriously not what I was expecting to find inside your head. Ah. A non-committal nod, and Mayuri went back to smoking without further explanation. The layout was bewildering enough. Add to it the fact that the med doctor looked almost human and you couldn't get farther from comfortable. His skin had color to it instead of white and black body art, his short hair was curly and blue, and he wore a taffeta smoking jacket over imperial yellow silk pajamas with green slippers on his feet. The only recognizable aspect was his eyes, which retained a smoky gold glimmer that almost seemed to shine in the low light. One leg crossed at the knee, Mayuri wagged his slippered foot and blew a long stream of smoke before rising and crossing over to the fire. There he picked up a brass poker. Ichigo tensed in preparation of the blunt implement being turned on him, but the only use Mayuri put it to was the one it traditionally had been designed for. He poked the smoldering logs, causes sparks to shoot up from the crumbling blaze. My dear boy, surely even someone of your cudgel-sharp intellect must have realized by now that there is far more to people than what is displayed on the outside. Look at Aizen Sosuke, for example. Or Retsuya Nohana. More perfect specimens of hidden depths than could ever be asked for. After settling the poker back in its stand, Kurotsuka came back around, top lip curled to expose his prodigious incisors. What we are willing to display of ourselves to society at large speaks volumes in and of itself. Most choose to hide their more distressing qualities in favor of elements deemed sedate or salutatory. Whereas in my case, I elected to proudly display those traits so as to there being no misunderstanding about my intentions. I find it saves time and trouble in the long run not having to field so many questions at every turn. Unwilling to let down his guard, Ichigo watched him carefully. Smoke drifted around Mayuri's head, and for just a second there was a face in the cloud, mouth opening, eyes wide and angry. A wave of the sedate scientist's hand, however, and this illusion was dispersed. I thought you were supposed to be in pain, Ichigo asserted. Did you? Gleaming eyes watched him through a cloud of ash. That's what Ishida told me. He said you were suffering like the damned. Seemed pretty pleased about it. The human looked around them. So what is this place? Not exactly what I envisioned hell would look like. Mayuri followed his gaze. Yes, it is rather picturesque, come to think of it. Allow me to relieve you of your understandable ignorance. What you are currently speaking to is a relatively small biopsy of my consciousness. The rest is out there. He waved vaguely around the windowless chamber, undergoing some very acute karmic backlash. Obit, whom I'm sure you recall, serves the unintended purpose of allowing me respite from an otherwise dreary and unproductive experience. In short, we're undergoing a brief layover until the next round of sheer torture sets in. For a second the room quaked with a low rumble. Some books slid off the shelves, but before Ichigo could get to his feet it had already subsided. You came at a good time, the other occupant mused. Won't be long before I'm once again cast into the fires of eternal suffering. Not long now. The madman grew distracted for a bit, head cocked to one side as though pondering his own impending agony with objective dispassion. His gaze slid back to Ichigo, and a smile tugged at his lips. You're welcome to come along if you're curious. Heaven knows I could use the company. A voice whispered in his ear. When Ichigo looked behind him, he could have sworn someone looked back before dissolving into the shadows outside the circle of firelight. He whipped around to ask Mayuri about this, only to find his abnormally affable host looking in the same direction with a small frown. On catching Ichigo's expression he shrugged. No need for concern. I'm positive Kisuke took every precaution before sending you uninvited into my little thought bubble. First sign of danger and he'll pull the plug in a flash. The boy blanched upon hearing this, causing Kurotsuka to chuckle. Poor choice of words. I didn't mean to imply that my old research partner might have viewed this as an opportunity to rid himself of a distressingly powerful and dangerously uncontrollable variable which would otherwise staunchly resist any effort to terminate its existence. Pray don't let my unworthy insinuations trouble your mind, Kurosaka Bozu. That arrow hit its mark so assuredly it left him wondering just how much of his own thoughts might be open to Mayuri's perusal under these circumstances. Were they sharing more brain space than he was initially led to believe? Because it hadn't escaped his attention that Urahara might have been baiting him into volunteering for this expedition. He said yes partly to determine how far the man could be trusted. I'll make sure to bring that up with him when I get back. Ichigo crossed his arms and glared. Now what do you say we get right to the point? Oh, I am at your disposal. The blue-haired bon vivant raised both arms in theatrical manner and bowed with a facetious smirk. Ask away. I'm curious what impending catastrophe could have compelled you to subject yourself to such a risky and potentially mad endeavor. By all means, let's get this mind rape underway. As Mayuri crossed back to an armchair, Ichigo sought to compose his thoughts. The term mind rape had unsettled him more than anything else so far. Strictly speaking, this did qualify as an unwarranted invasion of another person's sanctity. Combine that with his reason for being here in the first place and you have grounds for a felony charge back home. Did I cross a line without even realizing it? The memory of fighting the fake Rukia got him back on track. Anger built up fast as a result. I owe that shitty experience to this bastard. He's no spotless saint to begin with. It's high time I finally got some answers to the issues in my life. When the other man was seated, Ichigo leaned forward to lock eyes with him. I want to know what you did to Rukia's Jigai. Everything I could think of. He was on his feet before he knew it, mad beyond belief. What the hell does that mean? Ah, me, you are operating under a lot of stress. Mayuri looked him up and down as though he was a disappointing job candidate. One little tug and it all comes apart. Sit down, boy, you couldn't harm me if you tried. That sort of antagonism is far beyond us at this stage. He waved his pipe in admonishment, and reluctantly the irate youth retook his seat. After studying him for a while, the lone inmate in this mental prison clucked his tongue and settled back into the leather-stocked armchair. Another earthquake occurred, and he waited until it subsided. For the sake of expediency, let us put all our cards on the table. I assume something has taken place regarding the Ajausama that has brought you before me? And it pertains to a matter I had a hand in, one which might be considered defective? Substandard? I take offense to any such admonishment of my craft. For your information, I personally oversaw the creation of the faux body put at Lady Rukia's disposal as part of the strike force sent to your dimension prior to the Autumn War. The ex-captain closed his eyes at this point and hummed a long drawn-out note before flinging them open again. Its capabilities were augmented exponentially and power restored in full prior to being handed over. Where precisely do you feel there might be cause for complaint? Ichigo clamped his lips shut and glowered. Upon observing this, Mayuri leaned slowly forward to cross both arms over his upraised knee. He tapped a foot in idle rhythm, head tilting to an angle that looked as though it must have been causing him pain. She's with child, isn't she? Two hands fisted in his robe and hauled Kurotsuka to his feet, where he faced a furious bulging-eyed Ichigo. How? He gasped between clenched teeth, unable to articulate further. In response, Mayuri smiled. You don't hide things very well, boy. And in case you missed the announcement, I happen to be very clever. He reached up and placed his hands over Ichigo's, disengaging them with what seemed very little effort and lowering them to his sides. The anguished youth found himself unable to do anything more, as if the option for further violence simply didn't exist here. Instead, he remained where he stood, and Mayuri strolled past him to lean an arm against the mantelpiece contemplatively. You know, had I been informed of this occurrence at any time prior, I would have wagered that your head had already been separated from your neck courtesy of Byakuya Kukaki's blade. The fact this doesn't seem to be the case leaves me cross at certain shabby treatment I received from him. He hissed out a stream of blue smoke and sucked it back in through his nostrils. Well, no accounting for taste. Tell me, how far along is she? Shut up. A goblet of brandy shattered against the wall near his head. Mayuri dabbed at a few droplets that had struck him as he turned. Ichigo Kurosaka stood a few paces off. Far from appearing furious, however, the boy was crying, sucking unsteady gasps of air and shaking like a leaf. What a mess, the madman complained. That's not in reference to the decor, mind you. I mean, just look at yourself. He flicked a desultory hand at his guest. There you stand, ill-equipped and unprepared, with no idea how to proceed from here on out. Scared out of your mind, I might add. Oh, cease your blubbering. Come, sit down. Surprisingly, he exercised remarkable care escorting Ichigo back to his chair, who offered no resistance. Slump-shouldered with hands held limp between his knees, this once powerful hero now appeared wasted and spent. Mayuri pulled his chair closer until they were only a few feet apart and sat down in it. His voice when he spoke was harsh but firm. Hear me, boy. I'll make this very simple. There were no alterations done to Rukia Kukaki's Jigai I am aware of which would explain her becoming pregnant by a human such as yourself. Whatever answers you need aren't in here. He tapped a meaningful finger against his own cranium. They're in there. His arm shot forth to jab Ichigo lightly in the temple, who flinched and brought a hand up to that spot. Yes, you've wasted enough of everyone's time by now and with precious little to show for it. At just what point in you humans' lives are you expected to stop grabbing onto others when a crisis arises and start working on the problem yourselves? I don't know how to handle this, Ichigo rasped in an uncharacteristic confession. This is huge. I'm just a kid. Exactly. Mayuri tilted his head at another odd angle. A child couldn't find a workable solution to this dilemma. It takes an adult. So that leaves you with only one very obvious course of action: slough off your infantile shell and make way for a new era. Kurosaka blinked, confused. What's that mean? For once the scientist's expression did not appear threatening. Instead it might almost be classified as commiserative. It means it's time for you to grow up, child. Adulthood is no longer measured by graduation from a training academy, or a celebration being thrown in your honor with cake and ice cream. The moment you become a father is when you can no longer cling to the conceit that this world revolves around you. Henceforth you are expected to make personal sacrifices, whether in terms of time, energy, hobbies, sleep, peace of mind, and even your blood if need be. From this point on no demand is too great. Any rewards and happiness you have come to expect will be wrested from your grip, and if you are patient and do not focus on yourself, you will find new treasures that will make the old ones seem like the basest dross. Happiness. Judging by the look on his face, Ichigo seemed unfamiliar with the word. He remembered now that Mayuri himself was a parent, of a sorts. His daughter Nemia was supposedly the result of another experiment on his part. Their relationship might never be called normal, but could it be this madman actually took some pleasure out of fatherhood? Would Mayuri himself have been surprised to find that he cared about his child in a way no test or hypothesis ever suggested? No matter what, I'm going to be a father from now on. Can I possibly do any worse than Mayuri Kurotsuke, of all people? The very thought made him duck his head and groan. Oddly enough, Mayuri too seemed unnerved by that previous admission. His nails scratched the armrests at a frenzied pace, and he squirmed in discomfort, as though beset by an itch he could neither locate nor alleviate. For a moment his head violently snapped from side to side in search of an intruder. Quick as it came the fit had passed. Kurotsuka subsided, leaving him a bit put out but otherwise in control. The captain refilled his pipe and lit it, eyes now resting on the huddled teen before him. As he considered this prospect, another rumble shook the comfortably stocked cubbyhole, longer and louder than before. Mayuri's golden orbs bobbed off to one side as he puffed on his pipe. He studied the flames, which watched him right back. The blaze snapped and crackled in a way that almost sounded like a human voice raised in desperate warning. Smoke curled lazily between his half-parted lips as he listened to it. He sucked his teeth for a while, a slow smile creeping up his face as it ineffectually strove to get the boy's attention. And then he said, "There is another alternative, actually. Would you like to stay here?" Ichigo looked up. What? His self-appointed life coach gave a dismissive wave. In this place, there are no paltry concerns. You can put aside such troubles as you currently labor under for a while. Give yourself time to think. And when you come out, it will be as a man more matured and better equipped to handle these difficulties. I can't do that. Ichigo appeared more wary than troubled now. He had the oddest feeling someone was trying to speak to him, but when he concentrated on it, nothing came clear. This isn't the time for another training session. I've got to get home. Oh, please. You take yourself much too seriously. The witch doctor wore a smile now that made him look eerily familiar, face paint or no. Do you know I have never seen you laugh once? Instinctively he bristled at this comment. So? It's not as if we've known each other very long. A snort of laughter greeted his statement. I have a theory, even if that wasn't the case, it still wouldn't change things. But answer me this, do you know where humor derives from? Out of all the discussions he might have had with Mayuri Kurotsuke, this one had never even remotely presented itself as a possibility. It was flat out weird. Are we really having this conversation? The answer is, suffering. When Ichigo gave him a funny look, Mayuri nodded excitedly. It's true. I've done the research. Think about it, have you ever laughed at someone else's good fortune? Told a joke that had to do with only something pleasant happening? Ever broken out in riotous guffaws upon witnessing benevolence and good works? Of course not. That's because humor is born from misery and pain. It springs forth in response to torment inflicted by the world. Humor is a coping mechanism. Why else would it have evolved in humanity? Not as if laughing out loud helps you be a better hunter. You'd just frighten away the gazelle, or alert a hunting tiger to your presence. In fact, humor might very well be what has permitted mankind to survive in the face of all the horrors evident in opposition to your continued existence. Mayuri leaned forward, face lapsing into a scowl. So now the question becomes this: why do you not laugh when you see the misfortune of others? Ichigo had assumed a well-used frown. Because pain isn't funny. All evidence indicates otherwise. His host crossed his arms in supercilious fashion. The pipe twirled between knobby fingers, leaving loops of smoke drifting behind it. But consider this: watching someone get kicked in the gonads makes children laugh, right up until the point they receive the same treatment. From that moment onwards, whenever they witness the same, now instead of merriment, it only reminds them of the agony they endured, and so they cannot help but commiserate. He settled the pipe on a nightstand beside him. Shared pain renders us less likely to experience humor from the same source. The more you endure, the less you can laugh about it. Which makes for less laughter. So answer me this, Kurosaka Bozu, are you capable of laughing? Before he could respond, without warning Mayuri stood up. Have you felt all the pain that ever existed? The blue-haired doctor took a step forwards, and Ichigo found he could not move. Is there no bit of agony you have not yet experienced? Mayuri approached him. Leaning down, he rested his hands on the unresisting teen's shoulders, staring intently at one another. Those shining golden eyes had gone very wide, and they quivered ever so slightly. Have you ever lived in a world made of pain? His hands began to squeeze. Have you dropped into an existence where every heartbeat, every movement, every breath was an unbounded scream? Those hands slid up to fashion around the boy's throat, and still he did not resist, though his wildly palpitating heart screamed at him that he was in danger again. Where everything you can see attacks your eyes, every sound feels like it's rupturing your skull, and all thought is concentrated on how much ruination is coursing through every scrap of your senses, never subsiding, only growing worse and worse and worse. Until there is nothing left to laugh at. Until. Ichigo gurgled and gasped as those strong fingers cut off his windpipe. Until you come along, Ichigo Kurosaki, Mayuri hissed softly as he choked him. A pathetic, dim-witted, self-absorbed intelligence barely worthy of the name. And that makes me laugh, Kurosaka Bozu. At this he threw back his head and fairly screamed with merriment, an infernal jack in the box. When Mayuri came back down there were tears in his eyes, teeth on display in the biggest smile one could ever see. I find that funny, boy. Absolutely hilarious, even, that you think whatever piddling pinpricks of pain you have experienced in your oh-so-brief and sunny life make you the most woeful soul ever to live. Unable to manage even so much as a chuckle. He thrust his head forward until they were nose to nose. Well, if your life is truly so wretched, I will gladly switch places with you. At this Mayuri's grip became so intense it felt as if his fingers were sliding through flesh and blood to grip his trachea directly. Like he had become a part of Ichigo's body. And maybe he was. Try as he might, for some reason Ichigo simply couldn't fight back. Yes. Doesn't that sound fine? The ghoulish visage hanging before him seemed to flicker, flashing between Mayuri's normal face and the skull-like features he wore in Soul Society and beyond. I'll leave you here to have a nice vacation, and you can finally get to say that there is nothing left to laugh at because you have known all the anguish a person ever could. Just like I have. And while you're so occupied, I will seize the reins of your future. I will become you, accepting upon myself all the travails and torments that seemed so oppressive in your eyes. I will take the Aja-sama for my bride, and she will never know it as me. No one will be able to tell the difference. Not Kisuke, not your family, not even Aizen should we ever meet again. I can play the part of a vapid teenage lout, oh, have no fear of that. Yes, and still make time to engage in my own pursuits. You will accomplish far more that way than could ever have been the case otherwise. I'll give them the security and comfort you were too weak to provide. Ichigo could only manage a strangled wheeze in response. Everything was going dim, as though the fire had burned low. All he could see was Mayuri's gleeful smile and bulging eyes. And another face, hanging behind him. A ghostly, half-formed wraith whose features were contorted in rage. Who is that? Seeing the sudden confusion on Ichigo's reddened features, Mayuri turned his head. He jerked in shock. Monster! With a howl, the phantom flew backwards to impact against the book-lined wall, and as it did, the whole thing shattered like a pane of glass, behind which was revealed the same red storm of lunacy from before. Damn you! Kurotsuka shrieked. A hurricane force gale tore through the room. It ripped books from the shelves and swallowed them into that gaping hole. The chair Mayuri had sat in clattered on its legs before tipping over to go tumbling backwards out of sight. Kurotsuka screamed as the wind lifted him off the ground, holding onto his victim for dear life. While still unable to move, Ichigo felt that whatever was sucking Mayuri back into the hellscape had no effect upon him. It drew more and more of this place into its depths. Now the maniacal philosopher was flapping up and down like a flag in a gale. His fingers slid out from within Ichigo's throat as he snarled in utmost fury. Desperate eyes locked with those of the boy he clung to. "Help me, you fool! You'll never survive this without my aid. If we work together we can." "Like hell!" Ichigo gasped furiously. "Now go back there, Mayuri." For a moment the raging demon held on by only his fingertips. Then that last contact between them tore free, and the tempest seized hold of Mayuri Kurotsuka to pull him screaming and clawing back into the endless nightmare of eternal torment that had become his world. The chair in which he sat rocked violently back and forth before launching after him, taking Ichigo with it. "Something's wrong," Urahara affirmed as he watched the controls. "There are no indications as such." Nimue never left off examining the readout as she spoke. "Exactly. What are the odds nothing has gone tits up? This is Ichigo we're talking about." She seemed to consider this. Mental equilibrium is unusually placid for this advanced stage. Which indicates the possibility of a factor actively affecting the readings to divert our attention. Her captain threw a glance at the other occupant of the room who continued glowering at him. He then leveled a dire look at the motionless green monolith ringed in technology not far off. "Are you trying to play me, Mayuri?" He fingered a similar psychic headgear like the one Ichigo had on. "If nothing's changed in the next 30 seconds, I might just have to go in and..." Right on cue the screen went red and filled up with warnings. "Emergency! Emergency! Get him out of there! Cut the connection!" Urahara ordered immediately. Nimue had already begun to do so. Any suspicions he might have had about her devotion to her father appeared groundless at this point. Loyal though she may be, apparently Kurotsuka's prized creation held a similar work ethic as he did. As such she would not accept failure of this test even if the result might be his reconstitution. In mere moments the stream of consciousness between Kurosaki and Kurotsuka was broken. The warnings disappeared. Kisuke heaved a sigh, then quickly went over to check on his patient. Rukia had already beaten him to it. The kid lay still with eyes closed. "Ichigo." Reaching down she disengaged the helmet carefully. "Can you hear me?" A moment later his lids fluttered open. He peered all around, focusing on the young woman bending over him. "Oh, hey," he murmured. "What are you, buffoon?" And she slapped him. Then before the echo could even die the Kukaki princess bent and wrapped both arms around his neck. She remained that way without moving for a time, until Ichigo gave up on asking questions and just reached out to pull her onto the table with him. They held one another, her cradled against his chest with nary a word being spoken. Urahara watched them for any sign of unpleasantness. He glanced at Nimue. After a few moments carefully analyzing the readings, she turned back and gave an affirmative nod. Apparently her father was neither worse off nor better as a result of this mission. Additionally Ichigo showed no signs of affliction that their instruments might detect. "Oh, well. That makes 62 unsuccessful attempts now. 4 more and I get a free t-shirt." He quietly left the room then. Nimue could deal with anything until his return. Outside he found Hiyori waiting for him. She had slipped away unnoticed when Rukia intruded on their little crime syndicate. "Everything all right?" she asked. "Right as rain," the indefatigable genius grinned. "They're hugging things out as we speak. Care to join in?" He spread both arms wide in open invitation. Her face spoke without words. "You wanna die?" "Huh. It was rather comforting to find they could still joke about things. To his surprise, however, she refused this perfectly good opportunity to smack him, which left Kisuk disappointed. Not that he fancied himself a masochist. Hiyori might be more worried about her hollow side than she let on. His old playmate jerked a thumb over one shoulder. That does it for me. I'm heading out. Take care of the lovebirds. Remember, don't spread the word about Kukaki-chan's condition. It's a sensitive topic. His face grew somber then. The others will want to know where you've been. Sure you don't want me to come along and offer an explanation? Positive. Hiyori turned and stomped off. Besides, I've got a much more believable escort in mind. And he owes me one. Safe journey, my friend. She stopped. The Vazard half turned to offer him a disparaging scowl. Having become more than accustomed to decoding her various grimaces, he took this to mean his well wishes were grudgingly accepted. With that, the ex-lieutenant of this division gave a snort and proceeded on her way. Behind her, Urahara looked around before heading quickly in another direction. He needed to check up with some people, and now was as good a time as any. Time to see if a certain silver-haired psychopath had fresh information he wanted to trade. Ichigo and Rukia walked together side by side through the halls of Ibis headquarters on their way out. It wasn't a total loss, he insisted. I got confirmation that whatever happened, it's not because of the Jigai. From an unscrupulous source who had every reason to withhold the truth, his girlfriend shot back with a haughty sniff. A wasted effort with nothing of substance to show for it. Least I did something, Ichigo muttered while trudging along, for which he only got a snippy humph. Their time spent snuggling had been nice, but after leaving Nimu's workshop with her assurances to report any abnormal findings, good old healthy antagonism wasted no time in rearing its waspish head back in their relationship. Seriously, there wasn't. Oops. Someone bumped into him hard, causing Ichigo to stumble. He caught himself and frowned at the white-clad division flunky who went trundling by wheeling a cart. A very dirty look passed between them before he was forced to hurry to catch up with Rukia. As he did, a pit opened up at his feet. Ichigo lurched out halfway over it, arms windmilling as he strove valiantly to keep from toppling into the breach. Giving a massive jerk, he managed to snap back and fall flat on his butt where he sat panting and unnerved. Where the heck did that come from? Be careful, Kurosaki Ichigo. A girl with pigtails and glasses bent down beside him smiling. You almost stepped right into a dimensional confluence I've been researching. Gotta stay sharp around here if you don't want your immortal essence refashioned across the length and breadth of creation. She giggled in an unwholesome fashion. Why is something like that lying in the middle of a hallway? He demanded of her. Upon noticing that Rukia had continued on her way without even deigning to notice his near brush with transubstantiation, he hopped up and took off in pursuit. Drawing to a walk beside her once again, he looked around nervously. It was only now that he noticed every single individual in sight was giving them the hairy eyeball. Or, to be precise, those menacing looks were directed rather pointedly at him. What did I do to offend these jerks? Not like I helped bring Mayuri back to life. That I could understand them being upset over. Our people, glaring at us. You're imagining things, Rukia shot back. And don't underestimate how cross this little incident has left me. If you wanted an excuse to get yourself off the hook, there are ways to do so without risking your life and sanity. Hey, I never mentioned anything about ducking my responsibilities. This was just me trying to give us both some peace of mind about things we otherwise don't have any explanation for. Can you honestly tell me you don't want to know the truth about how you got? I mean, how we got. I mean. He caught himself from spilling the beans in earshot of any eavesdropping academics. The subject of Rukia's pregnancy still wasn't common knowledge around Seoul society. Still, it wouldn't take much to get rumors flying. Maybe he should talk to Byakuya about how things were proceeding from here? Not like he or his sister told him half of what was really going on anyway. Specifically, whether there was any news about the guy Rukia might be forced to marry. Much as he might have sought to bring the conversation with her around to that uncomfortably sore point, he was somewhat preoccupied fighting off a snarling sharp-toothed slug crab currently attempting to tear his head off. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee Ichigo screamed while thrashing on the ground as this stock-eyed mutant horror the size of a dog snapped fearsome jaws inches away from his face. He wrestled against a multitude of clawed limbs while scooting across the floor with the fleshy crustacean writhing atop him. Hold on a moment. With that, Rukia came over and proceeded to scratch a spot just behind the creature's ostensible neck. Instantly all fight went out of it, and the slug crab left off attempting to decapitate him, instead twisting around to nuzzle playfully at her wrist with an almost canine whine of joy. "Good boy," she affirmed, continuing to scratch it. "Sorry about that, Ajou-sama." A freaky guy with a huge smile and hair that belonged on a certain stooge came trotting over holding a large round sphere. "He must have gotten loose when I wasn't looking. Nobody was hurt, I trust." The balding bag of wrinkles turned closed eyes and bared grin on Ichigo, who recognized what few other people his age could correctly interpret as cold-blooded murder. "We're fine. Just be more careful in the future." Rukia actually picked up the horrible mutation and helped settle it back in the ball, which opened a hole in its side allowing for the return of its contents before closing up again. She looked down at Ichigo, who gazed up at her shuddering and uncertain how to proceed. Apparently the sight met with her approval, for a fond smile made her seem much more approachable. With that she reached down to offer him a hand up which Ichigo accepted. "I think these guys are trying to kill me," he muttered beneath his breath while scraping some rather nasty secretions off the front of his robes. "You're just jumpy from the encounter with Mayuri. Believe me, I know how nerve-wracking a conversation with him can be. I was looking over my shoulder for days after the first time." Squeezing his fingers, Rukia promptly resumed their journey. Ichigo felt somewhat reassured by her words and allowed himself to be led along. Sadly, his girlfriend remained blissfully ignorant to the number of vicious scowls and muttered comments being aimed in their general direction. To one side Ichigo caught sight of a small group of white-robed scientists, among them the amphibious Hyasu and Tiny Rin. To his shock, that androgynous bug-eyed mouse reached up and drew a thumb sharply across his throat, being sure to make eye contact with Ichigo at that moment. A few others offered similar menacing gestures clearly intended for him. It felt like being back in the old 11th Division when they all wanted a piece of him to boast about to Captain Zaraki. "Just what did I do to deserve all this?" "You got the stuff," Hyasu muttered from the corner of his wide mouth after the couple had passed by. "Right here." Rin held up a juice box, unremarkable save for the slight wisps of smoke emerging from its seams. "Good. Once it's done its work, you keep her occupied while I switch em out." The bigger man produced something that resembled a hastily stitched-together Frankenstein version of Ichigo's head. "She'll never know the difference." They exchanged meaningful nods, and slowly set off in pursuit. "Try and take away our Patronus?" "Not likely, you fluorescent meat sock." The six Vazard were lounging about the main cavern when Hiyori came waltzing back in. None of them made a move to approach her, though just the sight of the whole crew acting so casual served to set her nerves on edge. One wrong move, and they might just attack. "Yo, Hiyori." Hirako Shinji dropped the book he had been reading to dangle between his knees. Heavy-lidded eyes and a pronounced frown made his expression anything but welcoming. "Where you been? You had us worried." The captain's voice trailed off and he shot to his feet along with all the rest. From out of the tunnel behind their returned associate emerged Tessai Tsukabishi, head of the Kido Corps and their former partner in exile. He carried a tall staff topped by a large golden pine cone. The towering sorcerer cut an imposing sight swathed in midnight robes of office that marked him as one of the most powerful spellcasters alive. His spectacles gleamed in the firelight as he spoke. "I bid you all greetings. It's been too long." "Tessai-san," Lisa spoke with cautious courtesy. "To what do we owe the visit?" "I agreed to accompany Hiyori-chan back to you after she conversed with Kisuke." He indicated to the frowning girl who stood with arms crossed in front of him. "It afforded me an opportunity to see you all once more. One can get wrapped up in work if they're not careful and forget there are other important things that require tending. Like old friends." He rested the staff against his broad chest, head bowing at the same time. "Before that, I wonder if I might trouble you to pay my respects." "Of course." Rose gestured towards one tunnel. "We all should, really." "Thank you." Tessai set off where indicated. The Vazard took up step behind him, and he led the way down this short route until he came out in a small hollow. There an altar had been set up to their lost colleague, Hachigen Ushoda. A sword lay in its sheath upon the shrine. Upon approaching it, the prime wizard went to his knees. He reached forth and opened the door on the tiny house, where a picture of the departed gazed out at them. Clapping his hands together loudly, Tessai's head sank in prayer as he offered well wishes to the man who had once been his loyal lieutenant. His compatriots followed suit. Those who had not been expecting his arrival knew what it meant. The Kido chief was vouching for Hiyori's absence, which would otherwise have caused deep suspicion. If anyone could be said to be above reproach when it came to Haki's death, it was Tessai. He had grieved openly for his pupil, performing the ceremonies and extirpation of the body back in Soul Society personally. Everyone had been in attendance. While Urahara's word was notoriously untrustworthy and Yoriyuki could charm her way clear, Tsukabishi would never lie when it came to something concerning this. And so Hiyori had an airtight alibi, at least as far as this crew was concerned. There would be no question of her having slunk off to conspire with their enemies. If one of you has anything they would like to tell me. The Vazard tensed at Tessai's quiet words. He did not move or look back at them as he spoke. I beg you, do so now. While we are still friends. None of them spoke. Very well. He began to pray then, a low rumbling benediction that rustled over their skin and caused more than a few to shiver. Yet none dared leave. Whether from respect or fear, the Vazard joined their old ally in keeping the vigil of a murdered colleague. And all the while, they wondered which of them would be the next to die. So anyway, Orium Inu gabbled without need to pause for breath. You know that cell phone novel that everyone was into a few months back? The one about vampires, and the little beggar girl with the red scarf. I never read it. Tatsuki Arisawa shrugged at her friend's image on the phone. No. The sweet-tempered redhead pouted in disappointment. Well, I heard through the grapevine that it's being converted into a visual novel, and then a manga adaptation. Do you think it'll get an anime, even? Oh. I wonder who they'll get to play Rania? I hope it's Fumiko-chan, she has such a nice voice, they really should give her more work and... That's enough. Arisawa tensed. Get rid of her. Listen, Orium, I need to get in another jog before I work out. But afterwards I can stop by and we'll have dinner. Sound good? Oh, okay. Her face got a little bigger, as if she were clutching the handheld closer to herself. Tatsuki-chan. Are you doing well? Her eyebrows rose. Why? It's just, lately, you've been looking. Here Orium hesitated, as if hoping she might offer an explanation, or even the smallest detail. When Tatsuki remained silent, her beautiful gaze drifted off to one side. Well, I guess it's nothing. Maybe we'll talk when you get here. All right. See you in a little bit. Bye. Goodbye. Tatsuki ended the call. She stared at the colorful pane with its friendly bouncing icons and digital assistants asking for her input. The light it gave off illuminated her in the otherwise darkened cavern. As she did, a pair of black arms reached out and drew her back against the living shadow behind her. Let's make this quick, she snapped fiercely, eyes narrowed with anger and revulsion. I've got a dinner date. There was no response. Only the feel of his cold mouth fastening against her throat and the tickle of his teeth as he took his first bite. Every muscle in Tatsuki's body clenched in an effort to resist flinging the loathsome monster off. He had ignored her complaints about the marks of his feeding showing through on her skin, only asking in his dry lifeless voice where specifically she would like him to touch her. The question left Tatsuki so furious she couldn't bring herself to broach the subject again for fear of things growing violent. Instead, the angry young woman resolutely allowed herself to be used as this undead creature's meal, as she had for close to a year now. If this went on for much longer, she wasn't certain what would happen. He couldn't be trusted. She knew that for a fact, even before getting solid proof that he was holding out on her. Ulquiorra hadn't opened up any more about what their relationship involved or whether he expected her to survive it. But she never forgot the reason why she was doing it. Tatsuki held on to this purpose with all her soul. If I'm damned, so be it. As long as it's only me. This is the best way I can think of to protect us if the beast ever gets loose again. I only pray I'm strong enough to handle things right if that should happen. For all our sakes. Especially Ichigo. Ichigo Kurosaka's hollow flung itself back and forth across the slopes of Hueco Mundo. Anyone watching from a distance might have assumed it had lost its mind, or perhaps fought against an invisible opponent. Closer inspection would reveal that it held in its hands a golden thread attached to the hole in its chest, and it was against this the hollow struggled. Kman. The living antithesis of its master cursed. Piece of shit. Despite all its efforts, this super-powerful being could not damage the enchanted line in the slightest. Finally, in frustration, it flopped down to sit panting with arms draped over its upraised knees. Fuck, the hollow muttered. Fuck fuck fuck. For a while it just sat there trembling. A howl sounded in the distance. Ichigo's hollow raised its head. Far away, against a line of hills, there towered several Minos Grande. Their heads twitched and jerked as they watched him. At their feet was another creature. Not as big as a Minos, but large enough to be worthy of notice. They clustered around it like hunting dogs on the leash. The hollow felt the hunt master's eyes upon it, and growled deep in its throat. As if hearing this warning, Sir Nunos and its brood turned and sped off across the wastes to rejoin their fellows in the wild hunt. When it was alone again, Ichigo's hollow settled chin on forearms and stared broodingly at the blasted landscape. I'm not gonna let you fuck it up, it whispered to itself. There was still time. No need to play a trump card. That was always an option, one even that dickbag Vazard wasn't aware of. We'll see just who comes out on top in the end. Isane Katetsu had taken her leave half an hour ago. Yet still Katsura remained in the rock garden long after their discussion. The groundskeepers unobtrusively departed, what servants remained staying out of sight for the sake of their master's privacy. Alone in the blissful silence of his carefully tended domain, Lord Arashi continued to sip his drink. He looked out over the cultivated environment, tended to for generations. As they did so often, his thoughts turned to the past. Having dismissed the healers and attendants, young Katsura lay flat on his back trying not to scream. Lady Isane knew her craft. The ministrations of lesser mages would not be necessary. Whatever damage he would suffer had already been done. With care so as not to pass out, he raised his right arm. No blood showed through the bandages yet. There was something surreal about the way it ended halfway up the forearm. He swore he could feel the fingers move when he tried to flex them, even though nothing was there. The wound throbbed. Feeling feverish, he dropped his ruined limb back to his side to focus on the ceiling. Feeling any better, my lord? Katsura sat upright, perspiring heavily. Who dares? His throat clenched when he saw who it was. Sorry to intrude. Sitting in a corner of the room, the captain poured a drink into a dish. I thought we might have a chance to talk. About what? Jorogamo whispered warnings in his mind, and he confirmed she was close by in a ceremonial stand. It came as no surprise that none of his servants had noticed the intruder enter, or indeed came in response to their presence now. Such a legendary figure went where they pleased. For some reason, though, as life-threatening as it may look on the outside, Katsura felt certain this individual was not here to assassinate him. After a swallow of sake, the white-clad figure sighed. The official report states that only Jushiro witnessed the execution of your sister and her boy. But that's not technically accurate. A lift of the head, and they regarded one another directly. I was also there, in hiding where no one could see. His body had grown weak. Yet the young lord kept himself from collapsing to the cot through sheer willpower. Your information holds little value to me at this stage. You're right. The captain shrugged. No point in us discussing the past. Instead, maybe you'd like to talk about the future. Specifically. And here a new tone crept into that idle voice, one that made Arashi shiver in response. How'd you like to make Yude Shiba pay for what he did? Katsura remained silent. He thought about the proposal, and many factors related to it. His family. His name. His vows and responsibilities. It did not escape notice how this could be a trap. Nor did he allow himself to act impulsively. When he made his choice, Katsura's heart was steady as stone. I will lend an ear to whatever you have to say, Teiku. At this, Kiraku Shunsui lifted the brim of his straw hat and smiled. Outstanding. To be continued. Chapter 16, Rebirth, Ghosts of the Past. Ryokan Ishida did not dream often. However, when he did, they were memorable for their horror. This was the case now. He found himself a child once more, walking through the snow-covered forests of his youth at night. A brand held aloft illuminated the otherwise darkened woods. The bare boughs of trees came into view only to recede behind him. You are not alone. A dog walked at his side. He glanced at it to determine if it had spoken. The point-eared canine looked back without breaking pace. Its eyes were those of a man, yet when its jaws opened only a small woof came out along with misty breath. They continued on. Now mounds of snow were visible on all sides. They were small, like boulders, spread out at random. Ryokan stopped beside one. A part of him wanted to break the icy shell and see what might be inside, yet the monkey on his shoulder poked its head in his face and bared its teeth warningly. You know, it informed him. And he did. Beneath these mounds lay the bodies of the Quincy killed in these woods so long ago. Faintly he could hear their screams echoing across the snowbound landscape as they ran in terror from an enemy that would not die. His family and friends were hunted down here and torn apart by monsters. The white-haired boy did not dare look up for fear of seeing those giant black shadows outlined screaming against the dark gray clouds. They must be waiting for him to make the slightest sound, at which point they would attack. So he kept silent, and slipped through a cemetery of grave markers all around, terrified. While pondering this, the blue bird fluttered down before him. I found it. Follow me, Momotaro. He considered telling it that wasn't his name. Instead Ishida decided it didn't matter and so chose to let the little bird guide him, accompanied by his two other companions. They walked for a long time. He felt no cold. The light of his torch was bright, and he had 3 strong friends. Yet all the same, should the monsters catch wind of them, they would all be dead. Suddenly the light of his brand illuminated a mound of snow directly in his path. The bluebird alighted upon this white hill. Here, was all it said. Ryokan approached and dropped to his knees before this lump. He breathed in and out raggedly as though the journey here had taken more from him than he had initially realized. My mother is in there. I know it. Without hesitation Ryokan placed the torch down beside him. It lay there without going out. Reverently the little boy then began to scoop away handfuls of snow, placing them off to the side in an ever-growing pile. We never had a chance to bury her. The ground was frozen. She's just bones now, pecked clean by carrion birds and other scavengers. But if I dig her out, then she can be laid to rest properly. My mother, who loved me and died protecting me. It's not like in the storybooks. A mother's love has no magic to defend you after death. That's just fantasy. At his next touch, the snow cocoon broke apart. And there in its glowing depths lay curled Rukia Kukaki. Oh, Ryokan whispered as he gazed upon the pregnant girl. Not my mother. I couldn't do anything to save her. Maybe I can protect this mother, though. A loud snarl came from the dog at his side, and he whirled about with bow drawn. Behind them stood a huge stag. Its horned head was denuded of flesh to reveal smooth bone beneath. It had no lower jaw, no eyes. Yet still it saw them. The dog dropped low to begin barking furiously. The bird swooped overhead as though to ward them. The monkey hopped down and picked up a stick which it brandished in a threatening manner. The stag paid them no mind. It remained there watching Ryokan with its hollow eye sockets, silent as death. He could see shreds of flesh hanging black and dry where they peeled off from that bare skull, like an animal's corpse left to rot by the side of the road. We've come for you. From behind the beast, dark forms emerged, the size of wild dogs or boars, their shape impossible to make out. More appeared until they were completely surrounded. Barking, keening, chittering, sobbing, and then howling, as the stag sprang forward at the head of its pack, bearing down upon them like a tsunami. The wave surged upon that tiny band as they encircled the doomed Quincy child. Beneath him glowed a 5-pointed star that dripped red with blood. For although he wept, he did not run, standing firm to protect the helpless victim behind him. Ryokan's eyes blinked open. He carefully peered around the office to reassure himself it was only a dream. Once satisfied that this was so, the diligent medic returned to work. A brief nap was all he could allow himself. This whole experience was proving almost as draining for him as it was for her. The Quincy looked over to where his patient slept nestled amongst carefully arranged cushions on the couch in his office. Rukia Kukaki had fallen asleep following the examination. She complained of never being able to find a comfortable position to rest in for long, causing her to constantly come awake. He had fielded similar complaints from women in her condition, his own wife not being an exception. Yet even now, her hands were draped protectively around her swollen stomach. 6 months along, and there was no hiding the signs of her pregnancy. For all he knew it was a fallacy, he couldn't help but view her as simply an unwed teenage girl, one faced with the sort of decision their parents often warned them would ruin their futures. I can only do so much in this situation. He took off his glasses and rubbed at his eyes tiredly. Rukia's blood work at the very start would have been enough to baffle any other doctor. Rather than blood cells, platelets, and hemoglobin, a GGI possessed what could generously be called plasma, in that it was mainly water and salt with little else. Even the coloring defied explanation. However, there were indications by which a corporeal Shinigami's health could be identified long-term. Ishine in particular had to flush out his system at least once a month or risk seeing a buildup of lactic acid in the bloodstream. Exercise helped, but that only went so far. This was only one of the issues they had discovered in long-term GGI habitation. Encroachment was the preferred term. It sounded less drastic than pollution. Oddly enough, precious little of his experience in faux bodies had proven relevant in this case. By all indications, the Kukaki girl was as healthy as a woman in her situation could hope to be. The child was growing and responding exactly as one would expect for a normal human. She displayed no ill symptoms whatsoever. A more perverse man would be disappointed. Was there really nothing to differentiate a living person and a possessed GGI in terms of medicine when it came to pregnancy? Or could it have something to do with the father? It was true they had never seen significant complications in either of Masaka's pregnancies. In fact, the data he had compiled on her was proving far more helpful in sorting out Rukia's case. Mayhap a human parent contributed a disproportionately greater extent to keeping the rules of the mundane world satisfied in such a situation. Or perhaps the GGI in question had something to do with it. They were both created by geniuses, if one believed the accounts. Certainly explained how they could be adaptable. Focusing on the medical aspects kept him from lingering on certain other issues. Namely, the question of privacy. Any busybodies in this neighborhood knew better than to pry into his affairs. He had sicked lawyers on people in the past, and made no secret of it. Still, a young woman making repeated visits to his home could easily be misinterpreted. Especially after she began to show. Her dignity notwithstanding, it did no good to allow the spread of rumors. Of course there was only one person he need truly concern himself with. So after the 3rd month, when it could no longer be kept under wraps, he had taken his son Uriah aside and explained the situation to him. The boy's startled exclamation of, "I never peeked," still left him suspicious. At first he wondered if his son might have romantic inclinations towards the female spirit, a disturbing enough prospect on its own. However, Uriah had hotly denied this being the case. He refused to go into further detail on the topic, which was par for the course. It was over half a year now since his son had started dating the Ogawa girl, and there had still been no effort made to introduce them. She apparently invited Uriah to meet her own parents. They went out together on a regular basis. His casual attempt to inquire if the boy was sufficiently aware of contraceptives led to them not speaking for an even longer period than usual. Truly, being a parent involved pitfalls and booby traps the likes of which could never be imagined. Relationships amongst teenagers often didn't last this long. One of them would say or do something that ended it. And yet they appeared to be proceeding along, from what he could tell by second-hand reports. At the very least he had been able to put Miss Atooka's unhealthy stalking tendencies to some good use. She was remarkably up-to-date on her students' activities. It left him slightly guilty about wishing for her to be eaten by a hollow on the way to school one day. But only slightly. Behind him his patient moved about restlessly in her sleep. The blanket he had draped over her legs spilled onto the floor, and Ryakan moved to replace it. For a time he remained crouched by the sleeping Shinigami's side. Did she have parents in the afterlife who worried over her? He had never bothered to ask. For all his knowledge on the subject and how it related to this world, he still knew precious little about what existence beyond the veil of life entailed. And yet there must certainly be a resemblance to what they experienced here. Strange when you thought of it, how the worries of those in the world of the living so closely mirrored that of the afterlife. They were all living, in one sense of the word. Just striving to do the best they could with what they had been given. We're all looking to make futures for ourselves. The dream came back to him then. Resolutely he pushed it aside and got back to work. That would never happen. Such terrors could not be allowed in this day and age. The world would not permit it. Or at the very least, I will not. This reminded him to pay a visit to the local animal shelter. The hospital could afford a few more care animals. Little guys needed protection too. Meet on the bench at the halfway point of the jogging path at noon. Await further instructions. It sounded like something you would find in a bad spy novel. Nonetheless, Keisuke Urahara found himself doing just that, sitting on a bench in a pleasant wooded park in one of Japan's northern provinces. He had donned nondescript apparel that would catch no one's eye in the modern mortal world. He did, however, allow himself to keep the hat, explaining it away that they might not recognize him otherwise. It was difficult resisting the temptation to show up in a trench coat and fedora complete with a newspaper to read. The weather today wasn't suitable for it anyway. Spring had turned out to be mild this year, offering a clemency that made suspicious old gabbers promise ruination in the future. The way some of his old clients talked, one might think the world was coming to an end. True, there had been an earthquake recently, but this was Japan. Nothing remarkable about that. Give me a decent eclipse or a cat born with two heads and I'll lend credence to any apocalyptic possibilities. As it was, he tilted his head back and allowed himself to enjoy the small comfort offered by such a sunny day. 20-1 the bastard brought me back here just to make me relieve old pains. A middle-aged man in a jogging suit passed by, grim of face and making a point not to look at him, concentrating solely on his cardio. Acting on a whim, Urahara cupped a hand to his mouth and called, "Gonbait." The jogger flinched but did not look back. With a grin worthy of the person he happened to be waiting on, the corporeal captain resumed his vigil with no sign of anxiety. Considering Jin might try to murder him, this took a fair amount of effort. He consoled himself with the assurance that he had not come alone. So where is our grinning master of illusion, anyway? Cover me when I run slash. What the? Auntie, you know you've gotta slash shock the monkey. Keisuke twisted around to look behind the bench. Sure enough, there was a cell phone resting on the lip of the stone leg support, tucked out of sight so that no one might stumble across it by accident. With an ironic twist of his lips he reached down and picked up the buzzing box. After quickly verifying that there was nothing magical about this item in any way, he finally answered it. Been watching spy movies in your retirement, Jin? Didn't ya like the ringtone I picked out for ya? It was a tough choice between that and weird science. Seems I contacted you just in time, he responded evenly, if you've got nothing better to do than rifle through the radio dial. Is this why it took you 3 months to get back to me? Wheels keep turnin' / something's burnin'. Come on, you don't gotta be a genius to see the connection. Right. And just like that he found himself thinking about Ichigo Kurosaki. Watch the monkey get hurt. Sitting there on this beautiful day, Urahara reflected on how he was dealing with a person who lived to inflict pain. To say nothing of the fact that Jin Ichimaru was an expert at it. Never underestimate someone handpicked by Aizen Sosuke to be his lieutenant, in every sense of the word. Not for the first time it occurred to him that if he didn't kill this man, eventually he might deeply regret it. So as to give no inkling of how badly he had already been rattled, Keisuke dropped neatly into his time-tested persona. While we're on the topic, where did you find a flippy phone, anyway? I just so happen to still have a whole box of these things back at the shop. If you're in the market, I could be convinced to part with them for a low price. And if money happens to be tight for you, we can work out a payment plan of. There's a public bus arriving at the west end of the park at 3:15. You'll find another phone taped under the third seat from the back on the starboard side. If you don't answer when I call, consider this conversation over and done. Kisuk performed some quick calculations. That's a fair hike, Jin. And not a shunpo in sight. Better get crackin', Crackerjack. The phone went dead before he could frame further objections. Pocketing it just in case, the agent of Soul Society stood up swiftly. He looked into the woods for a moment, then took off down the lane. Urahara was resolved to catch up to that self-obsessed jogger from before and leave him in the dust by way of petty maliciousness. Man's got to have some vices, after all. We're none of us saints here. As he ran, a tiny shadow leapt down from a tree and moved to keep pace with him. In her feline form, Yoryuki Shihoan maintained a safe distance just in case they were being watched. She had heard everything, and it came as no surprise that Ichimaru meant to run them ragged for a bit. He always did enjoy misleading people. Nice to know some things never changed. The black cat stole soundlessly through the trees without losing sight of her partner. Fast as he might be, Kisuk had to stay on the path, which allowed her to move at a more sedate pace on account of the track looping back upon itself a ways ahead. She debated whether or not to surreptitiously join him on the bus. Probably no one would object, much less notice. However, they had both agreed whatever happened, their unscrupulous contact would no doubt be watching Urahara. Revealing herself to have tagged along so blatantly when Jin insisted he come alone probably precluded any chance of meeting with him. This conversation was long in the making, and missing it could put them at a severe disadvantage what with everything happening lately. That being said, she wasn't about to leave a loved one alone with that bloodthirsty nutter, not even for a second. A few birds took off into the air as she pounced into a bright patch of sunlight. Dappled shadows served to hide her form for the most part. Alert to the possibility of danger, Yoryuki kept her ears pricked and senses stretching out. No point getting careless and running right into a trap. A smell of putrefaction reached her sensitive nose then, along with the buzzing of flies. Drawing near a small depression, she came across the body of a fox. Flies swarmed and crawled around the half-rotted remains. It must have been dead for at least a few days by the look of things. Probably felt its time coming and crawled into this spot to die. As she looked into its eyes, the fox lifted its head and grinned. Welcome back. Yoryuki sprang instinctively away with a hiss, fur standing on end from shock. There came a noise from below the rise, and the decomposing creature crawled up to join her. It shook its muddy red coat, sending bits of flesh flying in the process, then began to walk towards her in a distressingly smooth gait. Ho there, Lady Shihoan. The zombie canine clicked its teeth together. Been a while since we had a chance to chat, eh? Yoryuki cast about nervously. Should have expected him to do something unexpected. Damn this man. Already she knew that Kisuk would be well on his way by this stage. They had agreed not to contact one another unless absolutely necessary. Which meant she must face Ichimaru alone. Unprepared. Exactly as he wanted. Damn this man. While she debated her situation, the dead fox had taken to prowling around her. Its eyes shone with an eerie blue light. No spiritual power came off it whatsoever. Once again Jin displayed an unnerving ability to hide himself, even more so than someone of her lineage and capability. He'd make a fine assassin, if you could stand not knowing when he might slit your throat. You truck with some pretty unsavory magic, Ichimaru-san, she spoke at last, turning to keep him in sight. The fox chuckled. Can't live among the hollows as long as we did and not pick up a few tricks. And you're one to talk, Nico-chan. Its jaw moved when he spoke, but clearly the voice being produced did not emanate from those degraded vocal cords. He sounded exactly like she remembered. Between one turn and the next Yoryuki bolted towards a tree. Instantly he gave chase. Her claws dug into the bark and she scrambled up the trunk as his jaws snapped a whisker short from her hind legs. Upon reaching the lowest branch she settled down to watch the zombie fox below. It had settled back on its haunches and was regarding her intently, tail swishing back and forth through the loam. Was it something I said? He leered up at her through that cadaverous face. No, it's your breath, Jin. Yoryuki licked a paw in regal disdain without bothering to look at him. Smells like you've been chewing on dead mice. Was that before or after you inhabited the fox? I'm not a picky eater. He clicked his teeth together. So, you called this meeting. What's on your mind, lil lady? Feeling a bit more in control, she left off her ministrations. I'm looking to trade. We already did. I told Ja about the wild hunt sniffing around for somebody special, and you gave me an extra GGI. Works great, too. I seem to recall a report that another wanted criminal had equipped the last untraceable GGI she wore to self-destruct if caught. The aloof feline looked down her snub pink nose at him. Can't imagine someone like Rangiku Matsumoto being able to conceal herself for long unless she had a spare handy. Matsumoto. The way he said her name made Yoriyuki's skin itch as though she was being bitten by fleas. Even with everything they suspected, there was something disturbing at the thought of him being around any woman. Tashiro's ex-lieutenant. How is the little guy, anyway? Haven't seen him since that brouhaha in Hueco Mundo last year. Looked half dead at the time. You should take better care of your kids, Shihoin-san. To her surprise, the cat nearly leapt down with the intention of murdering him, dead or not. Relax, would you? He wasn't talking about Noboru. He was. Look at him. Little bastard's relishing this. Don't give him too much credit. He's a wild animal, that's all. Jinichi Maru, she stated with deceptive mildness, if I find you had a hand in sending the wild hunt after my son, I will deploy all my resources to hunt you down and kill you. Who, me? His tone dripped mockery. Whatever the case, it sure was a lucky thing you had a search party ready to retrieve the kid. But you know. His scabrous skull twisted to one side in a curious fashion. Some suspicious people, not me, mind ya, but some people might wonder if and maybe you actually did that to get your boy to reveal himself, thereby allowing the hunt to draw a bead on him. The cat watched the fox silently. I know, don't make much sense. Pardon me for even mentioning it. I mean, it ain't like you were trying to get a certain someone to possibly show their hand and reveal themselves to be a traitor, right? A breeze rustled the leaves, their soft susurrus the only sound. Well, I'm guessing it wouldn't have worked out anyway. Nobody got hurt, in any case. Everybody's fine. Jin settled down and closed his eyes as though asleep. The effect was disturbing, because you could still see the glow through those necrotic eyelids. Maybe I'll just take a catnap while you think about your next move. Nighty-night. The wind died. Before the leaves could even settle, the fox had already leapt aside as the black cat came hurtling down on the spot he had previously occupied. They circled one another now, two predators out for blood. Youch, the zombie canine sneered. Guess the claws came out. Mama lion's on the prowl. Yoriyuki was through playing games. Who is directing the wild hunt? Not me, if that's what you're thinking. He managed to make himself sound offended. As if that was fooling anyone. The black omen left off prowling and started to walk straight towards him. Who, then? Jin grinned the way only a fox could, baring his molars while keeping the front of his decaying lips shut. Somebody a lot more worried about you than I am. Boy, if you knew me as well as you think, you wouldn't have dared to meet me alone. She continued to draw ever closer, unconcerned now with any threat this psychotic kit might represent to her. That's so. The fox drawled carelessly. He's bluffing. Trying to get you to slip up and reveal something to him. I know. Just keep an eye out for surprises. Can do. If push comes to shove, we can take this clown. Are you sure? Before Yoriyuki could react, the woods went dark. She stood on two legs, naked and in human guise. Shock at this transformation kept her from thinking for a moment. What the hell? The Shihoin monarch whirled about. No sun gleamed in the sky to warm her, only black trees towered all around, lifeless and bereft of any foliage. Their limbs clattered together faintly though no wind moved them. A carpet of dead leaves crunched underfoot with every step, announcing her presence. Tesskat! Where are you? Her guardian spirit did not answer back. Yoriyuki's heart beat so hard it might burst with every labored breath she took. She scanned this inhospitable environment for some sign to guide her. Through the surrounding shadows, something stared back. It moved through the trees, vanishing from sight only to reappear a short ways off, its shape indiscernible. Low to the ground, like a wolf. Or a fox. This thing drew slowly closer by the moment. I'm being hunted, she realized with frightening certainty. The continued rattling of branches unnerved her. She was sweating and cold, shivering in this forsaken domain. There was no sound or sense of what the enemy might be, nor where it would attack from. Never had Yuriuki Shihoin felt this utterly alienated. It was as if she were dropped into another world, one which resented her very existence. With no idea where this was or how she even got here, her eyes cast about for a branch or rock that she could turn into a weapon, but nothing of the sort could be found. A large shadow leapt quietly between a break in the trees. Run! Yuriuki fought a surge of instinctive panic. The watcher passed behind another stark bough. This time, though, it did not reappear. Run! Yuriuki turned to sprint, but as she did something came leaping at her, huge jaws opened wide, darkness and teeth and blazing eyes. She screamed. The smell of dirt hit full blast as she found herself slammed roughly into the ground. Light blazed so brightly it dazzled her for a few moments. Then came another smell, the unwholesome reek of a corpse, and the cat felt the weight of the dead fox pressing down atop her small feline body, keeping her pinned with its superior weight. Well, well, Jin exulted into her pointed ear. Seems we know each other a little better after all. Beneath him, Yuriuki had gone still. She did not struggle. That primeval experience, whatever it might be, had lifted, allowing her access to every bit of power she had available. But unlike before, she no longer felt certain about her chances. Yuriuki. What was that? Are you all right? Yes. That's it, I've had enough of this. Let's get him. No, don't. I need you to stay calm. This might be dangerous for both of us. Just let me handle it. Hope nobody's watching right now. They might get the wrong idea. He shifted slightly atop her. Flies still buzzed over his corpse. Shihoin dignity demanded he be disemboweled for even suggesting such a thing. However, Yuriuki restrained herself. It seemed there was far more to Jin Ichimaru than anyone had previously suspected. Looks like you have me at a disadvantage, Jin. Ah, listen to you, actin' all defeated, the Vulpin vermin sang merrily. Does this mean you wanna ask for my help? Yes. He was silent for a few moments, as if considering this blunt admission. Well, I might be convinced to lend a hand. Truth be told, I got nothing against you lot. Yeah, did do good by me. Ichimaru bent down to nip playfully at her ear, an act that caused her to choke back a hiss. So how's about this? I'll let you ask 3 questions. And we'll say you owe me in return. Sound good? Yuriuki remained unmoving beneath him, though the effort to not leap up and rip his rotting carcass to pieces cost her dearly. Deal. Ask away. He did not leave his place atop her, and she was not about to request he remove his loathsome bulk. So the polymorphed feline fielded her first query. Did Aizen learn about my son through you? Other way around. He told me. No point in asking why. That one had been to satisfy a personal suspicion. This man would gladly be her son's executioner if given the chance. But Jin was not about to rely on others to do his killing. Not when he could get away with it himself. Why did they want him dead? Good question. Could have something to do with the rumor going around that Yurkit is a deadly enemy to the Wild Hunt. Like he's destined to destroy them for good. Or something along those lines. Don't ask me how it got started, not like I'm one to put stock in that sort of thing. Her heart clenched at these words. Byakuya had told her a prophecy along similar lines, but never to her knowledge had the hunt been mentioned in the final message left by his grandfather Jinrei. She had always assumed the old man died fighting to protect her from Anohana. Could Aizen and his cabal have taken Jinrei Kukaki prisoner and wrested the information from him? One left. Have to make it count, while he's still disposed to answer. Who is directing the wild hunt from outside Nirvana? Oh, you're asking about which of the Vazard was on our side, eh? At his words, a shiver stole through her. He could be lying. Just another way to turn us against each other. But at this point, such arguments seemed distressingly half-hearted. She knew in her soul that it was true. Heard about what happened in Hueco Mundo. Poor ol' Haki. I'll bet you've been having a devil of a time trying to root em out. Can't be easy, learnin' somebody you put your trust in for so long was just waiting for the right time to stab ya in the back. This guy truly is a piece of shit. Still, no matter what name I tell you, it ain't gonna do any good. After all, I could be lying. So maybe you should ask the person that actually saw it happen. She felt Jin move off her. After a moment of remaining perfectly still, Yoriyuki turned to look at him. The animated carcass actually winked. Yeah, didn't know? There's an eyewitness to Haki's murder. A hollow. Saw the whole thing go down. He then explained everything. After a while, Yoriyuki declared gruffly, I see. And that's number 3. So on that note. With a whoosh, blue flames suddenly engulfed the fox's body. It crumbled with no more resistance than were it made of dry leaves. Yoriyuki sat unmoving less than a foot away from it, the blaze tinting her dark form azure as she watched the conflagration burn away any trace of this set-abused creature. It was not a pleasant sight. For a few seconds she saw the skull still retaining its shape, and those fleshless jaws moved. Now Yaomi, Yoriyuki-san. Then it broke apart, leaving only a slightly disturbed patch of earth, like a cairn. Half an hour later she finally caught up with Urahara. He wasn't pleased about being misled, and Yoriyuki couldn't blame him. After filling him in on what had transpired during her contact with Ichimaru, the two of them sat on the side of the road as the bus went by. I guess we know what we have to do next, Kisuke supplied airily. He dangled his hat between his knees, turning the striped cap round and around as though in search of something. We'll see how good this information is. His old leader hadn't bothered to slip out of her cat facade. She remained beside him, tail twitching as she stared up at the sky. There's a good chance the guy's already dead by now. But I doubt Jin would have told us if that were the case. Agreed. Well, the shaggy-headed mastermind stood up, dusting off his pants. Shall we head home, milady? Promise me something, Kisuke. He looked down thoughtfully, noting his mistress' unease which only someone who had known her forever could pick up on. Whatever you say. If you ever find yourself within striking distance of Jin again. She ducked her head, remembering that horrible place she had found herself in, and the thing that ruled there. Kill him, Yoriyuki declared flatly. His face remained calm, and he did not ask why. Instead the Ibis Company captain merely bowed. As you wish. They left that idyllic public space then. They knew what to do, and how to carry it out. Their quarry's name was Rudo Bonchuruyut, leader of the Exequias and former member of Aizen's Hollow Army. He had only been gone long enough to get a limited edition juice box from the cafeteria, yet Rin Tsubokura had a very unpleasant sensation something was different upon his return. The spindly scientist closed and locked the door securely behind him, keeping a suspicious eye open for anything out of place. An intruder entering his room would have been hard-pressed to make out any sort of order considering the absolute mess. There were boxes everywhere containing samples and unread research journals he had been meaning to get to but never quite found the time. Towers of haphazardly stacked papers appeared to sway ever so minutely from side to side under their own ever-shifting weight. Magazines and junk mail from the mortal realm poked out in odd places, the hard-won results of his negotiations with other division members more likely to see the sun than himself. And everywhere there were empty packages of snacks, a veritable cornucopia attesting to the resident's expansive palate and inquisitive nature. You never knew how good something was until you tasted it. A mess? Certainly. But the architect of this chaos knew precisely where everything belonged. Rin was not a member of the most peerless collection of researchers in any plane of existence simply owing to his encyclopedic knowledge of foodstuffs. That was just a hobby. And yet for all his prodigious memory, he could detect nothing out of place. Maybe I'm just being paranoid? Good to know I'm not getting lax. That sort of thing could see you eaten alive in the R&D bureau. Quite literally, in some cases. Having assured himself of the room's sanctity, he dropped his purchases on a copy of CRIDI Monthly and called up his assignment once more. In the center of the room where a space had been cleared there now appeared a glowing three-dimensional matrix of such density it almost appeared solid. Nodes and vertices representing treatises and clauses connected in so many different arrangements there didn't seem to be a single aspect of the data that wasn't bound to every other in some small way. He had never seen anything so needlessly and expertly complicated. The marriage proposal between Lady Rukia Kukaki and Lord Katsura Arashi was a body of law unto itself. For not the first time, he found himself gazing spellbound upon this massive socio-legal affair. I could make 3 doctoral dissertations out of just half this material. It was awesome. Wow. Looks like a dictionary with dyslexia. Rin spun about with a frantic, "Baa." The boy sitting on a crate behind him grinned and saluted. "Yo." For a moment Tsubokura could only stare open-mouthed. He knew this person, of course. Not that he was particularly up-to-date on the names and faces of people outside his division. But he had been engrossed in the history and lineage of the royal families for a few months now. As a result, he could safely conclude that he was in the presence of Noboru Kukaki, son and heir to 2 of the most powerful families in all the Seirai. He began a trifle uncertainly. "Hello, that is, how did you get in here?" His unexpected guest hopped down to join him. "Aunt Rukia gave me clearance." "Oh. I see." Rin gave a nervous twitch of his head in the direction of his research effort. This room was sealed to prevent unauthorized entry while he was working. For the kid to have waltzed in undetected, his security clearance must be even higher than Rin's own. The thought left him a tad dismayed. Although it was the Patroness herself who had tasked him with this highly sensitive matter, there was something disconcerting about having a person approved by her come snooping about. Could he be a spy, sent to observe and report back on his performance? "Well, Lord Noboru, Sama, as you can see, I have gone back through 22 generations of noble arbitration in order to discern whether there might be a matter which is not readily obvious regarding this marriage contract. It's a complicated undertaking involving a great deal of care, so if you could please not poke that." Noboru's finger stilled a scant slip away from its intended target, a very sensitive mass of solidified information whose creation could conceivably be described as giving birth. At least this would explain the level of panic Rin felt at the prospect of seeing it come to harm. His royal visitor glanced quickly at the glowing web, then back to the shaken academic with an utterly devious expression of mischief written all over his face. "He's a demon," Rin thought to himself. Instead the young lord withdrew his finger with deliberate slowness, causing Tsubokura to visibly deflate from relief. He sagged back into a chair and peeled open a package of Sakura-flavored snacks to help him calm down. The first one was halfway to his mouth when manners returned, at which Rin offered it to the boy. "Want one?" Noboru shook his head. "No, thanks." While Rin proceeded to munch away like a nervous chipmunk, the young inspector made his rounds. Truth be told, Ba-san hadn't expressly given him permission to be here. But word through the grapevine had it this guy was working on something top secret for her. At least that's what the younger Katetsu sister had led him to believe. If it had to do with the upcoming marriage, Noboru definitely wanted to know more. Nothing was set in stone yet. He hadn't missed his opportunity. Upon examining the colossal glowing web for a while longer, however, he found himself already bored. The whole thing looked as if a bull had run wild through a yarn store. There was information contained within each strand that you could read upon closer examination, but after just a few seconds it left him tremendously confused. Nothing but legalese and names and dates. Keiburado. Another glowing construct separate from the larger mass caught his eye then. Skipping nimbly over, Noboru examined this new web of intel, which glowed a neon orange. It was composed almost entirely of names, one of which happened to be his own, as he had initially noticed. Upon closer inspection it appeared to be a family tree. "Hey," he called back to the little guy. "What's this thing?" Rin left off dipping a Pocky stick into a bag. "Eh? Oh, that's your family tree. At least, on your father's side. The Kukaki, I mean. I had to comb back several thousand years to verify certain familial claims. It was necessary to." The sound of his explanation receded as Noboru tuned out the rest. It was pleasing to find himself listed right at the top of this spreading structure. He noted that it did not behave in the same way as the bigger web, meaning that touching it did not alter the fabric whatsoever. Makes sense. These are all marriage and birth certificates, not like they can be played with. He wandered into the orange pyramid, scanning slowly around in search of names he recognized. There's Aunt Rukia, right where she belongs. Adopted into the family over 50 years ago. Connected to her was Hisana Kukaki, Dad's first wife, who died of an illness before her long-lost sister could be found and brought to the court. Noboru reflected on how things would be different if this lady he never met had survived to this day, and felt a bit sorry this wasn't the case, oddly enough. His father loved her dearly, which was the only reason Aunt Rukia even existed in both their lives. He owed this woman a debt of thanks for increasing his family. Listed also were his grandparents, only one of whom was classified as a Shinigami. Deceased. Great-grandfather Jinrei had a date of death as well, though family lore had it there may be some doubt on that score. I wonder if there's anybody close to my age? He trailed a finger down and around in search of family relations. Here's a kid on Dad's mother's sister's side of the family. That would make them my second cousin, I think. But ugh, over 300 years old and married? No chance of a playdate there. There was a Yumichika Kukaki listed without any record of a birth date. Weird. Oh, she was adopted into the family just like Aunt Rukia, but only in the last few years. Unfortunately the death date was plain as day. 2 years ago, must have happened during the Autumn War. I wonder if she was somebody Ba-san knew. Deeper and farther back his investigation went. Aunts and cousins, grandparents, and siblings, in most cases bearing additional information about their birth clans. The 5 great houses had intermingled through their branch families for ages of the world. Here a Kukaki had married a Shihoin, there a Katetsu, Shiba with Arashi, Arashi with Shihoin. At a certain point the name Takiyaku started to appear with greater regularity. That was around 500 years back. Before Dad was even born. I wonder what was going on in those days? Yode Shiba looked up from his desk. What is this? Across from him Kiraku Shunsui, eternal captain of the 8th Division, paused with a cup halfway to his lips. It's a transfer order, isn't it? He blinked in drunken confusion, peering down at the neat stack of papers, then over to his subordinate waiting patiently at the back of the room. Daji-chan, did you bring the wrong forms? No, Captain, the young woman insisted. Ah, me. Her inebriated superior appeared quite distressed to hear this. At last he turned to Yode again. An abashed smile flitted over his handsome face, and Shunsui chugged down the liquor, giving a hearty sigh before continuing. Now I know this is, maybe a little premature. Your third seat's not even in the ground yet and here I am offering a replacement. Oh. Apparently even Shunsui's current state of intoxication could not prevent him from noticing how Shiba stiffened at this statement. Hastily the pink-robed god strove to correct his error. Beg pardon, didn't mean to speak ill of the dead, the recently departed. I mean. The big man threw a pleading look back at Daji, only to be met with tight-lipped silence. She, at least, knew when to keep her mouth shut. Right then Captain Shiba picked up the documents and stood. He strode on over to where the young woman from the 8th stood pale-faced and intimidated by his riot so that permeated the air. However all he did was hand the transfer orders back to her. 5th seat Daji Shinoko, I must refuse your transfer to my command. You have my sincerest regrets for being placed in such a position by your own captain. Hold on. Cloth rustled as Kiraku Shunsui sought to clamber upright. He almost lost his balance, catching himself on the desk before lurching to his full height. For all this display of diminished faculties, his face had lost that happy drunken stupor and now might almost be angry. Captain Shiba, this isn't a joke. Your squad needs a third seat, and Daji-chan here is one of the most capable officers I've got. She volunteered for it. You'd have to be blind not to recognize her worth. And since your division was missing 2 seated officers already, I don't understand why you would reject a candidate as qualified as her. You need not understand, Teiku. The Shiba Lord turned with regal slowness to address his fellow captain. At the same time, Yode's throat was tight with suppressed anger. How dare he? I mean no disrespect to the young lady, but the fact remains you have overstepped your bounds. It is not your place to determine the selection of seated candidates in another division. Even with Commander General Yamamoto's approval, lacking the express consent of the first seat of the 7th, this transfer will not take place. The rules are clear. And even you must respect them. The wine-soaked fool regarded him with a measure of disbelief. We're trying to help you, man. His voice was distressed, even a trifle sad. This more than anything made Yude so livid. That is not the issue here. I will select the appropriate replacements in due time. If there is nothing else, I wish you both a safe trip back to your division grounds. Shinoko might have been halfway there already if her captain had only given the word. Instead, Kiraku sighed and scratched his head, causing that ridiculous straw hat to tilt downwards. Despite this, those deep brown eyes glared with sober intensity at the other man from beneath its brim. Shibata-ku, unless I'm gravely mistaken, you don't have a surplus of qualified officer material in your ranks at this time. We all accept transfers from other divisions. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If anything, it helps promote camaraderie between the divisions. The older Shinigami crossed over and laid a firm hand on Shiba's shoulder without regard for the trembling muscles under his touch. You have a responsibility to the men and women under your command. Reaching over, Shunsui plucked the transfer orders from his clearly distressed fifth seat. I know how badly you need help. It's not a question of pride. This is your path to recovery. He held the sheaf before Yude's face. There was no longer even a trace of frivolity in his tone when he spoke next. It's in your best interest to accept. Don't make your situation any worse than it already is. Enraged and affronted though he might be, even Yude Shiba could not discount the force confronting him now. With almost mechanical slowness he accepted the documents. Captain Kiraku said not another word. He merely nodded to Daji and she immediately took up step behind him as he left the office, still a trifle unsteady on his feet. Sweat dripping cold down his ribs, Yude stared at the orders he held. For a moment he strongly felt the compulsion to sign them and just be done with it. What Shunsui said was true, there was nothing wrong with accepting this offer. Shinigami switched divisions when the leading hierarchy deemed it necessary to maintain division strength. It in no way constituted a reprimand to him or his unit. He also remembered the face of the officer whose death in the field had opened this position in the first place. Could her soul rest easy knowing that her cherished post had been carelessly handed off to an outsider who would never even remember the previous incumbent? All her achievements and sacrifices swept away to make way for another? No. I will not permit it. Shunsui and all the others will not profit from our losses. No outsider will be permitted into my company's ranks from this day forth. Yude strove over to a brazier and thrust the transfer orders into it. He watched them catch fire and crumple down to glowing ash. Then the 7th Division captain drafted a notice of immediate graduation for 3 affiliates of the Shiba clan who held the highest marks at the Shinigami Academy, along with immediate entry into his squad. He had no doubt they would do their families proud. The slight jitteriness in his limbs had not died down, but he chose to ignore it. So long as he lived, there must not be a single trace of weakness shown. His pride as a Shiba would not permit it. Good job today, Kurosaka-san. Several of his teammates waved goodbye on their way home after practice, and Ichigo Kurosaka smiled back while stowing his gear. They had a match next weekend with a rival school from the next district over that everyone was looking forward to, himself included, he had to admit. After setting the bulky armor into its locker, Ichigo wiped an arm across his sweating brow. It was late May, the middle of spring, which meant the temperature hadn't really started to climb yet. You could work up quite a sweat in this sport considering all the equipment needed, so summer was a really rough time for kendo enthusiasts. For now things weren't quite as bad. Far harder to deal with some of the more social aspects. A few members of the girls' kendo team had made little secret of their admiration for his form. This was not entirely limited to the sporting aspect. Being an object of female ardor did not come naturally to him. Fortunately he had an invaluable resource in the form of Mizuhiro, who used his powers to subtly inform all those concerned that Kurosaki Ichigo was spoken for by a certain mystery woman. Unfortunately, that only made him an even more alluring prospect, as it turned out. He had a sneaking suspicion this had been Mizuhiro's intention all along when he offered his services. Perhaps the school Lothario felt it was best for his friend to keep his options open, considering the woman Ichigo loved was, well, dead. Friends are nice. The best part about them was you could kick their asses and not feel bad about it afterwards. Yeah, friends sure were great. School and its attendant activities had never seemed such a panacea as they had for the past few months. Ever since he joined the Kendo Club of Karakura High, their school's ranking had only been climbing. Sensei claimed that he had never seen a novice progress so quickly in such a short time. He also said Ichigo approached each match as though he were going to war. It was only partially meant as a compliment. There had been some question of overzealousness at the start of his athletic career. But it wasn't his first foray into the world of competitive martial arts. As such, the learning curve didn't take long to adjust to him. Swinging a shina over one shoulder, the high school senior made his way out of the training hall. As he left the schoolyard, it almost seemed as if the scent of cherry blossoms still lingered. It teased his nose as he made his way down the lanes on his way home. The season ended about a month ago, yet one half expected to turn a corner and find pink petals adorning the trees even now. Instead, as he rounded the bend bordering the canal, he saw a person waiting for him. This initial impression, while creepy enough, was not the most disturbing aspect of their encounter. Ichigo couldn't say what it was about this man that caused him such automatic antipathy. There was an odd feeling of familiarity, despite feeling absolutely certain he had never met the guy before. He looked to be about the same age, dressed in slacks and a dress shirt with a jacket draped over one shoulder. The man was bald, had a strong build and, oddly enough, what looked like a set of prayer beads wrapped around one wrist. A red tassel with a silver chime dangled off one end. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there in the middle of the walkway running beside the canal. A sense of foreboding stole up Ichigo's spine. In spite of this, he continued to approach, keeping a close eye on this customer. The strange youth made no move. Clearly this was intentional, as his gaze rested on Ichigo. He seemed a bit jumpy by the way he held himself, shifting the coat restlessly and moving from one foot to the other. But his somewhat homely face remained calm. Okay, this doesn't look good. Is he somebody I used to fight? Maybe a Shinigami in a Jigai? He looks uncomfortable in his own skin. They were almost upon each other. As he drew to within a few paces, the man opened his mouth, hesitated for just a second, and finally said, "Hi." "Hey," Ichigo grunted back, glowering at this stranger suspiciously. They passed, and as they did, a weird electric tension passed between them. Ichigo continued walking without looking back. After a bit, however, he slowed to a halt, debating. Upon turning around, it was to find the other fellow had done the same and continued to regard him. The red-haired pugilist felt the secure weight of the shina on his shoulder and the tube of Jikunga pills in his pocket, offering him options in what might turn out to be a deadly serious encounter. "I see you still go home by the same route." Kurosaka squinted upon hearing the voice. It sounded like, when you hear an anime voice actor you know from a different program appearing in a new one. But he still couldn't place it. "I figured as much, so I was waiting for you here." "All right, that tears it. Something is definitely up. What do you want with me?" Ichigo demanded. Water flowed quietly by in the stream beside them as the two teens faced off. The sun still rode high even at this time of day as it descended past its zenith. "Ichigo? It's me." "Huh?" The guy reached up to rub his bald head abashedly. "Man. I mean, I've changed, sure, but, you really don't remember people's faces, do you?" At this he settled both hands on his hips and lowered his head with a sigh. "Okay, how about this?" The face came up, now shrunken into an ugly narrow-eyed bulging-lipped version. "Yous remember me now, punk." Recognition hit so fast it felt like a sword through his gut. "Oh. Ashima." Ashima Reiki, former delinquent of Karakura High, lapsed his face into its previous non-menacing cast and grinned. "Good to see you, Ichigo." 10 minutes later saw them sitting side by side on a bench along the street. Ichigo stole cautious peeks at this ghost from the past. It was true he never paid much attention to Reika's face outside of solidly connecting his fist with it. But holy cow, that really was him. Small wonder he hadn't recognized him at first. Even he could tell there was something profoundly different about this new figure that went far beyond physical appearance. An almost palpable aura of peace had settled in where before there was only simmering anger looking to lash out at any available target. He knew he was staring, which was incredibly rude. But at the same time Ichigo found himself quite unable to stop. Could this really be the same Ashima Reiki who had singled him out in middle school as his avowed nemesis and made it his life's goal to destroy Ichigo and all he held dear? The very idea threw his world for a loop far more surely than Ghastly Hollows and all-powerful death gods ever had. Yet here was living breathing proof right beside him. For sure Arisawa came up there on your request. Reiki had finished a long explanation for his whereabouts the past year. The shaven-headed revenant toyed with the loop of rosary beads on his wrist before glancing quickly over. She never mentioned it. Ichigo jerked his head away. Nope. Never came up. Any peculiar implications about that fact were unconsciously discarded in favor of the much more perplexing riddle that asked it. His old adversary looked out over the canal with a thoughtful expression. I don't know why she would have kept it secret. But whatever. Rather than commenting on this further, Ashima continued his story. So after the priestess gave me a clean bill of health spiritually speaking, I stayed on until I could finish my apprenticeship. I'm an official neophyte monk now. Old Maririn helped set me up with a temple job here in Karakura cause she knew it's my hometown. I stopped by there to get myself settled in before coming to see you. I've been taking night classes to complete my high school diploma. Pretty sure I can graduate with the rest of you next term. Reika took a deep breath. And there's one other reason for my wanting to come back here. That spirit, the one who started all this. I intend to find it and help lay it to rest so we can both be at peace. From what he had heard, Ichigo felt confident the ghost Reika met had been one of Aizen's Vastolord, most likely the one called Stark. His own brief experience with that phantom left him highly doubtful it would appreciate any attempts to save its soul. That's great. I guess. Yeah. Reika then turned and gave him a searching look of his own before inquiring, are you all right? To be asked this by someone he only knew as a dim-witted bully had never even crossed his mind. Ichigo could give no response. You're studying for college entrance exams, right? That would make anybody stressed out, but, you look as if you're burning the candle at both ends. Is everything okay with you, Kurosaki? They stared at one another for several seconds. There were so many things in his life that seemed overwhelming at the moment. A bloodthirsty madman within his own body looking to usurp it. The threat posed by any number of afterlife gods whom he had made his enemy. Losing the woman he loved to a man he had never met, coupled with a very strong fear that he might be losing control of his future. I'm going to be a father. Saying this helped him realize which was the most overwhelming prospect he faced. His admission caused Ashima's eyes to slowly widen. Wha? But, who? Rukia. Saying her name felt a little strange. Rukia Kukaki? Kukaki? Wait, the transfer student? The one you hung out with in our freshman year. Dumbfounded, the other youth shook his head and turned to stare out across the sluggish river coursing through its concrete bed. I mean, what happened with Inu? Orium? What do you mean? She's fine. Yeah, but... Now Reika gave him a sharp look. You know, right? She was heavy-duty into you. Like she could smell you coming or something. You never picked up on that. No, I found out. And you turned her down. Yeah. I guess. The way Ashima looked now made him think even if he had confessed to all the spiritual stuff, none of it would have shocked him more than this. The former delinquent blew out his breath, then gave a half-hearted laugh. Wow, never did take the easy way out, did you? If it was anybody else, I'd think you were joking. But that sounds right up your alley, man. For some reason his remark about jokes got Ichigo thinking of that comment Mayuri made when they were adrift inside his mind. About him having no sense of humor. It had been bugging him for a while. Does everyone have that impression of me? But hey, I mean, congratulations, Kurosaki. Really? You're going to have a baby. This is wonderful news. Reiki held out his hand. Looking down at it, Ichigo had to force himself to raise his arm, which felt as though it was resisting more with every second. Thanks, he coughed and hastily ended the handshake, lapsing into a slouch with elbows resting on his knees. Beside him Ashima leaned back to drape an arm over the bench. I can tell there's more, and if you don't want to go into it, that's cool. You've got more to deal with than most guys our age, that's for sure. Still, I think it's safe to say you have a lot of people in your corner in terms of friends and family. The kind that are willing to fight for your salvation if need be. This is a huge boost to your karma, believe me. Building support for your spiritual center is key to achieving positive balance. Anybody else ought to be worried, but in your case, I can see this working out great. Seriously, no joke. Yeah? Well, thanks. Ichigo heaved a desultory sigh. Hard to believe he needed a pep talk from Mishima Raikage, of all people. Still, it was appreciated. It's just something like this never even occurred to me might happen. I mean, what kind of parent am I going to be? Assuming she even wants me to be one, he added disparagingly. Pretty sure a woman doesn't tell a guy she's pregnant unless she wants him to be involved. Maybe. He had to agree that was a good point, but damned if he'd say so out loud. Ichigo stirred restlessly, rubbing his eyes before going back to watching the sun go down. The other man did the same. Somebody told me recently that I never laugh, he confessed abruptly. Ashima hesitated, then in a cautious tone he said, well. I personally can't recall a time when you did, that's for sure. What does that have to do with it? Nothing, I guess. Just. The troubled teen continued to gaze out over the water. What kind of person never laughs? Would a kid raised by that kind of guy turn out normal? Or would they be a sociopath? This idea sprang on him from out of nowhere and settled like swift-growing cancer in his brain. It made him cringe. I know so many monsters, what would I do if it turned out I raised one? I don't think you're incapable of laughing, Raikage sounded desperate to try and lift his mood at this point. You just tend to focus on miserable stuff and overlook the benevolent aspects of existence. I admit, you've got good reason. Heck, I used to be a negative aspect you had to deal with. But right now, here you are, watching a sunset. That's good positive focus, man. In the temple, they teach us that suffering can help bring clarity and purpose, but holding on to suffering only brings calamity. A bitter smile curled Ichigo's lip. It's weird you should say that. The guy I talked to? He also said that all humor derives from suffering. That it's all about misery and pain and laughing at things that are cruel and hurtful to others so we're able to deal with the junk in our own lives. We never laugh at good stuff happening. And when I gave it some thought, he was right. TV shows, stand-up comics, they all make fun of bad things to get folks to laugh. Something I used to think was good, or at least healthy, it's just about taking pleasure in misery. All laughter is the result of misfortune and pain. Really bummed me out to realize it. Ichigo had been expecting to get another treatise about karma and cleansing the soul again or some such. Instead. That's bullshit. He sat up straight upon hearing this. Huh. Sitting beside him, Ashima turned to a gaping Ichigo and proceeded to say, yeah. I mean, think about it, babies laugh all the time, right? They don't know about all that screwy crap you mentioned. My little nephew, he's only about 8 months old, he cracks up when I play peekaboo with him. It was one of the greatest feelings in the world to see him laughing like that after everything I had been through. It made me happy. Raikage appeared to grow more heated as he spoke. Ichigo noticed his fists had clenched in what might have been an unconscious belligerent reaction. For some reason, he felt threatened for the first time since meeting him again. And it's not, 'cause he's reflecting on the cosmic absurdity of it all, but just 'cause it's fun. The bulky monk bolted to his feet and stood there breathing angrily and looking at Ichigo with twitching eyes and flaring nostrils. You really expect me to believe it's because my little nephew's, what did you say, taking pleasure in misery, or some shit like that? Like that innocent little baby with love in his heart could ever want to hurt someone. That is some straight-up bullshit, Kurosaki. Don't you? His words trailed off as he started to pant wildly. Without warning, Ashima hauled off and clocked the redhead right in the jaw. Don't you ever talk bad about my nephew, Kurosaki Ichigo. They remained frozen in the same position for several seconds. In that time it slowly dawned on Ashima Rika just what he had done, and as it did, his face melted into horror. Meanwhile, Kurosaki's brows knit together in thought even as his head remained twisted at an uncomfortable angle. He digested these points for a while, and as he did, his face slowly cleared. "I guess you're right," he finally said in a wondering tone of voice, then rotated his neck back into a more natural position and added, "I never knew you could hit so hard, Ashima." Me, neither," the shocked monk mumbled lamely. "Thanks." Ichigo smiled. And to the surprise of both, he did not punch Rika back. No form of retaliation manifested, in truth. Instead he just remained sitting there. Eventually Ashima reached the conclusion that what he did might not have been taken unkindly, despite all evidence to the contrary. So he settled back down on the bench with a rather astonished expression at this turn of events. Ichigo reflected on his realization. Come to think of it, I remember Yuzu and Karen both laughing a lot when they were babies. Funny how I forgot about that. Not that they laugh much nowadays. Wonder when they stopped? Around the time Mom died, I guess. Ichigo. No, it's alright, old man Zanjitsu. I'm fine. Really? He felt tears come to his eyes. Rising hastily, he took advantage of the move to wipe them away before Rika saw and came to the wrong conclusion. Thanks a lot, Ashima, Ichigo said as he looked down on this person who, if not quite an ally, was someone he no longer considered an enemy. You helped clear up a few things for me. I really appreciate it. Now it was he who proffered his hand in friendship. Good luck in your temple work. I hope you can graduate with us next year. Rika remained at a loss. Still, he reached up to accept the gesture. You're welcome. Then quickly, are you sure you don't wanna punch me back to make us even? Nah. Ichigo shook his head and smiled in a friendly manner the other youth had never witnessed before in all their time together. I think it's safe to say we're square. Picking up his shina and book bag, he then turned on the way home. I'm heading out. See you around, man. Stay safe. And with that he walked away. Rika watched him leave. He couldn't say for certain if his actions had done any real good for either of them. His intentions had been noble. That much seemed clear. Could it be even in a moment of anger, he had not strayed from the path of the Buddha? Mortals such as himself could not discern everything about the workings of the world around them. Perhaps this, too, was for the best. Also, I think I broke a few fingers hitting him, so we're definitely square. Good luck to you too, he whispered sincerely, and then went off in search of some friends who were good at first aid. While preparing to close up shop for the day, the door of the Usagi Shoten slid open, and Ganju Shiba spun around to be confronted by Ichigo Kurosaki. Hey, the mortal teen greeted him. In response his adversary leapt back and cocked both fists in readiness. You won't blindside me again, you bastard. He roared. Bring it on, Ichigo. I'm ready. I need to talk to you about nobility. Ganju paused. This was not the way he had imagined their altercation proceeding. Could it be a trap? He eyed the tall human warily. No trace of hostility came off him. Maybe he really does just want to talk. How come? The son of Shiba finally demanded. In case Rukia needs my help. Well, that settles that. He wouldn't bring up the boss unless he was serious. Satisfied, Ganju relaxed and crossed his arms over his broad chest. What do you want to know? A glower cast its familiar shadow over Kurosaki's face. Anything you can tell me about Katsura Arashi. Now the same look settled on Ganju. My father killed his sister and cut his arm off. Nice, Ichigo declared flatly, and proceeded to follow him inside where they continued the lesson over eggs and strong black tea. The members of the 4th Division hovering nearby did not dare approach any closer as Yude Shiba continued to hold the hand of his division member until she fell asleep. Her face remained taut with pain even now, and she shifted restlessly on her cot in the convalescence chambers. He had not shared with her the diagnosis, aid on the battlefield had come too late, and while her life had been saved, her career as a Shinigami was undoubtedly over. Benefits would be awarded to her family by the Godi I-13 all the same. Small recompense, but perhaps enough to allow them to live comfortably for a few decades. Their daughter had earned that much at the very least. She smiled after he complimented her performance against the Hollows. It was heartening to know vassals of his clan could still hold themselves with pride. They all owed her more than this world could give. Finally the grief-stricken captain released her fingers and rose to depart. His arm had begun to twitch towards the end, and he wished to leave before anyone could comment on it. This had been occurring more frequently of late. He must not linger. The 4th Division would take a very immediate interest in any perceived deterioration to his condition. While talking to Anohana earlier, he had been seized by dread that she might inquire about his health. The leader of the 4th was a remarkably prescient person, especially when it came to her chosen profession. As he left the room the medics moved in to continue their work. For all she had excoriated him in private, Retsu Anohana would never dream of showing anything but the most strident attention to this valiant young woman. Captain Shiba. If I may have a word. The white-robed warrior paused. Healers and clerical staff moved by him in the corridor, giving their superior a respectful berth. As such it was not difficult for his pursuer to catch up. Yode turned at his approach. Yukatake Teiku. I trust you are well. Jushiro Yukatake of the 13th Division came striding briskly up. His normally cheerful features were now set in a purposeful scowl, and he wasted no time in clarifying the reason behind this meeting. I've come to speak with you about your squad's casualty rate. A topic I am more than familiar with by this point. Yode flicked his gaze around the confines in which they now stood. As I have spent the last hour being lectured by Captain Anohana, I will tell you the same thing as I did her. He faced the older officer head-on. How I conduct my command is entirely up to me, and no matter how senior your history, it does not afford you the right to interfere in the leadership of another division. I trust it will not take another hour to explain this simple concept to you as well, Yukatake Teiku. If you will excuse me. As he began to turn away, a deceptively strong hand grasped his arm at the elbow. We are not finished. Yode halted, shaking. Thankfully any trembling on his part could easily be ascribed to anger. Behind him, however, Jushiro aimed a look whose meaning was quite clear at all those present. In just a few seconds the hallway was completely cleared, allowing the 2 elite soldiers of the Siriti privacy to continue their argument. I believe there is little point in playing games with you at this stage, Shiba. Yukatake's blunt tones were sharpened by the sheer ice in his voice, a far cry from the charming persona he usually affected. You and I both know your house is in an untenable position in terms of status and influence. And your behavior regarding Squad 7 is treading close to sufficiently warrant judicial scrutiny, if not a court-martial. Lord Shiba regarded him from narrowed eyes that fairly dripped venom. And have you been reporting to your whelp of a master on this? Does he take petty delight in seeing another high family forced into such conditions? Don't flatter yourself. Scorn was visible in every line of the ancient hero's face. Your name has not been mentioned by Lord Arashi in my hearing for some time. He has quite firmly written your house out of existence. But that is nothing compared to the damage you are doing to yourself. I do only what is necessary to prevent the Shiba from falling into further ruin. Is it without precedent for nobility to gain a claim on the battlefield? You are pushing them too hard. Yukatake coughed once, but his body remained tense with restrained wrath and his gleaming gaze did not flicker. This attempt to win status through martial methods carries unnecessary risk. You have placed Shinigami fresh from the academy into officer positions they have neither the training nor temperament for, and the results have been appalling. 8 sons and daughters from 3 of your branch houses have perished in under a century. 2 of them firstborn heirs to their family titles. If these statistics ever got out it would be a disaster. To say nothing of unseated officers dead. At this rate those lines might find themselves utterly devoid of an entire generation that was meant to carry on their names. Having lost so many already. Yode whipped his arm free angrily. Lost? He demanded in a ragged voice, almost letting the despair show through fully. We Shiba have indeed lost much thanks to the greed of the other houses. Even if you are not aware how many lives we sacrificed to Takiyaku's ambition, I will never forget. Yet when the dust of that travesty settled, who among the other houses stepped forward to help us rebuild? Not yours, for certain, 13th Squad Captain. And yet here you stand reviling me all the same. In our darkest hour, we were forsaken. So it falls to me to bear the Shiba name with pride. And I am proud. For all those who gave their lives, then and now. The expression of disgust on the white-haired legend's face showed clear. Is this how you envisioned restoring your clan? Through military funerals and combat death benefits? You are crippling the Shiba and weakening the 7th with such tactics. If this continues, it may even cost you your command. Shame and loathing made the back of Yodae's throat burn. Tell Yamamoto he has nothing to fear. I will fulfill my duty as both clan head and captain. You can be sure of it. Without waiting for a response, he spun on his heel and stalked off. My congratulations on your new wife, Yodae, Yokotake called out behind him. Captain Shiba did not rise to the bait. The anger he felt at seeing more of his family come to harm had not even begun to die down, and now that diseased shell emerges to parrot his master's words. Yamamoto's sickly dog, coughing and hacking like a disgusting reminder of mortality, his very presence was an affront to Shinigami dignity. And yet this minor nobleman seeks to control me and mine in the same way his drunken counterpart did in the past. Yokotake was not wrong in his assessment of the Shiba's condition, however. Another one of his family's lesser houses had broken from the main body just the other day. Citing financial difficulties and other inexcusable reasons, they begged leave to withdraw from the protection of the Shiba, which he was only too happy to grant. His domain was better off without such weaklings. All the same, it didn't take the Shihoin and Kokaki long to snap up this latest turncoat. With any luck, the greedy vultures would choke on their rotten catch together. Picking away at his disintegrating estate day by day with their demands for payment and notices of surety, it was enough to make him sick. He had even been forced to sell parts of the main Shiba grounds to cover the costs. Thankfully, the creditors from the Kotetsu were always willing to defer payment a little longer. At the very least, he could still depend upon Lady Isane to behave in a manner befitting her station. She alone had not taken part in this gruesome death watch they all seemed intent upon. At times Yodae felt like a fly caught in a web. The more he struggled, the more tightly he became bound. Could this truly be the end of the Shiba? Yet that was impossible. How could he countenance being the lord who oversaw the twilight of their noble house, one whose achievements and glories were the stuff of legend? Such a fate was too much to bear. All was not lost. Arrangements were already underway for him to marry a young noblewoman from one of the outlier houses. This would serve to stabilize matters to some degree. It would not be presumptuous for him to request some of his smaller debts be cancelled as a form of wedding gift from the other great houses. These things were considered meet and proper. And the prospect of an heir would open up other potential avenues of benefit to the Shiba. No, there would be no talk of his heritage being permitted to fade away. The honored dead would never suffer such a disgrace, far less the living. Given time, their society would right itself as it always had, and the Shiba would rise in prominence once more. It was simply the way the world worked. Not for the first time, Yodae cursed the Takiyaku for their misdeeds. No hell would be dire enough to encompass such villainy. May their worthless souls be reborn long after I am gone. When a knock sounded on the back door, Saijin Komamura wiped his large hands on a dishcloth and went to answer it. Yo, Jeef. Here she is, like I promised. There stood Noboru Kokaki, accompanied by his aunt Rukia Kokaki. The little monkey actually brought her. Saijin saw red. His pulse beat very hard as the world seemed to spin before his eyes. Then panic swooped in, and he found himself hurriedly stepping to one side. Pray, enter. I bid you both welcome to my home. Don't mind if we do. Here, Bie-san, let me help you up. Careful now. Noboru, I can manage on my own, she chided him warmly. Nonetheless, the youth insisted on holding his pregnant guardian's shoulder as Rukia slipped out of her shoes and attempted the step into the kitchen. To his relief, their entry went off without a hitch. Then the hulking giant blanched beneath his fur as another thought occurred to him: I have nothing to serve them. Why didn't I go shopping yesterday? Then I could have started cooking long before, and it might even be done now. I knew I was running out of rice and meat for days. Curse my eyes. You okay? Not dizzy or anything? Bueno. Noboru rounded on their distraught host. Here, Jeef. A little something from us to you. He then held forth a small box. Mechanically Komamura accepted, still mentally castigating himself for any number of faults and insecurities. It's a bunch of spices and mushrooms. The fancy kind, perfect for meat dishes, your favorite. Did you know they use pigs to hunt for truffles in the mortal realm? Nothing funnier than watching folks chase after puerco pursuing fungus. Do you think they serve the swine with the shrooms? Like as a way of saying job well done. Cruel if you ask me. So how's it going? W.A. Komamura found himself tongue-tied. At last he managed to utter, "Won't you, come in?" They looked at him as if he had begun to shed all over the furniture. Fortunately the cogworks inside his head managed to slip back into alignment by this point, and he followed this up with, "Please have a seat." Their host indicated towards a low table with cushions in a nook connected to the kitchen. "I will get you to repast. I mean, something to repast, to dine upon, rapacious, excuse me." On instinct Saijan had set a kettle of water to boil earlier, for which he was glad. Tea would not take long to make. He then dashed like a panicked chipmunk over to the cupboards. "Snacks, snacks, where are the blessed snacks? Kashima cakes, when did I purchase these? Turkish delights, a gift from Kiraku-sama on his last visit. Those should be good. And, pickled spiced vegetables? Why do I even have these? Were they an ingredient for a recipe? You're taking too long, they've already sat down, just pick something. I hope these will tide you over until I can locate more suitable cuisine." He hastily strove to embody good manners while avoiding the topic of his larder. Rather too much meat in there for an expecting mother, one would imagine. The frazzled cook laid the least suspicious foodstuffs on the table before his guests. "Is there anything in particular you might wish to dine upon right now?" "Thank you, Komamura-dano. I'm fine, Noboru." Rukia reassured her nephew that the motion of sitting down had not unduly drained her before turning back to him. "Might you have any pickled daikon with hot peppers?" "I." He glanced between her and his cupboards perplexedly. "Yes." Upon going to retrieve the mysterious jar, he poured its contents into a bowl and returned. The lady of Kukaki set to on this with all due haste, managing to look elegant and dignified while wolfing down piece after piece of blazing hot pickles. It was weirdly hypnotic. "Have a seat, big guy." Noboru made the offer as if it was his home they found themselves in. "We want to hear all about what you've been up to lately." His trance broken, Komamura said, "Actually, I should. Hey, you know what this table needs? Flowers." Hopping upright like a spring toy, the young prince trotted gamely towards the door. "I'll go pick some from your garden, no worries, I know the way by now. You two stay here and chat till I get back. Don't wait up for me." And with that he was gone, leaving the two of them alone together. That sneaky little monkey. With no other recourse available, Saijan plopped down across from Rukia. She seemed to have satisfied whatever unusual craving had developed on the way over here and looked much more comfortable. He had never had much opportunity to interact with Rukia Kukaki, but Komamura had to admit it felt strange seeing her so obviously pregnant. She always seemed very young by spiritual standards. "How are you holding up?" he found himself asking without warning. If his question came as a surprise, her response followed suit. "I'm tired, my back hurts, my feet are swollen, I have a pain in my neck that won't go away, and my family treats me like glass." At this point the maiden paused, as though uncertain whether to go on. But once out of the bottle this frustrated genie would not go back in. "Noboru is playing both mother hen and matchmaker. It's a hassle finding clothes that fit in the mortal realm. I find myself wanting to cry for no reason at all hours of the day. Everyone I meet asks who the father is. I've been trapped in the same Jigai for 6 months, and no one seems to know what to do with me. So I am not holding up as well as one might hope." Rukia hid her face in both hands and gave a shudder at this point. Before he could respond in any way, she dropped them and said, "How are you?" Komamura blinked his great yellow eyes. "I don't know what to cook for dinner sometimes," he confessed lamely. A chuckle escaped Rukia's lips at his admission. "Please forgive me," she wiped at her eyes. "That's been building up for a while, you were just unlucky enough to bear the brunt of it." I'm truly sorry, Koma Muradano. We've invaded your home without warning, that much is obvious. When Noboru said you knew we were coming, I rather assumed he meant today, not sometime in the future, which hadn't been made clear to you. I'll have a talk with him about that. Ah. It remained unclear if Rukia knew the reason behind this visit. He strongly suspected the boy was attempting to get them romantically involved. A fruitless endeavor, to say the least. As things stood, there was enough competition for Lady Kukaki's hand if the rumors that reached his ears were true. He chanced to look back over his shoulder. Noboru was certainly taking his sweet time with his self-appointed task. How long did it take to pick some blasted flowers? We can leave if this is not a good time. No. His head whipped around, pointed ears alert. That is, you came all the way here. And I have been told it would do me good to associate with people more often. Rather than make a wasted trip, we might both view this as a brief interlude from our usual routine. That reminds me. The dark-haired waif had apparently taken interest in the Turkish delights and was doing her best to demolish them. We're on schedule to meet our mark of 50% housing of the remaining spirits of Seoul society in permanent dimensional residences. The celebration is tentatively scheduled for next week. Were you planning to attend the festivities? His canine head fell. I do not believe a celebration would suit me, milady. But I am cognizant of the honor. You have my thanks. Things got quiet after this. Saijin gripped the fabric of his kimono, uncertain how to proceed. There was a tension in the air which had less to do with his social anxieties and more to do with his guest. It came as a relief when he caught sight of steam rising off the kettle. Excusing himself, he quickly rose and went to retrieve it. Only then did it dawn on him he hadn't even put out the cups, much less the teapot itself. Of all the embarrassing. Rukia took note of his quandary. Here, allow me to help you with that. Do not trouble yourself, there is no need, he frantically sought to keep her from rising. Please, Koma Muradano. Rukia lifted upright with the fragile slowness of a night flower unfolding in the moonlight. There was a tired, ragged edge to her voice now he hadn't noticed before. It gave the wistful half-smile she now directed at him an edge of trepidation. I've been feeling so useless lately, it's as if no one wants me to do anything but be pregnant. I'm just like an eggplant lying on the ground, ripening in the sun. This big round useless lump. Here, at least, allow me to be of some use. There was no arguing with such a statement under any circumstances, and so he directed her where to procure some cups and a teapot. The retired captain retook his seat and watched her bustle about from there. Finding a way to keep from feeling useless. Saijin knew that well. Oftentimes he had to force himself out of bed for the simple reason that lying there all day was even more shameful. If you could not be more of a man, at least be less of a waste. After locating a platter, Rukia returned and proceeded to set out 3 places. Doing so brought her rather closer to him than was his wont with women. Komamura tensed, alert and cautious as though faced with a dire peril. He didn't want to give the impression that Rukia made him uncomfortable. Or at least not specifically her. As it was, he tried not to let it show how skittish he became when she leaned close to place the cup before him. Her presence was like a piece of smoldering iron that might burn him if it got too close. The demi-hollow could practically smell the heat coming off of her. Doubtless a result of his imagination, or maybe it had something to do with the Shinigami lady bearing a child. Not that Saijin had ever been around that many pregnant women. He had no idea either way, and did not want to know. The kettle on the stove looked ready. Feeling grateful for a chance to put some distance between them, he stood up and brought it back, pouring the hot liquid into his ceramic teapot to allow the water to cool slightly. There was a crack in the lid which he desperately hoped she hadn't noticed. It was broken when he dropped it while washing the dishes over 2 weeks ago, and he mended it with a bit of plaster, resolving to get a replacement eventually. Komamura feared his inept repair job might be faulty and always made sure to keep a thumb down on the lid when pouring to make certain it stayed put. If only he had gotten a new one when he had the chance. Now this indolence might serve to diminish him even further in the lady's eyes. This blend requires water of a specific temperature, so we will allow it to cool for a minute, he explained. Then I shall pour the water into the cups, let it further cool there, Add the leaves to the pot, and pour the water back in, where it must steep. Great purple eyes watched him carefully through this speech, and Sijin felt himself growing hot and scratchy under their perusal. When he finished, however, a small smile greeted him. "Ah, if that is all right with you, Lady Cookaki," he stammered uncertainly. "No, really, I'm fine." She waved a small boned hand as though to shoo away his concerns. The light dancing in her eyes had not gone out. "It's just nostalgia. I haven't seen tea prepared this way in a long time. It reminds me of the shops I knew back in my youth. There was always someone who insisted on brewing it themselves. My friends and I used to watch them through the windows. It was fascinating. Did you ever partake of any yourself?" He tried clumsily to join in. "Oh, no. We were just waiting to rob them when they came out. The fussy ones always had money and rarely noticed when it went missing." Rukia stole a hand up to touch her cheek, a fond faraway look in her eyes. "Ah, memories." Sijin felt rather clueless how one would follow that up. So he didn't bother. Having once himself been an outcast before becoming a Shinigami, he knew what it was like to live off of what one could scrounge or hunt in the wild, doing the occasional hollow extermination or protection detail to those who might offer him food in exchange. He was often starving back then. Nowadays, hunger was no longer an issue. He ate out of habit. And anyway, this would hardly make for polite conversation with a lady. The less she knew about his sordid past, the better. "Do you think that has been about a minute?" The big man jumped with a cough. "Oh, yes, I believe. Allow me. I would love to give this a try." "By all means." She reached down to grasp the handle of the teapot. There was a certain fascination in watching her perform this ritual. He found himself absorbed by the motion of her fingers. "Am I really so lonely that I can be entranced by something so mundane?" Hypnotized like this, only as she lifted it did an alarm bell ring in Sijin's mind. The lid. "I forgot to tell her." "Wait, Lady Cookaki, allow me to." He reached out a hand just as she began to pour. With eyes fixed intently upon the steaming flask, there was no way for him not to see that half the lid was sliding up as though it were on a hinge. For a heartbeat he prayed nothing more would happen. Then the steam-soaked plaster gave way, and the lid split in half to send hot water splashing out. Most of it drenched the table, but some poured straight onto his outstretched arm. Komamura jerked away with a sharp hiss of pain. Eyes closed, he cradled it to his chest. What a disgrace, to be unmanned from a small burn. I should be trying to reassure her that I'm. Damn it. The teapot settled soundlessly back on the heat plate where it sat steaming and empty. While across from him, Rukia Cookaki had gone pale. She inhaled a deep breath through her nose. God damn it. Her fist swung up to come crashing down on the table, causing it to split in half with no more resistance than thin ice. Cups and the empty teapot collapsed into the center of this wreckage. Komamura gawked, forgetting his injuries. And Rukia was crying. I've ruined everything. Tears dripped down her cheeks as she stared at the broken remains. Everything, she repeated. The noblewoman's face came up, and Komamura flinched from the pain he saw there, so fresh it stabbed him straight to the core. Used as he was to it by now, he immediately recognized what could only be self-loathing. I've shamed my family, in the eyes of the other great houses. She gasped in a voice gone high and broken from a tight throat. I placed my brother in a situation that forces him to deal with a man who hates him, a man I have to marry despite knowing next to nothing about him or why he would want me. I can't even carry out my duties as a Shinigami when I'm like this. And Ichigo. Rukia gave a helpless gesture down at her own swollen belly. She then clapped a hand over her eyes and clenched her teeth so hard he could hear them grinding. Tears continued to spill forth without stop. I've ruined his life. Completely. He has to deal with being a father when he's barely stopped being a child. And then by telling him about it I've made things worse, because we can never marry, never. Even if Arashi hadn't made his claim, there's no point in us trying to raise this child together. He's alive and I am most assuredly not. So my family has lost face, and my position on both fronts is forsaken, and the man I love is forced to abandon his very child. and he will have to live with that burden for the rest of his life. Heaven help me, I've made him like Hisuna. Through no fault of his own. I never wanted. She looked up at him, her face ravaged by grief and misery. I never wanted to be like this. I'm such a disgrace. Her voice cracked, and Rukia Kukaki doubled over, clutching her stomach, racked with sobs. Saijin sat frozen, staring at her. He knew he should be doing something, but absolutely nothing came to mind. Right then Noboru came back into the room. He took one look at his aunt in tears and dropped the bouquet to come rushing over. He slid next to her, arms wrapping about the devastated woman defensively. At the same time, his head whirled around to look up at Komamura with fury written all over it. What did you do? He demanded. Numbly the giant shook his head from side to side. Nothing, he whispered tonelessly. I did nothing. For a while Noboru appeared to be searching his canine features for some indication he was lying. After a while, without finding anything, the rage drained out of him, and he turned back to comfort his aunt. She was still crying, clutching at his arm in search of any support she could find. I'm here, the boy murmured in a voice half reassuring and half desperate. It's all right, whatever it is. Please don't cry, you're safe, I swear it. Everything's going to be all right, Ba-san. It'll be all right. Saijin continued to watch them without saying a word. I did nothing. I am nothing. Anyone with worth would have tried to help her, while I just sat here. You are not the disgrace, Rukia Kukaki. I am nothing. Nothing. The hour was late, long past the time the rest of the household had sought their beds, yet still it found Yude Shiba alone in his study poring over bills and creditors' notes. He had not slept in 3 days, though his troubles remained undiminished. In truth, recent events only doubled them. Their clan's sacred and cherished duty, the binding of the wolf, had suffered one of the most alarming mishaps in all of its history. The youngest daughter of the Uminashiko, a minor branch house chosen to make the sacrifice this time, had died of fright when brought to confront the beast. He could not fault the poor child for this. Yude knew how terrifying that creature was by reputation alone. But it was still a horrendous state of affairs. Her elder brother was so humiliated he insisted on performing the sacrifice in her place. He had that right, as their ancient clan laws attested, and someone had to do it in order to keep the seal intact. Only the boy was pledged to wed the third daughter of the Odin family as part of a negotiated settlement to clear away some debts. Upon learning the Uminashiko heir had lost an arm, the other party backed out, claiming the Shiba were trying to foist off damaged goods on them. To hear a valiant member of his dominion referred to in such terms made Yude so incensed he nearly thrashed the messenger responsible. Upstart Odin. He belonged to the Shihoin, and thus thought he could get away with such behavior towards a Shiba. There was a time when to offer even half as much insult would have seen their entire household put to the sword and their holdings seized as compensation. That was before the Manor Wars. And in truth, even had he the clout to make such a decree today, Yude doubted he would do so. Having witnessed so much ruin during that calamity, he could not find it in his heart to wish destruction on another house, no matter their poor behavior. More than status was lost during those bleak years. The world had irrevocably changed. A knock came at the door leading into his study. My lord. Something told him this did not bode well. Come. The panel slid open to reveal his Seines Chalbanshi kneeling in abeyance. A representative of the Sasato wishes to speak with you, sir. The old man grimaced as he spoke, unable to meet his master's eye. He claims we are in breach of contract. What? Yude's whole body trembled with a spasm so intense he left a trail of ink across the document before him, ruining it. What is the meaning of this? My debt to the Sasato was settled not 2 days ago. They were given 300 acres of the finest tea fields we own, a terrible loss to family profits, but a necessary one in order to finally end negotiations and allow him to concentrate on their other creditors. What madness could possess them to lay such a charge at his door? The repulsive trembling had not subsided. Angrily the Shiba lord snatched his arm and held it tightly to his chest. After a while the shaking went away. Feeling more in control of himself, he looked to where the longtime family servant waited without giving any sign that he had noticed his master's infirmity. Show them in. Banshee left and returned a few moments later with the Sasato emissary, a man by the name of Yukio. Little more than a glorified parrot in Yude's opinion, this upstart came storming in wearing fine clothes and reeking like a brothel. Without bothering to even bow, an unforgivable slight, the long-haired effeminate launched into his speech. "We will not meekly submit to such underhanded tactics, Lord Shiba." Very carefully Yude placed both hands on the table and pushed the chair back, rising to his full height. He was grateful his condition did not manifest outwardly. It would not do to appear ill before this fop. "Explain yourself," he ordered with quiet menace. The rising Ryotsu level in the room told the emissary that he had overstepped his bounds. Swallowing, he appeared to remember himself and performed the ritual bow. However, upon coming back up his face remained hard with disapproval. Is it the way of the Shiba now to offer compensation only to spitefully destroy it once the transaction is concluded? My master is furious at this turn of events. And I assure you he will take his dispute all the way to Central 46 if need be. These fields are worthless. Nothing will grow there. It was incomprehensible that he must find himself discussing agriculture with this ignorant toady like a common farm hand. Those fields have lain fallow for a reason, boy. It is not the season for planting the tea reserved for such soil. Weather conditions must be taken into account to achieve the most pleasing crop. Had you bothered to learn even rudimentary herbcraft before coming before me to disgrace yourself like this, Rudimentary. The dandy actually drew himself up with an air of offended dignity. For your information, Lord Shiba, I am the son of a farmer. He sent me to receive training in order to serve the noble houses when I came of age, but before that, I tilled the soil like any other. And I tell you these fields are not fallow, they are barren. He then produced a small metal tube and swept forward to slam it down upon the table. That a mere emissary of a lesser house would act in such a manner before a Shiba. Yet Yude had to know what the source behind this complaint might be. So with only a distasteful curl of his lip he retrieved the item and proceeded to examine it. A twist of one end and he withdrew the long metal rod from within the sleeve incised with characters. At the bottom of the tube lay a small sample of soil which even to his eye appeared wrong in some fashion, dusty and crumbling. More alarming yet was the readout magically contained within those inscriptions. According to this, the sample had absolutely no potential for sustaining life. It was as if something ate up the vitality of the land itself. Yude's face betrayed no hint of what he might be thinking. On the inside, though, he had gone cold. What blight was this? The province under discussion had not been tilled in 2 years, that was true. Normally they rotated the fields out to give them 3 years to recuperate from a crop, but the family's hardships had forced them to increase production. Could something have happened in that time without him knowing? A stab of fear shot through him. How much of the land in question has been afflicted? Almost 2/3. Yukio was watching him carefully now. For your information, we noticed signs of similar degradation in adjacent fields which were outside the scope of our purview. Regardless of whether or not you were aware of it, the fact remains you have given us a bill of sale on egregiously damaged goods. And we damaged. Before he could utter another syllable, Yukio felt the tip of a Zanpakuto at his throat. Shiba. Aghast with fear, he looked up from that deadly weapon where he beheld an even more terrifying expression on Yude Shiba's face. The old man was shaking from head to toe, jaws clenched as though to prevent himself from stammering as he held him at sword point. Shiba, are not. He gasped, tears gathering in his eyes. Damaged goods. Master. Yude came back to himself with shocking suddenness to find Banshee standing in the room with them, a look of horror on his face. At this the clan head realized what he was doing, assaulting an emissary invited into his home. Such a thing was unheard of. The pride of the Shiba. In the blink of an eye he had sheathed his soul cutter and stepped back several paces. Breathing fast, Yukio clapped a hand to his neck and brought it up to search wildly for any trace of blood. At finding none he was so relieved he would have collapsed on the spot had Banshee not been there to catch his arm. I will. Yude swallowed, aghast at what he had been about to do. The trembling in his limbs had returned full force, such that he was forced to sit down. After several seconds he managed to speak. I will give the Sasato Fu 500 acres of our prime growing land in recompense for this. It was not known to me beforehand. On my honor as a Shiba, I thought the holdings fertile. Silently he closed his eyes, astonished at the solution he himself had prevented. With the loss of the initial 300 acres, the legendary Shiba tea plantations would be reduced to only a fifth of their previous size. It would mean the end of any chance of profits from that quarter. There simply wasn't enough earnings from such a small expanse to make it worth the effort and upkeep necessary to hold it. Which meant soon enough this avenue of resources would be lost to him as well. Your proposal will be relayed to my superiors, Yukio said in a reedy voice. He went on after this, but Yude heard none of it. When it became clear the spent nobleman was not even listening, Banshee proceeded to escort the traumatized envoy from the room, sliding the door closed behind him to give his master some privacy. Soon after they were gone, Yude stood up and left the room. He traveled through the halls of his ancestral home, which even at this time of night seemed gloomy and deserted. There were fewer staff about than in his youth, fewer family members for them to wait upon. Why was all of this happening? At last he came upon one room in particular. Sliding open the pane a crack, he gazed inside. Snuggled safely in bed, Kyan Shiba slept on, unaware of the terrible blow that had been dealt his house and sire this night. At only 150 years old, his firstborn son was a prodigy not seen in the royal houses for at least an age of the world. The tutors all concurred it would not be remiss to send him to the Shinigami Academy immediately, and to hear those contentious old goats agree on anything was rare indeed. This news made his father's heart feel lighter than it had in centuries, exacerbated even further by the fact that his wife was pregnant once more. One son of such superlative talent was more than he could have hoped for. Another would only cement the good prospects already available. Truly, children were what made life worthwhile. If having children means you can kill another parent so cavalierly. Yukate's words from long ago resounded in his mind. Yude bit his cheek till it bled to keep from crying out. No. I will not let him unman me. I did what needed to be done. Blood had been shed, and only more blood could wipe it away. Otherwise the proud Shiba dead would never have found peace, not so long as one last Takayaka lived. At that moment Yude made his slumbering heir a promise. I will do everything I must to make sure you have a family worth protecting, my son. Your father will not fail you. When it comes time for you to lead us, the Shiba shall not be found wanting. Ever again. He then left to gather some servants and inspect the fields to determine how much could be salvaged. It's not a race. Tatsuki Arisawa gasped. You can say that again. Kon beamed gleefully and quickened to a punishing pace that left her body aching and sore in a way she had never imagined. A minute later the national karate champion staggered to a halt outside the Usagi Shoten, out of breath and drenched in sweat. There Tatsuki bent over gulping huge breaths. Did I actually develop a stitch in my side? I haven't felt that since I was 10 years old. As for her running partner, he was hopping from one foot to another in an easy infuriating manner. I warned you, the mod drawled, being noticeably not out of breath. Guys like me take training seriously. I'm not going to go easy on you just cause you're cute. Oh, shut up, the girl snapped irritably, to which he just offered that insufferable smirk. Arisawa hated to admit that she had bitten off more than she could chew when asking Kon to help improve her cardio routine. Turns out the perverted fiend was a harsh taskmaster. Glutes, thighs, calves, everything burned. Initially determined to prove she could handle any regimen he dished out, it was now clear to the suffering young woman that once more her life had run straight into something beyond the bounds of normalcy. Not to mention impossible to overcome for a mere mortal. Kon could probably run the Alaskan Iditarod pulling his own sled and still win by a mile. The thought of him racing screaming across the tundra while packs of starving wolves followed hot on his trail brought a smile to her face. Wearing baggy gym clothes that hid his appealing physique, the supernatural speedster crouched down so he could see her face. I know that look. It's one I've seen many times on young ladies about town. His face split in a shit-eating grin. You're picturing me naked, aren't you? I will break your dick off with my bare hands, Kon. Is that how the kids are doing it these days? Weird. Kman. He hiked his thumb over one shoulder. There's a hot bath waiting for you courtesy of Yururu. The prospect of soaking her throbbing muscles served to animate her once more. Following along, Tatsuki limped into the store, which was closed for the day, and followed Kon to the bath area. True to his word, Yururu had ready a steaming tub waiting for an occupant. Having not even broken a sweat during their run, a cheeky Kon marched off as though he didn't need a good scrubbing. Yururu mumbled something that might have been directions on how to cleanse oneself before making herself scarce too. Once she was alone, the weary martial artist wasted no time in stripping off her sweatpants and t-shirt, followed by lowering herself into the scalding water. A groan of contentment emerged from her throat as muscles eased from their previous death grip, allowing her to finally feel like a living person again. This was just what she needed. Opening her eyes, Arisawa stared at the steam-clouded ceiling. Intense physical activity helped her to recuperate from the decidedly unhealthy spiritual activity she subjected herself to on a regular basis. The visits to Ulquiorra had not slackened following the revelation that he was further along in recovery than originally assumed. Just how long until he was back to full strength and didn't need her anymore? Was there even the slightest chance he wouldn't proceed to kill everyone she knew before doing the same to her? Not likely. His demand for the sustenance only she could provide remained as strong as ever, though. Tatsuki felt spent afterwards, necessitating she make excuses to family and friends. The stress of exams, shopping around to various universities, worrying about an upcoming competition, all these served to allay any fears her general lassitude and death-like pallor might engender in others. At times it felt as though her life was reduced to being nothing more than an for the vampire. Why am I even still doing this? Oh, yeah. Because of. Ow down, what's the difference between an Akairio? Ichigo. Her eyes flew open. Afraid to move, Tatsuki's gaze darted all around the room. Was he in here? No, sounds like it's coming from next door. He must be in the room across from this one. I can hear him through the wall. An Akairio, rarest form of Yurei, might call a living haunting, living person challenging a deceased, hardly ever happens, from what I've read. Is that Ganju he's talking to? An impulse to learn more seized hold of her. With that, Tatsuki rose from the bath, snagging a towel as she did to wrap around herself. She then stole over and pressed her ear against the tiled wall. So when you come right down to it, I have the right. That was Ichigo. Theoretically. Ganju sounded stern. The question is whether he would accept. He's under no obligation to do so. But if you can cast doubt on the proceedings, that might give Byakuya the opening he needs to challenge it officially. A familiar grunt. And when I beat him? A contemptuous snort. Pretty confident, aren't you? Fine. You accept the position and declare your intent. I doubt anyone else would show up to challenge you for her hand afterwards. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. I only meant, you know, she's, not exactly pure at this point, so most nobles might balk at marrying. Listen, asshole, just because Rukia's pregnant doesn't make her any less of a lady. I know that, you clod. A Shiba would never look down on a woman's body like that. I'm just saying there are some people who. Pregnant. The door practically exploded open, and both men sitting on the floor looked up in shock to find a dripping wet Tatsuki standing in the frame with only a towel wrapped around her. To their astonished eyes, it looked as if flames were raging around her. Livid feminine features focused on Ichigo, who blanched at the fury he beheld. You little creep, I'm gonna. Something unpleasant stirred in her chest. Cold swept over Arisawa that had nothing to do with her unclothed state. She could feel it stirring inside, a force binding them together, and he was traveling along it, alerted to her heightened activity. Ulquiorra was approaching. Terror subsumed righteous fury. In a panic, Tatsuki forced herself to relax, taking slow deep breaths and allowing her pounding heart to subside. Stay away. Don't come here, I'm fine. I'm completely fine. After several horrific moments, she felt his presence gradually fade, perhaps placated by her thoughts somehow. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Tatsuki looked over to find Kon standing in the hallway. He had his back to her with arms outspread, wearing only the jogging pants from before. Before him, down on one knee, was Yururu. Half seen through his legs, her eyes were blank, and she was hoisting a tremendous implement wrapped in warding charms on one shoulder pointed directly at the astonished Arisawa. What was it? What was it? Khan gabbled, head jerking in desperation from side to side. Ah. Et vividarium et intervigilium et gladiator, Ururu-chan. In the garden sleeps the swordsman. At this Ururu lowered that anti-aircraft cannon and stood up. Acknowledged, she sighed before ducking her head as though abashed and went shuffling off. With a wheeze of relief Khan came around to regard her. He seemed about to speak, then stopped as though realizing something. His eyes drifted downwards, going wider in the process. Only then did it dawn on Tatsuki that the towel had slipped loose and now dangled from the fist pressed against her chest, giving them all a clear view of her body's outline from different angles. Paling even further, the humiliated warrior leapt adroitly backwards and ducked into the bathroom out of sight. The mod soul shook himself from a nude delirium. He caught sight of Ichigo through the ruined mess of screen doors that Tatsuki had unintentionally made. Hey. Hey, his rival managed faintly, caught between two primitive conflicting urges. So. Khan stuffed both hands in his pockets. It had been some time since he spoke directly to Ichigo. Not since the experience of almost killing him. How ya doing? My knee aches when it rains. That's rough. He couldn't quite make himself sound as if he meant it. Fortunately for both of them, Tatsuki came storming back into the hall with her running clothes hastily thrown on. Get in here. She snarled at Khan while brushing by to join Ichigo and Ganju. He obeyed with all due haste, and soon enough the four of them were sitting in a circle facing one another. Khan still hadn't put on a shirt, which proved somewhat distracting. He, at least, wasn't what you could call shy about his body. Probably because he had such a nice one. Dismissing these thoughts summarily, Tatsuki got right down to business. Rukia's pregnant. Her voice made this sound like a prelude to cold-blooded murder. The boys all nodded silently, staring at her with a strong dose of shivering fright. And who did the honors? Like I don't already know. Ganju and Khan pointed at Ichigo, who flinched guiltily. How the hell is that possible? She's a ghost, and you can't even take someone's temperature without screwing it up. Her chagrined classmate only gave a helpless shrug. He looked so completely and utterly lost that it served to thwart some of the justifiable anger she felt. But only by a little. Only now did it occur to Tatsuki that she hadn't seen Rukia in several months. The proprietor of the Usagi Shoten always managed to be absent during the cops' meetings lately. Guess this explains why. She had simply assumed it was due to Shinigami business or some such excuse. And the whole time, what was really going on, was... No way. Tatsuki blinked in sudden realization. You're gonna be a dad. To her surprise, Ichigo remained silent. His shoulders were stiff, as though tensed for combat. And his face was drawn, wan. He had actually looked that way for a while now. She just never noticed, too worried about anyone commenting on her own physical symptoms of distress. My childhood friend was suffering and I couldn't even bother to pick up on it. The boys were surprised when all simmering hostility drained out of Tatsuki's form, leaving her calm and relaxed. She looked between them, then at Ichigo. To his surprise she slid forward and proceeded to give him a hug. After a few moments of tongue-tied bafflement he reached up to do the same. Ganju and Khan looked at one another in shock, finally deciding to wait this inexplicable occurrence out. Sorry about going ballistic. Tatsuki drew away. It's just... She groaned and scratched her scalp in an irritated manner. Look, I can see why you didn't tell anyone. This is like learning about hollows all over again. A thought occurred to her. Does your family know? He nodded. Yeah. Since the beginning. When did you two, Arim? The very thought made her face go red like a bashful schoolgirl. Come on, snap out of it. They're your friends and there's nothing wrong with what they did. Last year. At the beach party. After the talent competition. It all happened pretty fast for both of us. Well, that makes sense. Probably half the boys in school were in heat after watching our little performance. I knew those stupid dance costumes would get us into trouble. I just didn't expect something like this. Hold up, It seemed like one epiphany after another kept jumping on her out of nowhere. She rounded on Ganju. You said something about people fighting over Rukia's hand. Back to Ichigo. And last I recall, her hot brother hated you. So who's she getting married to? Both hands tightened convulsively on his knees. One of the other royal house leaders. Some guy named Arashi. She had known Ichigo long enough to tell he was aching to punch this person in the face. And you intend to have a word or two with him about that, huh? Now he sagged like a limp noodle. I don't know. There was a defeated edge to his voice that made her skin crawl. Ichigo should never sound so helpless. It knocked her whole worldview askew. Oh. There's another problem. Did you tell Orium? He looked at her like she had asked if he owned a porcupine farm. No. Why? Never mind. Moron. Now what? Should I break the news to her? She's my best friend, but this might be too much to bear. Orium's tougher than people give her credit for. All the same, I remember how bad things got when Ichigo rejected her. And feelings that strong don't go away just because you tell them to. She might be in love with him for the rest of her life. So no, until I have a better idea what's going to happen with Rukia and the baby. I'd better keep this to myself. All right, she declared, rising smoothly to her feet. I guess you've already told everyone who really needs to know. And I'll respect that. Nobody's going to hear about it from me unless you say otherwise. Ichigo managed a weary smile. Thanks. Ever the master of words. She threw a look at Kon that brought him scrambling to his feet. Hey. Call me a cab, will you? Not sure if I can make it home. My ass is numb after that workout you gave me. Tatsuki proceeded to return where a hot steaming soak awaited her. Meanwhile Ichigo and Ganju leveled identical suspicious stares at Kon. Rather than explain the meaning behind that comment, her trainer beat a hasty retreat to do as she bid. Not 2 minutes after sliding back into the luxurious tub, Tatsuki heard a knock at the door. Without opening her eyes she said, Yeah. Tatsuki. Ichigo's voice came through the closed pane. I'm glad you know. I felt bad keeping something like this from you. Her eyelids opened a crack, and Arisawa frowned. An unpleasant prickle in her chest might stem from a combination of fear and shame. No worries. I understand. It wasn't really your secret to tell anyway. See you later, Ichigo. Right. His departing footsteps diminished down the hall, leaving her alone in a zone of quiet blissful calm. Tatsuki tucked both knees to her chest and rested her forehead against them. I might have to share a surprise with you too, Ichigo. Heaven help us both if that day comes. Elsewhere Ganju was headed downstairs to continue with inventory when he ran into Kon coming back up. About to squeeze by, the spiritual hooligan paused upon catching the look his comrade wore. Something wrong, Kon? No. The bare-chested mod made a face, glancing over one shoulder for a moment. Actually, could you do me a favor? Of course. Name it. Kon rubbed the back of his head uncomfortably. I need to talk to your sister. Ganju immediately regretted agreeing to this. It was market day in the Rokanga, a time when the streets were packed with vendors and customers in search of something to improve their lot in the afterlife. From the first ring to the 79th, where civilization hit a wall that prevented anything resembling commerce or even cooperation, the bounds of Soul Society were as lively as any bazaar in the mortal realm. Clothing was for sale, as well as food for those interested. Ladies in the bawdy houses bent from balconies and called out to men below, trying to entice them upstairs for a little light entertainment. Local gangs came around to make their weekly collections from intimidated souls who lived in fear of them as much as members of the Godai 13. And of course, on days such as these, thieves and pickpockets did brisk trade as well. You had to make a living any way you could in the outer rings. Hey, Red. A scarlet-haired urchin with the eyes of a snake took note of the lady beckoning him from an alleyway. He pushed off from the wall he had been leaning against while scanning the crowd for marks and trotted over to see what was up. His mystery caller was a call girl judging by the kimono she had on. No one else would dress quite so salaciously. She also wore a sort of wrap that served to keep her face hidden for the most part. Intrigued, the street rat crossed his arms and eyed this potential threat, alert for the first sign of trouble. "S up, Nay-san." At this the woman extended an arm and pointed. "See that guy there?" The boy turned to look where indicated before quickly coming back around. "Yeah. He didn't pay." A crafty grin stole over the urchin's face upon hearing this. He knew what those words meant. Local youths were frequently employed by ladies of the evening when a customer wouldn't pony up afterwards. The highfalutin types thought they could run up a tab sometimes. For low-class customers, a few burly roughs could be used to see that the debt was paid. When a more privileged sort tried it, you didn't want to lose that patronage, since they might not be so stingy next visit. But at the same time, the ladies weren't about to go away empty-handed. Hence the implicit understanding with some of the local riffraff. The boy turned and darted through the press over to where a small dark-haired girl his own age stood seemingly absorbed in watching the passers-by. He came up to her and they conferred together in hushed tones. Soon the pair was lost to sight. Behind them the lady waited patiently in the shadows. A minute later Red and his partner were back. He grinned proudly and held up a small leather satchel. "Nice." The courtesan took it from him and held out an appropriate amount of coins for their services. She cradled the pouch and purred, "He can have it back on his next visit." Their employer noted how the girl thief was staring at her with huge purple eyes that appeared to know more than a child that age should. As she did, however, a huge growl suddenly came from the kid's belly. Her face flushed red, feet scuffing in the dirt. The boy grinned and poked her ribs mockingly, which earned him a swift kick in the shins that made him dance on one leg. Their obvious hunger was nothing short of depressing. "Here." The woman held out a handful of extra coins. "Get yourself something to eat." Without hesitation the boy snatched up this offering and took off. His partner lingered for a moment, as if wanting to ask why they had been shown such generosity. Soon enough though she followed him into the clamoring crowd. Unobtrusively the lady departed as well. Following a twisting turning route, she made her way through the hot sink of this ramshackle region, ignoring sights and smells that would have shocked a resident of the Court of Pure Souls. At last she approached a tiny run-down hut and slipped inside. There she opened the satchel, whose contents proved to be dispatches from Shinigami reconnaissance units in the outer regions past the final ring of Zaraki. It didn't take long for her to find the one in question, a request for talented members of the 11th Division to deal with an especially nasty batch of large hollows that had made a den for themselves in the hinterlands. Well, obviously. Only the combat boys could expect to handle a force this fierce. She took note of the division recipient clearly marked on the scroll's seal. The 11th, 2 crossed lines with a separate horizontal line to the left. Picking up her tools, she slipped on a pair of glasses and got to work. A few minutes later the job was done. Now it read the intended recipient to be the 7th, 2 crossed lines with a horizontal line sprouting off from the bottom. Upon further examination, it seemed like they might not actually be touching at all. But one would have to be looking very closely to even notice this. A clerical error. Nothing more. Or so it would seem. These messages would be delivered, including her doctored handiwork. The dispatch member who had been robbed wasn't a problem. Those guys swore up and down as to the impeccable effectiveness of their members on a routine basis, regardless of whether or not it happened to be true. Such was the state of affairs in the Godi I-13 today. Protect your own ass at all costs. Thus she could count on the truth to be conveniently covered up without any effort on her part. Satisfied, Lisa Yadomaru packed up her things and left. The greatest disaster to ever befall the 7th Division came about as the result of a clerical error. A number of high-ranking officers and low-tier members were mistakenly assigned to assault a fortified nest of hollows in the outer limits of Soul Society. Unprepared for the depraved savagery of these opponents and unused to fighting in such terrain, the valorous Shinigami refused to back down, determined to display the bravery of their division and the pride of its officers. Several detachments of the 9th Division tasked with patrolling the area noticed a commotion and resolved to come to their fellows' aid. With their combined efforts the hollows were finally put to rout or exterminated. Tragically, this fiasco still resulted in the loss of numerous personnel for both teams, including several seated officers of Squad 7 and 2 from the 9th. The captain of Squad 9, livid at this outcome, formally called upon Captain Yude Shiba to answer for it in person. An investigation soon revealed the simple error that had caused this catastrophe. However, more damning still was the comportment of the 7th Division officers involved, who eyewitness reports confirmed had insisted on repeatedly attacking rather than order a retreat despite the mounting loss of life against overwhelming odds. Soon further accounts came to light detailing a pattern of inexperienced, untested Shinigami being given command positions in the 7th based solely on their connection to the Shiba clan. What had been a tragedy now threatened to metamorphose into a public loss of confidence in the Godiai 13. This, far more than any amount of dead Shinigami, served to settle the matter. Following the investigation, the Central 46 announced that Yude Shiba would be permitted to retire from his role as head of the 7th Division for reasons of declining health. Many privately noted how the old man was wont to lapse into shaking fits which no one felt comfortable addressing before. Of course, now that Yude was no longer a captain, these same people had no reason to hold back. For a while until a replacement could be found, the joke went around, especially among the unruly undisciplined 11th Division, that under Yude the stalwart Squad 7 was known as Squad Shivering Shiba. Despite being a record-breaking academy graduate, Yude's firstborn heir chose not to enter the 7th and instead became an unseated member of the 13th at his own request. Rumor had it his father made no issue of this as he was more concerned with the state of his own house. And so for the first time in its history, command of the 7th Division of the Godiai 13 passed out of the House of Shiba completely. Having gone over the entire Kukaki Arashi marriage proposal and its subsidiary information more than 100 times by now, Rin Tsubokura felt absolutely certain he knew everything important it contained. So why haven't I gone to Lady Kukaki? Maybe it's because even now, I still feel like I'm missing something. Look at things from a different angle. That's what Captain Kuratsuki used to say. Of course this was usually in terms of examining someone's insides during open surgery. Still, it explained why Rin was currently standing on his head staring at the huge chaotic web that visualized months of patient diligent work on his part. He had managed to integrate the genealogy of all noble families into the pertinent documents. Like a geodesic dome it hung there, centuries of alliances and births interwoven with corresponding elements of the main proposal, names of relevant figures serving to support the whole construct. If he tweaked one, it initiated a subtle shifting and reordering of the whole construct. Someone watching might be hard-pressed to tell any difference afterwards. Of course, being the one responsible for its existence, Rin had no trouble keeping track of whatever alterations his efforts might produce. I know this project like I know the contents of my cupboards. Why can't I shake the idea it's hiding something from me? Rin fell over to one side and sprawled on the floor before sliding up into a sitting position. With his back to the wall he watched the vibrant masterpiece lighting up the darkened confines of his office. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Some part of my brain has already figured out the problem, I'm sure of that much. I just need to coax it free. Maybe I should get a second opinion. But no, the Patronus forbade me from sharing this information with anyone. The only other person aware of it is Noboru, and I'd rather not have him back in here. Which means I'm on my own. Wait. Hold on, there is someone I can talk to. My Zanpakuto. Elated at this brainstorm, Rin sought to communicate with his inner weapon, only to be met with silence. Probably asleep. We haven't had much to say to one another lately. Better find his outward manifestation. He glanced around the colossal mess that constituted his living quarters. Now where did I put him? Nothing more pitiful than a Shinigami who can't find their own sword. Upon standing up the small scientist swayed on his feet for a moment. Probably shouldn't have taken that different angle suggestion literally. Everything's red. Rubbing his eyes, Rin stumbled into the maze of boxes stacked with sweets and papers. For a while there came the sound of things sliding and dropping into new locations on his search. Then all noise ceased. 10 seconds later Rin Tsubokura scrambled back into view, eyes bigger than usual and breathing fast. In no time he had found what he sought in the Great Marriage Matrix. There was the strand detailing information on Lord Byakuya Kukaki, head of his house and Rukia's only conceivable superior in terms of rank. This individual had such a tremendous influence on the whole construct it made him one of the top 3 factors in terms of importance. Rin gazed at that neon orange filament. Reaching up a trembling hand, he slid it carefully down the thread of energy. Where his fingers passed, the color changed, until finally there now burned a scarlet skein symbolizing Lord Commander Byakuya Kukaki of Greyhound Company. The color of a Shinigami. In a display reminiscent of fractals joining together, a new form of the information structure began to emerge from within itself. This was no trivial reordering. The entire overall shape of the matrix was undergoing a transformation. Aghast, Rin stumbled out of the light show to get a better look. Edges crossed, nodes shifted in search of more favorable positions to one another. And as it did, his fear began to grow. In only a few moments the process was complete. What floated before him now resembled a pyramid of sorts. And at its highest point were two specific names. Oh no! Tsubokura sprang through the softly sinister display until he reached a wall console and slapped it on. Locate Patronus! He cried in a frenzy. Lieutenant Rukia Kukaki's current location, Afterlife number 13, Mount Matsuri, recently reserved for the celebration of reaching resident relocation halfway point. Note, you requested to be reminded of this event scheduled for today. You are 2 hours 26 minutes overdue. Would you like to be reminded again in 4 minutes? Rin had gone still as he considered his options. A hell butterfly, no. There's too much complicated information for one to handle. I must go myself, and fast. Umbu's Dimensional Confluence project is the nearest method of reaching a halo. I'll have her prep it and send me straight there. He saved his research before leaving, of course. Considering what he was up against, Rin suspected an attempt might be made to prevent his revealing the truth. Possibly a fatal attempt. Once more he desperately wished he could locate his soul cutter, but there was no time for that. Just have to rely on my own abilities. A moment later he was out the door and racing towards Umbu's lab. I have to tell the Patronus. She was right to be wary. This marriage, it's all a trap. Lady Isane Katetsu lifted set eyes to Lord Yodeshiba and said, it is done. A knot of dread inside his stomach vanished with just those 3 simple words. Sitting together on a raised platform in the main Katetsu estates, the 2 nobles then shared a ceremonial toast to commemorate the occasion. Yode hardly tasted the sake as it went down. For once his hand remained steady. After living in the shadow of dishonor for so many centuries, there was no longer a reason to fear. He had saved the Shiba clan. But at what price? Servants approached to collect copies of the marriage agreement between Shiba and Katetsu. By this binding document, Lady Isane's half-sister and current heir, Kian Katetsu, would be formally betrothed to Kian Shiba, firstborn of his house. Under the complicated stipulations included therein, the Shiba would effectively become indentured to the Katetsu in a manner similar to a vassal domain while still being allowed to retain their nominal position as a great house. Though common for lesser noblemen, it was unheard of for a high noble to ever submit to such a position. However, by this point there was no other means by which his clan could survive. The debt to House Katetsu was not cancelled. Rather, it was placed in remission, with no further interest being accrued. In turn, Isane's family would negotiate settlements towards Shiba's other outstanding creditors and oversee their gradual repayment. It was a magnanimous and gracious gesture on the part of Isane. Yode knew how much he owed her. The cost was their autonomy. He would give up the title of Lord, which would be held in trust by Lady Katetsu until such time as she deemed it ready to return to his descendants. They gain my cherished son, who will become a member of their line, removed from his ancestral standing and no longer able to inherit the title. My shame has cost Kian his birthright. His sister Kyokaka will assume his place as clan head after I am gone. My youngest Ganju may yet take the reins in the future conceivably. It all depends on the decrees of the woman seated before me today. We are at her mercy. The look on his wife's face remained fresh in his mind when she sobbingly confessed that she could no longer live in this manner, penurious and hounded by debtors day and night. Her request to dissolve the marriage came with the express permission of her birth family. Of late there had been little semblance of love between them, yet up until now there remained a sense of unity. Now his misfortunes had cost him even that. In truth, it almost came as a relief. Theirs was a political marriage, done by necessity, yet Yode could not help but feel affection towards this woman who had shared his life for so long. She bore him 3 healthy heirs, for which he was eternally grateful. It always galled him that she should suffer for his incompetence. So he accepted, and soon enough their centuries-old union was dissolved. She would return to her family estate. However, when she begged him to let her take the children too, a stirring of terror awoke in his heart, and he summarily refused. Even her tearful pleas to at least permit little Ganju to accompany her fell upon deaf ears. Yode's heart was made of stone at this point. Recognizing the futility in further debate, she departed soon afterwards. The children were not present for this. Kyokaku had been abed for weeks now following her willing participation in the binding ritual. To have a member of the main house perform the sacrifice was unprecedented, yet what other choice did they have? There were no others with Shiba blood available. The loss of her arm proved far less terrible than the nightmares that plagued her since, both waking and asleep. It made him regret not volunteering himself. His valiant daughter remained half delirious and would probably not recognize what was transpiring now even if told. Kyan was out on assignment with the 13th Division at the time, and Ganju but a babe. To alert them served no purpose. Eventually they would all learn the truth. Yode had watched his ex-wife as she was led away from their dilapidated dwelling. He did not tell her how much this abandonment hurt him, or what it cost not to have her support any longer. All he knew was that he had failed to do his duty by her. The best he could accomplish was to not make her departure any more painful than it already was. A few days later Lord Shiba finished the preparations for his only remaining move, the one he had purposefully avoided until there was no other recourse available. With this agreement, his most precious bargaining chip was lost. Kyan's position as successor to a great house was no small thing in their society. Regardless of how far his family had fallen, the name Shiba still carried certain privileges and enticements which could not be ignored. Still, had Lady Isane not proven amenable to the offer, there would have been no recourse left. Yode knew he should be ashamed at overseeing such a damning fall from grace. Instead he felt only relief, which went to prove what many had been wont to whisper behind his back: he truly was unworthy. As agreed, we shall make a formal announcement at the next annual meeting of the great houses, Isane declared, snapping him out of his reverie. Until then, no one will be informed of our arrangement, not even the betrothed themselves. You have my word on this. She hesitated, as though uncertain whether to continue, but finally Isane sucked in a deep breath and said, Lord Shiba. Yode could only nod mutely. It was kind of her to offer even this token show of respect considering they were, for all intents and purposes, no longer equal in rank. What will become of me after the announcement? Does it really matter? He did not linger. Isane, at least, still had important matters to attend to from here on out. After making his excuses, the humbled soul returned home where his family awaited. Shirogane and Kurogane, the family retainers and tutors to his children, informed him that Kyokaku's feverish hallucinations were lessening. He took that as a good sign. Perhaps she would recover in time to attend her brother's wedding? A pleasing thought. I have staved off ruin by offering up my son. Will he hate me for it? I robbed him of his birthright. A paltry thing at this point, but still, it is made worthwhile by the pride we hold it in. Perhaps in the future, the Shiba might rise again. I doubt I will live to see it. But Kyan at least is out of danger now. His sacrifice is no less valorous than his sister's, even if not by his choice. No matter what befalls me from here on out, the Shiba will endure. Kyan Shiba, unranked member of the 13th Division, privately wondered if most of his superiors in the Godai 13 were insane. Take this, for example. He and a large number of officers were currently enjoying the hospitality of Kiraku Shunsui, head of the 8th. The captain regularly extended this invitation to anyone who might want to, in his words, get away from it all and just kick back. In Shunsui's case, this necessitated an appropriately private locale, a ban on any hell butterflies not containing the words Vastolord, and enough booze to float a medium-sized barge. You couldn't help but have fun at these little shindigs. Of course, virtually everyone here was guaranteed to have an excruciating hangover come the morning, along with a fair number of humiliating escapades, the mere rumor of which would be enough to have them brought up on charges and drummed out of the military. And yet here they all were, freely participating in their own assured self-destruction. Say what you will about Captain Kiraku, but he could talk you into doing anything. The Shiba heir had ingested a fair amount of quality liquor and was taking the opportunity to analyze their current situation. It came as no surprise the Kenpeki hadn't come when Shunsui called, but Rajuro Odoribashi and some members of his command were freely mingling with the other guests. No sign of love yet. Anoha Naretsu wasn't present either, nor her second seat Isane Katetsu. Lady Yoriyuki Shihoen, captain of Squad 2, laughed merrily whilst clacking cups with some clearly starstruck Shinigami from the 9th Division. Who else was unaccounted for? Hirako Shouman of the 10th wouldn't be caught dead at such a ribald affair, and Kiryo Hakaifun of the 12th was reputed to be tied up in some kind of top-secret negotiations that left her no time for anything else. But true to form, there was her Lieutenant Hiyori Saragaki engaged in a very ugly shouting match with Squad 5 head Hirako Shinji. They were right up in each other's faces going at it full blast. At any moment hair would be pulled, or a punch to the bread basket, and then it was anybody's guess. Hovering belatedly beside them, second seat Sosuke Aizen caught sight of him enjoying the show and shrugged, a resigned smile on his handsome face. Kyan grinned like a devil and saluted with his drink. That man is living proof why nobody should ever aspire to be a lieutenant. Too many headaches. His own captain, Yokotake Jushiro, had been unavoidably detained in a meeting with the Commander-General. The devious Shinigami legend prevailed upon Kyan via Hell Butterfly to attend in his place and keep an eye on things, as he put it. Just another nefarious scheme to get me to take on more responsibility and agree to become his lieutenant. By now Shiba knew how his saintly-seeming superior's mind worked. Kyan let his gaze flit around the room. They were on the grounds of a mansion owned by the party's host. This was a seriously nice place Kiraku had here. In terms of size and grandeur, it far outstripped the current Shiba manse. Wait, was this one of our households we had to sell? The 8th Division captain tended to host these parties in rented establishments or random houses he remembered were his when the situation warranted. Spending most of his time at the division barracks meant Shunsui probably didn't visit the dwellings of his abandoned noble past very often. Where is our dear life of the party, anyway? Watch your mouth, woman. Battle-honed instincts saw Kyan move through the throngs with the grace and speed of running water. In no time he stood at the site of this commotion, where a plump middle-aged matron who acted as head of the household staff here was cringing back from a clearly incensed man in fine clothes. She held a platter of stoppered wine flasks, one of which lay on the floor. Her attacker's face was flushed red, whether from anger or drink. A young lady dressed with equal taste as him hovered at his elbow pleading in a forcedly cheerful voice to let the matter go. Something she said caused his eyes to snap wide, and the irate fellow whirled about with his arm raised as though to backhand her. She flinched with fingers clasped tightly over her stomach in preparation for the blow. Before he could, though, Kyan slipped up to catch the man's wrist in a strong grip. What seems to be the problem, Sakejiki-san? Akio Sakejiki, a Shinigami and minor dignitary in service to the Omada family, froze upon recognizing who held him. He was well known amongst the divisions for his short temper and tendency to take offense at the drop of a hat. As a result of this bad behavior he was routinely denied active service and spent most of his time teaching classes at the academy. Several unsavory incidents in the past were quietly hushed up thanks to his money. Charm and good looks helped smooth over the rest. Still, there wasn't a single noble family in the court of pure souls who would marry their daughters off to such a brute regardless of their status. Akio finally wound up getting wed to some poor girl at the academy. He managed to hide his true nature from long enough for her to say I do. Of course, the necessity of doing so did nothing to improve his temperament. Some people had hoped marriage would serve to gentle him. If this was the result, Kyan wished the bastard would have remained a bachelor. What a cad. Mark me, were I there, you'd be hard-pressed to keep me in my sheath. I appreciate the sentiment. But let me handle this, all right? Don't bungle it, now. This is not your concern, Shiba. Sakejiki hissed. He was shaking, which reminded Kyan immediately of his father. The comparison only served to make him more furious. The Omada were fond of thumbing their noses at his family since its fall from grace. Akio seemed to believe that applied to him as well. The fiery nobleman felt his self-control fast slipping. I know. His hold tightened as a result, and Seki's face took on a shade of alarm as he felt the bones in his arm bend like twigs. It wouldn't take much more pressure at all, really. As good as that might feel, though, Kyan had enough presence of mind not to do anything drastic under these conditions. Just thought I'd step in before our host got involved. You might not know this, but he's somewhat touchy about people mishandling his servants. Or any lady, for that matter. So maybe it's time you headed home, he growled. You wouldn't be far off the mark to call that a threat. Akio certainly seemed to think so by the way blood drained from his face, leaving it pale. Twitchy eyes darted about in search of a certain pink floral kimono. After satisfying himself that this creep understood what he was saying, Kyan let go. For his part, the furious nobleman rather hoped Seiki would have the guts to throw a punch first and give him an excuse. Instead, the flustered bully collected himself sufficiently to snatch one of the sake flasks from the servant and go stalking off towards an exit. His wife took a moment to give her defender a look that clearly said, "Thank you," before hurrying to catch up. Kyan frowned upon noticing that some of her hair was already turning gray. Maybe someone should look into just what was going on at home with those two. That temper will get the better of you one day. Don't I know it? Thanks for that, Kyan-kun. Beat me to it. I was about to teach that guy a thing or two about manners. The reek of alcohol washed over him. My pleasure, Captain. Shiba turned to find Kiraku Shunsui materialized from out of nowhere at his side. The scruffy warrior poet turned a lazy smile on him before going back to watching the departing couple. Why would he invite such a disreputable piece of trash as Seiki, anyway? It must have been a mistake. Everyone subtly analyzing the altercation came to a similar conclusion that all was well and went back to the party. The master of the house clapped a heavy hand on the younger man's shoulder. Semir. Come with me. Some DY you should meet. He snagged a flask from the servant's tray before weaving drunkenly off with Kyan in tow. Smiling and waving at several people who called out to him, Shunsui nevertheless managed to reach his destination. A pretty young woman sitting by herself glanced up at their approach and smiled. The hero of the hour. She saluted Kyan, who scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Yeah, you can pin a medal on me at parade inspection tomorrow, Miyako-chan. Miyako Mori, third seat of the same company as Kyan himself, laughed in turn. This only served to enhance an already lovely demeanor. Her facial features often made him think there must be nobility in Miyako's blood despite her being from the Rukanga. It wouldn't be a surprise, numerous small houses and families had been scattered into the depths of the outer rings during the manor wars where they faded into obscurity. He knew the topic well, having been rigorously schooled in history by his father since childhood. Kiraku looked between them in confusion. Have you two met? At this Miyako made a quick face at her fellow squad member before delicately replying, Ah, yes, Teiku. We're in the 13th together. Oh. Shunsui appeared to consider this, then gave a radiant grin. Good. The big lush popped the flask he held to take a drink and nearly fell over in the process. Both Miyako and Kyan rushed to catch him from either side. The bottle slipped through Shunsui's fingers, which Kyan neatly caught before it could impact with the ground. They then stood there grinning nervously at each other while that mass of dead weight sagged groaning between them in prelude to throwing up or passing out. Maybe we should call Lieutenant Yodomaru, Miyako stated simply. Yeah. Probably. Her junior in rank struggled to stay standing and craned his head around. Do you see her anywhere? There's a lot of people about. Never mind, then. Let's just drop him here. Together they managed to maneuver the pink-clad lump onto the bench she had vacated where he slumped with his cheek pressed against the wall, head askew and hiding his face from view. Satisfied, Kyan took note of the expensive-looking wine jar he still held. Upon sniffing at the contents his eyebrows rose in appreciation. Plum Creek Mountain Stock. He exclaimed in delight. Seriously good stuff, that. Have you ever been there? The 15th ring of Northern Rukanga. 13th ring, actually, Miyako corrected him in a smug manner befitting her status as his superior officer. Not that there was anything serious to it. She loved to tease him about having a higher rank, and truth be told, he quite enjoyed the game too. Damned if he was about to let her have the last word, though. but can you tell me the year just by tasting it? He challenged while waving the heady vintage below her nose. You might want to be careful with that, Miyako advised. I think Captain Kiraka has been mixing keto in his drinks tonight. It's rare to see him this smashed so early. Good advice, third seat. Kyan accepted her assessment, and proceeded to take a long swig from the container. He then held it out to her invitingly. The young woman's mouth was opened with mild outrage and amusement at his audacity. Not scared, are you? He rasped in what might have been an attempt at sounding seductive. What's the worst that could happen? She snorted indelicately. From brew that you can handle? Not much. And with that she accepted his offer and took a swallow before passing it back. An indirect kiss. Don't read anything into it, Nijibana. Pardon Moise, oh heroic ladies man. It's just you are remarkably slow on the uptake. Half the girls in your division swoon at your approach and not so much as a flirtatious wink passes your eye in turn. Look, Miyako and I are just friends, okay? She gets me. That's rare. Just don't start on any childish drinking games. Remember what happened the last time you had a few too many? I can only imagine what Anohanateiko must have thought when she found you in that tree minus your pants, to say nothing of. Below their sightline and under the cover of his straw hat, Kiraku Shunsui's lips moved in that bent-over position. At the same time the flask held in Kyan's hand warmed ever so slightly. He took no more notice of this than the various songs being sung around the room. His soul-cutter's admonishments diminished to a mild buzz at the back of his mind. Kyan noticed how radiant the girl in front of him looked, cheeks flushed, hair spilling out of her bun to drift over her eyes. Without thinking he reached up to tuck the stray strands back where they belonged. Miyako caught her breath at this sudden closeness, and they found themselves staring at one another. It was a very strange moment for both. Officer Mori smiled, and the Shiba Prince felt the world lurch beneath his feet from the feeling this imbued inside him. Everything got hazy after that. The next thing he could remember properly. Kyan-san. MMMPH. Hold on, almost got it. Kyan. He sat bolt upright and regretted it almost immediately. His head was pounding, and sunlight poured through the window slats of an unfamiliar room. Half dressed in a yukata that was falling off his frame, the groggy nobleman turned to his right. Miyako was sitting up on the other side of the futon. Her hair was down, and she wore another yutaka like they had both come from the bath. A vague memory of being in the hot springs together resurfaced. They were laughing under the moon, their robes hanging off low-hanging tree limbs as they... Oh boy! Kyan swallowed, looking all about the room. Where are we? I think we're still at Kiraku-sama's place. The room was empty except for them. Swift as a hare and just as silent, Miyako crawled to the door and opened it a crack, peering outside. Upon closing it she darted back to the bed. No one's there. The coast is clear. I'll leave first, and you head out a few minutes later. The plan seemed sound. Yet there was a certain note of panic betrayed in her rapid breathing and refusal to sit still. Kyan had to admit he was edging towards a freak-out the more he woke up. Last night, don't tell me we actually... Oh boy. Stay calm. Nijibana? Do you remember what happened? No. But that is irrelevant at this stage. You must act to keep any harm from befalling the young lady's reputation. What do you mean? It would not be meet for the third seat of your division to be seen as having an affair with one of her junior members. Hey, not like it's all that uncommon. I mean, look at Lieutenant Urakaki over in Squad 10. He's got himself a girlfriend under his command and nobody says anything about it. You are being naive. Perceptions are different when the superior officer is male. This is viewed as commendable. For a woman to engage in such practices, however, the consensus would not be so favorable. Oh, that's horseshit. Are you willing to bet her career on that? Within his soul, the proud scion of royalty debated. Maybe what Nijibana said was true. He couldn't recall any female officers being involved with Shinigami beneath their rank. If he and Miyako really did do that last night, how would people take it? The guys would probably slap me on the back and congratulate me. But the women, to say nothing of Captain Yukatake, So what should I do? Just pretend like it never happened? Somebody would get wind of this, though. It was only a matter of time. Then they'd have to hush it up. The same way Saekjiki's contacts glossed over all his screw UPS. To be anything like that sack of shit, the very thought made his jaw clench. What can I do? Kyan? What are you thinking? Spying her clothes spread over the floor, Miyako was just moving to retrieve them when she felt his fingers slip over her own. Let's get married. For a moment the third seed felt certain she must have misheard. Upon turning around, the expression on his face convinced her otherwise. She looked down at his tattooed arm, then back at him. Is this one of those Shiba pride things? This has nothing to do with me being a Shiba, he asserted. I'm asking on my own behalf, no one else's. Come on, Kyan-san. Miyako ducked her head with a small shake. Be serious for once. Miyako-chan, this is me being sickeningly serious. He took her small hand in both of his. Wonder spread over her face as she realized he meant it, along with a shot of pure warmth that seemed to originate at the point of contact between them and spread everywhere. The heir to the Shiba clan looked at her with the bright morning sun lighting up his whole body. I want you to be my wife, starting from today. You're crazy, Miyako spoke wonderingly. Kyan couldn't say which of them seemed more shocked. Her, himself, or his Zanpakuto. Are you sure about this? Like she said earlier, what's the worst that could happen? She hasn't said yes yet. Oh, right. Yes. He blinked. What? I said yes. Standing before him, Miyako shook her head in disbelief, but the smile she wore held just as much happiness as confusion. Heaven help us both, but, yes. So that settled it. With a delighted laugh he pulled her back down onto the futon with him. Unlike the previous night, the kiss they shared then was one he would never forget for as long as he lived. What's the worst that could happen? What have you done? They were all staring at him when he entered the council chamber. Flanked by his pitifully sparse complement of retainers, Yode would have been self-conscious even under normal circumstances. This was different, though. He could feel their cold, condemning eyes upon him with every heavy, listless step. He practically collapsed into the seat reserved for the Shiba. With that, the annual meeting of the 5 great houses could commence. No one spoke. What have you done? This had been the only thought running through his mind when Kyan came before him to proclaim his elopement and marriage the previous evening. Marriage to a woman with no standing in the noble community whatsoever. Yode's whole world fell apart at these words. What have you done? Of course the boy couldn't have known. All preparations had been kept to utmost secrecy. A wedding between the firstborn heir of the Shiba to the second daughter of the Kotetsu. It meant the Shiba would be restored and become a force in this world once again. What have you done? Kyan was not in attendance. Yode forbade him to come, refusing to give an explanation for why. His beloved child was left to see to his siblings and introduce them to their new sister-in-law. You've killed our pride, my son. My son, to protect their pride. Killing the girl would have solved everything. It could be done. There were ways available for those willing to take such drastic measures. But not for me. Not for a proud Shiba. We would never disgrace ourselves by murdering a woman. The things they say about us, about me. They whisper that I mutilated my daughter when she spoke out against me. How dare they? She volunteered to make a sacrifice they know nothing about, one that serves to keep us all safe from that monster, and they choose to ridicule her courage. My fate is sealed. Yode looked up to find Katsura Arashi gazing at him. The two men watched one another without exchanging a word. It was an old delegate of the Kotetsu who rose first. She produced documents Yode knew all too well and passed them around the gathering. Kukaki and Shihoin accepted them, while Arashi gave no evidence of interest in the contents. He already knew. They all did by now. The Kotetsu spokesperson remained on her feet to address the assembly. In a clear voice she spoke. We have been wronged by the House of Shiba. Beside her Isane Kotetsu did not raise her head. She knew all too well that at this stage even a person of her status could not hope to prevent what came next. Her clan members, never too keen on the prospect she proposed to begin with, had risen up in outrage when news of the Sheba perfidy came to light. They demanded action. And Isain must perforce obey their consensus. It was that or force her own family to endure public shame. This too is my doing. I am sorry, Lady Isain. You are not to blame in this affair. The affront to our dignity is severe enough to warrant the harshest punishment, the spokeswoman continued. You have all now seen the proof, a breach of trust, a rending of sacred bonds. Lord Sheba has slandered our most gracious princess by permitting her betrothed to wed a commoner. There is no reparation great enough to mend such a wanton insult. And so. Here she turned to regard her mistress. In response Isain gave a brief nod of permission. Her servant addressed the chamber once again. It is settled. The marriage contract has been broken. It is null and void. No mention of its existence will endure past this moment. Kiana Jousama shall never be informed such an agreement took place. We ask for our honored brethren's cooperation in this matter. Representatives from the other three houses voiced their consent. You have our blessed lady's thanks. Sternly the grey-haired herald swung to look down her nose at about Yude. He shuddered without stop, unable or unwilling to try and hide it any more. Her next words fell sharp as a headsman's axe. We now beg your consideration in another matter. Is this how it feels to die? So cold. The spokeswoman retook her seat. It was Isain who rose in a halting, uncertain fashion to make this next proclamation. No substitute could possibly be entrusted with a pronouncement of this magnitude. Only a peer of the realm had the authority to even speak these words. Such was the utter silence surrounding them that the tall noblewoman's soft voice carried clear to all present. As reigning lady of the Kotetsu, it is my solemn duty to propose that Yude Sheba be summarily stripped of his title as lord of a great house and his clan stricken from the ranks of nobility. No longer shall the Sheba be permitted to hold a seat in this council. Said dark eyes rose to take in her fellow nobles. What say you all? The Arashi agree, Katsura asserted without further preamble. One might have expected him to show a small hint of satisfaction at this turn of events. But there was not so much as a rise in tone to betray approval on Katsura's part. His face stayed colder than a slab of cemetery marble, though his hawk eyes never strayed from Yude. The Shihoin agree. Oh. The Kukaki are in agreement. And with that, it was done. Yude and his entourage got to their feet. With their master in the lead, the departing Sheba left that place of honor, having lost any right to associate with such august company. All remaining Sheba holdings were sold to pay debts or had ownership passed over to representatives of the Kotetsu. Their last loyal servants were given a small severance fee, which they refused to a man, as well as permission to depart with honor, which they accepted even if it was no longer truly needed. Only two chose to stay and look after the ailing Kyokaku and infant Ganju. Kyan Sheba was notified of the household's collapse. Upon his swift return, he and Miyako spent 3 days in the company of their family secluded from all outsiders. At the end of this period Yude Sheba made formal announcement of his intent to pass the role of clan head to his eldest son. 2 days later, he retired to a secluded townhouse on a lake. The property belonged to Yukatake Jushiro, who generously allowed its use at his subordinate's request. There, away from all witnesses and without any help, the former proud lord of the Sheba committed ritual suicide. He left behind a name, 2 children who loved him, and a third who would grow up with no recollection of his parent at all. Afterlife 13, Mount Matsuri, otherwise known as the Mountaintop Festival, was a curious domain. Its design derived from Japanese Shinto festivals. A realm of twilight gradually blending into night and back again, it was comprised of a forested mountain with several carved stairs twining up its leafy face. Flat terraces interspaced along the ascent were stocked with game booths and stalls selling delicious food. Paper lanterns lit the steps and fireflies glowed amidst the trees. Unlike other heavenly realms fashioned by the Godi I-7, Mt. Matsuri did not exist for the purpose of sheltering the displaced residents of Seoul society. Its main function was as a sort of retreat, similar to the temporary safe dimension the Kukaki fashioned for Karakura town's population during the Autumn War. Here the souls awaiting assignment to a permanent locale could leave the halos and enjoy a bit of a getaway. For the next 2 days, though, it would serve as the site of a tremendous celebration. All Shinigami and their charges were permitted to attend, even those already having heavenly residences. With the construction process halfway complete, many who had questioned the Goti I-7's ability to achieve such a colossal undertaking found themselves looking forward to the next stage. There was so much left to do, but having accomplished all this in just a few years, confidence and pride in their abilities lent an air of almost assured victory. We needed this, Rukia thought to herself as she stood gazing up at the stars. She felt Byakuya's approach and turned to him with a smile. Her Nii-sama was dressed informally as well, though the kimono they both had on still stood out among the rest in terms of sheer grandeur. Hers was imperial yellow with beautifully styled blue tsunami waves on hem and sleeves. Rukia imagined she could hear the ocean every time she moved. Byakuya had selected a tasteful midnight indigo ensemble whose seemingly plain exterior glimmered faintly as though tiny diamonds were expertly woven just below the surface. He held out his hand, which she took. Brother and sister walked together past cheerfully lit stalls where Shinigami and Plus mingled freely in pursuit of prizes or compared their views on food. Byakuya maintained an air of aloofness that served to forestall any would-be well-wishers from approaching them. She knew this was his way of looking after her. He was just as overprotective as Noboru, though not so open about it. Neither of them proved willing to believe her protestations that she felt perfectly fine. Rukia touched the fabric covering her stomach. This dress was new, having recently been commissioned to accommodate her increased dimensions. The swell of her belly protruded for all to see now. No more hiding. The expecting mother would never admit it, but Rukia had grown to secretly cherish the conscientious attentions of her brother and nephew. She was still unaccountably emotional of late. That episode with poor Saijin Komamura stood as embarrassing evidence. The only thing that could make things worse was the thought of people approaching and having to field their questions concerning her condition. Thankfully the boys were there to ward off all possible peril. Too bad we're missing the one you really want to protect you. I extended him an invitation. These festivities will proceed for 2 more days. He can come whenever. How gracious of you. Is there something on your mind, Sode no Shirayuki? Me? Goodness, no. Say, when do you think Katsura will show up? Sure would be terrible if the two of them ran into each other and you weren't around. No telling what might happen. Lord Arashi, at least, can be counted on not to engage in unseemly behavior. There is little chance of Ichigo having cause to regret making an appearance. Are you writing him off? Don't start this line of talk again. Can't you let me enjoy myself for a little while? Girl, I love you. But this situation is turning you into even more of an ice princess than you already were. Pun intended. Thank you for that lovely commentary. Excuse me while I dare to live my own life. Says the dead girl. The soul cutter's presence departed, leaving her owner thoroughly nettled. She always has to get in the last word. It's so infuriating. Rukia. She didn't notice they had halted until Byakuya spoke. Rukia looked up at him to find concern spelled out clearly on his face, though few others would be able to find any change to that regal visage. He was worried something might be wrong. This special Jigai she had been forced to inhabit for half a year was useful, but its ability to hide her spirit from enemies also applied to allies, meaning her brother could not feel if she was under real duress or not. Another annoyance couched in helpful form. All is well, Nii-sama, she informed him assuredly. I merely needed a moment to collect myself. He accepted her explanation, but opted to guide them over to a bench just in case. She couldn't refuse this precaution. There the expecting mother carefully sat down, glad that her tailor-made garment made it less awkward than most clothing she had to settle for in the living world. Sarfit? I've been there, little sister. This new voice saw the return of Yoriyuki and Noboru. Bedecked in apparel of red and gold, the lady of Shihoin outshone every source of light in the vicinity. Her son had insisted on dressing in a stealth force's uniform for some reason. He didn't quite look the part of ruthless shinobi right now, arms loaded down with foodstuffs and a festival mask perched atop messy black hair. While grinning upon their approach, his expression quickly took on a shade of alarm when he saw Rukia sitting down. Are you tired? He blurted in distress. You didn't trip, did you? Sometimes remembering that Noboru was as unaccustomed to pregnancy as she was proved the only thing that kept her frayed nerves from snapping. "Just enjoying the view, Noboru," she sang. He came over right away and sat beside her, proffering an assortment of treats. "This one's fantastic," he pointed out helpfully. "And these go great with sauce, I've got it around here somewhere." The eager youth then set about pawing through the hidden pouches of his clothes. "Did you two have fun while we were gone?" Yuriyuki rejoined her husband. The sultry shapeshifter had only a pinwheel to show for their outing, which she blew on to make it spin beneath Byakuya's chin. He permitted this, which spoke volumes to those who knew him. "Our guests would seem to be enjoying themselves," he admitted with obvious reluctance. "We met Captain Zidolshvank and Abarai on our way here." Noboru perked up immediately. "What was she wearing?" he demanded. His father sent him a censorious stare, but Rukia filled the knowledge gap. They both had on appropriate attire for the current setting, Noboru. She neglected to mention Nilil's choice of a temple Maiko costume boasted a scandalously short skirt and a very open front. Renji simply wore one of those loud floral kimono he seemed to think looked well on him. Byakuya's ire sent his former lieutenant scuttling with Nell in tow before they could get far past exchanging pleasantries. "Ah," Noboru pouted and chewed on a roasted squid. "That's no fun. Maybe some of the other captains will dress up." "Doubtful." Not to be taken unawares, Byakuya had insisted through his position as Lord Commander on a fixed schedule that would only allow 2 captains and lieutenants to attend the event at any given time. Zaraki remained in Hueco Mundo with his unit, and Urahara hadn't left his headquarters in weeks from what she could gather. The idea of iPhone showing up here seemed far-fetched. That left only Captain Hitsugaya and her own division head, Isane Katetsu. When or if they put in an appearance was up in the air. Noboru deposited his goods on the bench and leapt up. "You ready to go, Ba-san? The fireworks should be starting soon. I want to be at the top of the mountain so we get the best view." Ever the shrewd observer, Yuriyuki didn't fail to miss a slight furrowing of Rukia's brow that might have indicated trepidation. With unmatched grace she handed Byakuya the pinwheel and moved to slip an arm around her son's shoulders. "Why don't you and I race to the top together, kiddo? Let these two go at their own pace. We can save them a prime spot that way." The prospect of a run got Noboru's attention immediately. "You're on. Ready set hey." But the flash goddess had already disappeared, leaving only mocking laughter in her wake. Cursing, Noboru soon followed, causing several people nearby to jump at the sudden rush of displaced air that lifted clothes and rattled the paper lanterns on their lines. Rukia looked to her brother. "Shall we?" He glanced back through lowered lids before extending his arm to assist her. After being hoisted to a standing position, the two of them rejoined the masses on their way to the far-off summit. As they passed laughing souls momentarily free of any burdens, the Shinigami lady pondered her situation. In a little over a month she was scheduled to wed Lord Arashi. Time certainly did fly when faced with a deadline. But why am I still attributing a negative aspect to this affair? Katsura has displayed nothing but the highest order of courtesy to me in all our time together, far beyond what my status affords. He is a fine man, I'll freely admit. Under other circumstances there would be no question of our being happy together. I am blessed with more good fortune than I could have ever imagined. But I'm not happy about it. And the reason is obvious. This isn't what I want." Not for the first time she placed a hand on her stomach. The life growing within stirred. It made her smile, yet at the same time, almost cry out with frustration. "My child's future will begin under a cloud. He, or she, must suffer because of my failings. As will someone else no matter what I do. Katsura or Ichigo, one shall be forced to endure humiliation, whether accepting another man's child or losing his own. I know I'm oversimplifying things. All the same, nothing about this feels right. Was there a way out I missed? Could there still exist a chance I might protect everyone involved from harm?" These troubling thoughts stayed until they reached the tier's edge where the next flight of stairs led up. Byakuya continued to hold her arm as they began their ascent. Rukia concentrated on placing her feet with great care and maintaining her balance. The thought of falling down all these steps made sweat glide along her spine. At times she wished the childbirth could happen today and end all this anxiety. Of course, afterwards the true fear would begin. There was so much to be afraid of, in this world and beyond. Soon she must defend not only herself and her charges, but a helpless infant ill-equipped to face the demons hovering all around them. If only I could hide the babe away, just as Yoryuki did with Noboru for over a century. Then at least they would be safe. At the cost of our being together. There truly is no easy answer, is there? The climb proved shorter than she expected. In no time the Lord and Lady of the Kukaki found themselves on level ground again. Above them burned a galaxy of stars in the dead of night, while to every side spread man-made suns that served to light the grounds and uplift the hearts of those present as much as their celestial counterparts. Both nobles blended into the throngs without comment from anyone present. If their identities were known, no one took note of it. Their journey proceeded apace without incident. That is, until they found themselves confronted by a commanding figure. "I bid you good evening, Lady Kukaki." Flanked by two masked guards, Katsura Arashi bowed forth, a small black fan spreading out with a flourish of his one good arm. He came upright smiling mildly, dark eyes shining from the fire burning in large braziers close by. He really came. I hardly dared to hope. "Well met, Lord Arashi," she responded in kind. Could this be a mischievous side of him, surprising me like this? It certainly was a pleasant one. Almost immediately, though, any such fanciful notions vanished when she felt Byakuya stiffen beside her. "Arashi-sama," he bowed curtly. "Kukaki Gozen," the other man responded with barely a glance in his direction. Rukia's heart plummeted at this. He actually chose to insult Byakuya by that diminutive honorific to his face. This served to dampen any hopes she might use this event to try and forge some type of truce between them. Clearly whatever goodwill Katsura held for her did not extend to her brother. "I am impressed by the quality of work your people managed in designing this locale, my lady." The Tiger Lord turned his attention to his true prey again. He didn't comment on or even look at her stomach, for which Rukia felt relieved. One would be hard-pressed to find a single flaw. "Maybe I can try to clear the air? I'm pleased you find favor with our efforts. My brother has devoted great time and energy to building a brighter future for the inhabitants of Seoul society. Almost as much as he has put into opposing our marriage," Katsura countered smoothly. "Ouch. He's not pulling any punches." "We were on our way to the summit for tonight's fireworks exhibition," she interjected before anyone else could speak. "Would you care to join us?" The Lord of the Arashi snapped shut his fan with a sharp click. "Gladly." He took up place at her right without pause. Byakuya tensed but otherwise remained in control. The two guards joined their master, being careful not to stand behind either of the Kukaki. Without further altercations the party set off. It was a good thing only one more stairwell separated them from the peak. She didn't know how long she could withstand being sandwiched between these two men. It felt like two massive pressure systems colliding in prelude to unleashing a destructive storm. Many people took note of them now and backed away to a safe distance. Hueco Mundo wouldn't be a safe distance if these guys threw down. I can't tell which of them is more cold to the other. With any luck he will leave it at discourtesy and not provoke any further animosity. The climb lasted several minutes. There was no way she would risk asking to stop for a rest and give them a chance to talk again. The end result might be a war. So it was with great relief that she crested the final step to reach a plateau shaped out of the mountainside. Their numerous people had gathered together the better to enjoy the pyrotechnic performance. Kyokaku Shiba was further up the mountain overseeing the fireworks setup. It promised to be a breathtaking display. Thankfully there was no chance she might appear beforehand and risk running into Arashi. Afterwards however. Oh, dear. Now that would really be a bloodbath. Agreed. But how to prevent a confrontation? Kyokaku and Ganju are scheduled to meet up with us after the show. That gives us time to formulate a strategy. If you will excuse me now, Lady Kukaki, Katsura spoke beside her. There are others I would speak with tonight. I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. He's leaving? There is a god. Yeah. And he probably answers to Aizen by now. I am very pleased you could attend, my lord, she spoke fervently and bowed. He afforded her one in return, that long braid sliding down his shoulder to swing back and forth, before heading off into the distance. Rukia could have kissed him for showing such tact. Perhaps he too was aware of the Sheba's presence and wished to prevent any public display. A big cuddly teddy bear, that one. Can we just find the others already? It didn't take long to locate Noboru and Yoriyuki. No mention was made of who won their little foot race. Having secured an enviable vantage by which to view the heavens, the small family settled in to wait. Before long the last small fringe of pale sky on the horizon turned dark. Almost as if waiting for just that moment, the first firework shot squealing from higher up the peak. Its piercing cry faded. The audience held its breath in anticipation. With a boom, a tremendous golden explosion lit the whole sky, sending streams of blazing fire showering down. These flambeaux spun and swirled, becoming blazing multicolored pinwheels that matched the one Byakuya still held. Red and green, purple and orange in colors more eclectic to boot, this initial shot heralded the start of the performance, and those watching roared and clapped with approval, Rukia included. The din of their applause was broken by a second firework, and everyone settled back to enjoy themselves. Jusam. Ears ringing a little, Rukia thought she heard something, but was distracted by a volley of cannon fire that burst to reveal sparkling animals belonging to the Godi I-7 divisions. There was greyhound, heron, tiger, Ajisama, ibis, and, what? Rukia looked behind her, and was shocked to see Rin Tsubokura of all people shoving his way towards this spot. The sight of him was so unexpected she stood up without hesitation and glided over. He came skidding to a halt upon her approach. The little fellow looked frantic, bent over with hands on his knees and eyes closed trying to catch his breath. Clearly it had been a while since he exerted himself to this extent. Rin-san? She asked. What is it? At this his head snapped up and he turned a wild look on her. Ajisama. I found it. By this point Byakuya, Noboru, and Yoriyuki had joined them. Oddly Rin didn't even seem to notice the head captain of the Godi I-7 and High Lady of the Shihoin. This was strange in and of itself. He had eyes only for her, it seemed. Only now did Rukia remember. Of course, I put him to work examining my marriage proposal a few months ago. Hadn't heard anything from him since, so I just assumed there was nothing to report. Could it be I was mistaken? Hey, macho, Noboru called. What's got into you? Eat a bad batch of mochi. What is the meaning of this? Byakuya demanded. I'm not sure. Rukia sought to clarify. Rin-san, please calm down. I need you to relax and... Say, aren't you from Kisuke's company? The guy who brings snacks to meetings. Rin abruptly shot to his full height. Would you all just shut up and listen to me? Boom. A huge firework exploded overhead, causing the crowd to roar. Meanwhile, the Kukaki family gazed in shock at this equally awesome detonation. For a moment Rin appeared to realize just what he had done. His face paled, and he gulped visibly. But then the little fellow shook his head and slapped both cheeks mightily. Now much more collected, he fixed his eyes on Rukia, who could not believe the level of intimidation coming off this normally submissive soul. Ajisama, Lord Commander, Lady Shihoin, he spoke clearly, looking at each of them in turn. You have all been deceived. Without waiting for further prompting he launched into his story. I did as you asked, my lady. I went over the whole Arashi Kukaki proposal with a fine-toothed comb. When nothing popped out, I tried factoring in other information, including that being related to the interconnection of your noble families. At first it seemed like a dead end. But then... He swallowed, glancing about nervously. I remembered that you are not just nobility. You're also Shinigami. So. Noboru was the only one of them who didn't appear spellbound by this lecture. It means you are officers in the Godi I-13 military. Rin flinched as another deafening firework exploded and scooted closer to Rukia. Ajisama, tell me something. In all the times you've met him, has Lord Arashi ever referred to your brother as Lord Kukaki? He looked so anxious at this point despite the question being patently ridiculous on its face. Of course, she responded. When Rin continued to stare at her with penetrating eyes, she gave it some more thought. Well, to be honest, he addresses Nii-sama as. It was embarrassing to admit, but she forced herself to say it out loud. Kukichi Gozen. It's a mildly derogatory form of young lord considering my brother's age, but nothing to be truly upset about. No. To her distress, Rin drew away from her in horror. No, no, no. My lady. He shot forward to grip her shoulders, heedless of propriety or even the fact that she was pregnant. It is an insult, but there's more to it than that. The word can also be applied to female samurai. Which means it's a military honorific. He's not recognizing Lord Commander Kukichi as a lord, but as a warrior. What are you saying? Rukia whispered, frightened for reasons she didn't dare speak aloud. Aja-sama. I don't believe your brother is the head of the Kukichi clan at all. I think you are. The statement was laughable. And yet, none of them did so. I'll explain. Tsubokura took a step back. You see, while nobility is considered separate from the edicts of common law for the most part, their long association with the Godii 13 has seen to certain specific stipulations regarding noble-born officers, especially the leaders of the great houses. For instance, there is a very ancient but still valid law that states during times of official warfare, clan heads are required to appoint a proxy, usually their current heir, to handle management of the family while they fulfill their roles as war leaders. It's strictly symbolic, having no permanent status once hostilities have subsided, so the lord/captain is still technically head of the clan. Official warfare. Noboru strode up to him. Aren't we always at war? The flustered researcher rounded on him in a panic. Not normally. At least, not formally. But after Aizen and the other captains defected, Captain Commander Yamamoto made an official declaration of war against the Hollow Nation, which was ratified instantly since the Central 46 were all dead. And during wartime, the law I mentioned comes into effect. Aja-sama, he whirled around to confront Rukia, when your brother was incapacitated at the time, didn't you assume control of the Kukichi for a while? Why yes, she admitted unwillingly. Any contribution she made to this chilling exposition seemed like a betrayal. I knew it. Listen, he hunkered down, and they all gathered about him. That declaration of war was never rescinded as far as I can tell, which means it's still being enforced. On the surface nothing is different, but underneath, things are happening, legally speaking. And I think this is what Lord Arashi used to manipulate you as head of the Kukichi, my lady. You are mistaken. Byakuya's smooth, frigid words cut through the prattle like a lion's roar overpowering a chittering chipmunk. Arashi did directly afford me the title of lord when he approached to ask for Rukia's hand. After the Autumn War, when you say this martial edict was in effect. For all his insults, he would never sully his pride by granting a lesser nobleman such honors. Poor bug-eyed Rin looked positively stricken as he confronted the imperious overlord of the Godii 7. See, Commander, that may be true. But then, something new happened. You got married. Just like that, everyone's attention turned to your Yuki. While quite unflappable under normal circumstances, the goddess of Flash was obviously upset by this accusation. And this changes things. How, exactly? You're not a Shinigami. Or rather. The member of Ibis Company clutched his head as though it may burst. What I mean is you have no rank in the current incarnation of the Godii 13. You command no divisions. That means you are simply the lady of the Shihoin. But when Byakuya Teika wed you, that's when everything changed. Under a strict interpretation of noble law, the marriage of two great house heads during time of war carries certain provisos when one of the intended is a military officer and the other is not. Rin paused to take a deep lungful of air before continuing. Technically speaking, the officer party is in a slightly diminished capacity in terms of noble rank according to the proxy rule, which makes the non-officer noble their superior, even if just on paper. Should they wed, the officer's house would become a sort of vassal to their new partner. Of course, no one in the officer clan would want this, so in such a situation, the law provides that if the marriage proceeds apace, the proxy head of the great house will become the official leader of the clan once the wedding is finalized. And their former superior will then be made a sort of honored advisor, who still retains some measure of authority in the clan and can speak in their name. It's all here. He thrust forth a small sealed scroll. Numbly Rukia accepted this, surprised at how heavy it turned out to be. She didn't bother to examine the contents. Could this be real? Am I, the lady of the Kukaki in truth? Rukia. She shuddered. Pain flared in her abdomen, so intense she went to her knees. There were cries all around, and she felt her loved ones pressing close. No, there's no time for this. I have to know the truth. Rin-san. Her voice was so low and hoarse it almost came out as a growl, making her intended target jump. What does this mean for the marriage proposal made to me by Lord Arashi? The others were crouched at her side. Unmatched riots burned all around them, which caused many nearby to leave off watching the fireworks to take note of an even greater display of power. Standing before this quartet of angry gods, Rin appeared to shrivel in on himself. The same is true. He whispered. Katsura is not a part of the Godi I-7, and you are lieutenant of a division. As acting rulers of your houses, when you are joined in marriage, the Kukaki will become subordinate in large part to the Arashi. Only in this case, since you have no heir and there is no one in terms of blood relation who can compare to your status in the clan, the transfer of power cannot take place. Aja-sama, you will still rule the Kukaki, but the Arashi will rule you. Her heart turned to ice. Rukia stood up. Ignoring all else, she walked with deliberate steps into the crowd. Where is he? Rukia, hold on. Where is he? Over there. She followed her Zanpakuto's lead. And as she drew closer to her target, certain things clicked inside her head. All the kindnesses, the show of respect. Permitting me to walk beside him, even bowing so low, it wasn't because he was treating me favorably. He was behaving appropriately towards a fellow head of their clan. It was a trap. Katsura Arashi stood by himself in a cleared space with his defenders close by. His eyes were raised skyward to view the fireworks, but they dropped down when a sudden blast of cold riots washed over him. Pondering this, he brought the closed fan up to tap against his chin in thought. Slowly he spread the paper screen before his mouth before turning to confront the source of this frigid force. Something troubles you, Lady Kukaki? He asked lightly. Rukia drew within striking distance of him. You have deceived me? She spat with barely restrained fury. In response, one of Katsura's eyebrows rose behind his fan. No request for an explanation was forthcoming. Then he snapped the implement shut and let it drop to his side with a look of deadly calm. They faced each other with only a few feet of space between them, him featureless, her furious. At last he spoke. I acted according to the law. The very thing you Kukaki claim to hold so dear. A slight tug at the side of his mouth might have been a suppressed smirk. Is that not so, my lady? Our marriage will never take place. Sweat ran into Rukia's eyes, and she swayed noticeably. After wiping a sleeve across her brow, she thrust out her arm to point at him. This despicable subterfuge is ended, as of now. The Kukaki are not now and never will be yours. Half-closed black eyes continued to regard her. I must respectfully disagree, the Tiger Lord responded softly. Lord Arashi. Katsura glanced up when Yoriyuki Shihoin and Byakuya Kukaki came striding over with their son Noboru to join Rukia. A snort of amusement emerged from his throat. Ah, there you are, Lady Shihoin. And your husband. He paused for a moment. I confess, I am uncertain how to refer to you now, Byakuya Kukaki. You claimed the rank of Captain Commander in the Godi I-7, is it not so? Perhaps you should not have been so quick to snap up that title. Haste is not a virtue of nobility, after all. Your plan is foiled, Tiger Lord, the leader of the Godi I-7 swore darkly. In the last few moments, I sent a hell butterfly rescinding the order of open warfare proclaimed by my predecessor. And our son Noboru Kukaki has agreed to become heir to the Kukaki name, Yoriyuki spoke beside him. She placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulders, who glowered at the menacing lord. Sew up your butt, Pendajo. Noboru mocked him without a trace of fear. To this, Katsura returned an easy smile that made several of the onlookers flinch, bearing a foreboding similarity as it did to that of his banished nephew. That is all very interesting. Permit me to address your assertions. His fan descended to point at Noboru. Since the boy's father currently holds only a ceremonial role in the House of Kukaki at this time, he cannot nominate him as heir to that line. Furthermore, unless I am mistaken, this child is illegitimate, being born prior to his parents' wedding. Only the King of Seoul society can lift such an onus. As you must be aware. The black lacquer shaft rose once more. And you, Captain Commander Kukaki, are mistaken in two respects. Firstly, while war was indeed declared by Yamamoto, and you hold his office, you were never officially invested by a representative of the king. This means you lack the authority to declare an end to the war on legal grounds. And secondly, he dipped the fan one final time, letting it rest on Rukia. The terms of our marriage that you have already agreed on prior to this point, through your elder brother and appointed representative, were stipulated under the legal conditions that had effect at the time. These terms being binding, they cannot be retroactively altered by either party without incurring severe repercussions, up to the forfeiture of half their property and sovereign alliances to the other party as recompense. The matter has proceeded past the point when anything short of high treason could absolve either side of continued cooperation with the proposal. Even should you attempt to renounce your role and station in the Kukaki, it would have no effect, since the clan has already been bound and sworn beforehand. Our wedding would continue apace. With a flick of the wrist, Arashi Katsura opened the fan and spread it before his lips. That is all. And this time they could hear his smile, though they could not see it. There is a way. Katsura paused. Before him Rukia had gone still and quiet. Her face was deathly calm. Hey. What do you think you're? No more. I can kill myself. Her words brought a cry from all her loved ones present, even Byakuya. Before any of them could react, she held out a hand that served to forestall further protest or moves towards her. Now more than ever, she was the lady of the Kukaki, and Rukia faced her nemesis fully enshrined in that role. The marriage contract is valid only so long as I am alive, the supreme head of the Kukaki announced in a voice clear as ice. Should I commit ritual suicide for my crimes, the honor of my house cannot be called into question, by ancient laws. And when I die, all bonds between your clan and mine are severed. She lifted her chin with deliberate slowness. Do you doubt my conviction, Arashi Dano? Lord and Lady squared off at the top of the mountain. They watched one another like duelists waiting for one to make the first move. Katsura's eyes drifted over to one side. Do I believe you would die to preserve your family's honor? Yes, Lady Kukaki. Adopted or no, you are a noble of the highest caliber, and a Shinigami. There is nothing of yourself that you would not sacrifice for the sake of another. But in this case. And here his gaze swung around so sharply that Rukia blinked. You would not be the only one to perish, would you? For a time they gazed at one another without speaking. Then Rukia's face crumpled in grief, and she sank to the stone clutching her stomach, where her unborn child lay all unaware of what was taking place without. Yes. Katsura nodded in satisfaction. This was the one thing I could not control. Your death would indeed negate my plans. But fortune smiled upon us both. You cannot bring yourself to sacrifice an innocent. Such compassion is truly admirable. Motherhood. He looked away for a moment, face grown distant and weary. Then with a small shake of his head he came back around. It will be my greatest honor to call you my wife, Rukia Kukaki. And that was something I did not originally foresee. In time I will make you understand that this arrangement does not truly offer harm to you or anyone you hold dear. It is simply a matter of pride. Katsura glanced at Byakuya. And the loss thereof. Were Rukia not between them, the Greyhound captain might have gone for his throat. As it was, no form of retribution emerged. Yuriuki had both arms wrapped tightly around her son to hold him back. Observing this, Katsura performed a slow, silent bow to all present. With a last parting look at the fallen noblewoman, he moved to depart. Rukia knelt on her knees with hands pressed against cold stone. This can't be happening. Isn't there anything that can be done to prevent it? My child, my baby. I have shamed you too. Please forgive me. Hey. One-armed Fu Manchu. Hold up a minute. Katsura froze on the cusp of leaving. He turned to where this shout originated from. Rukia did the same. disbelief, confusion, grief. These things she felt strongly. But seeing the person who had joined them, the incredulous girl felt something more. Hope. Ichigo Kurosaka stood a few paces off with arms crossed. He had on a somewhat dated kimono reserved for festivals. The scowl he wore suited him much better, and this he trained fully on the glowering Lord Arashi. For only a second the youth's dark brown eyes broke away to focus on Rukia. He offered her a half-smile that seemed to say, "See? You always need me to rescue you." It was so arrogant and condescending she momentarily forgot about everything that had weighted her down only a heartbeat past. Quickly Rukia scrambled to her feet. "Ichigo!" she cried, both incensed and accusing. Having served to bring his beloved out of yet another suicidal depression fest, and doesn't she ever get tired of that, he once more turned his attention to tonight's real target. "Are you the guy aiming to marry Rukia?" The other man did not move, one arm tucked securely into the front of his robe. "I am." Ichigo nodded thoughtfully. Then he drew himself up and declared in a loud voice, "Katsura of the Arashi, I hereby challenge you to a Yurei duel." Fireworks blazed overhead, lighting them all in shifting hues of purple, red and green. The oblivious spectators cheered their appreciation without regard for the confrontation happening in their midst. Eventually Katsura stirred. "You are not a member of a great house, boy," he pronounced in a voice laced with scorn. "As such you have no standing to initiate a Yurei. Think again, Baron Lopsided." He noticed a slight pursing of the lips on Arashi's part and counted that as a hit. "Time to get serious. Don't forget about the Akiryo form of Yurei, living haunting. A mortal being can make a challenge if they provide sufficient cause to warrant justified intervention on the part of the individual who has been wronged." Katsura regarded him with ill intent. "What is your claim, mortal?" Ichigo pointed straight at Rukia. "I happen to be the father of Rukia's baby, and I challenge you on both their behalves, Katsura." His orange hair seemed to burn from the light of innumerable fireworks being launched in a grand finale. "I also say you're a creepy old man for trying to marry a knocked-up girl half your age." "Ichigo! You big dumb Frieza!" Outbursts from both Rukia and Noboru went unremarked by the others present. All eyes were on the two men engaged in a standoff. For the first time, real anger showed on Arashi's face. He peered furiously at this brash youth, who offered back a look of stone-cold defiance. "Do you accept my challenge?" Ichigo asked in a calm, mature tone. "Or did Ganju's dad cut your balls off too?" The two masked attendants glanced at one another behind their master's back. Katsura paid them no heed, clearly having an interest only in Ichigo now. "Boy," he replied in a soft silky voice, "I accept." Lord Katsura Arashi spun away and went stalking off. "Cool." Ichigo blew out his breath. He then trooped on over to stand in front of his princess. "So I guess I'm fighting for your hand," he declared in an offhand tone. "You fool. You complete and utter fool. I love you." She then started crying for no apparent reason, which saw Noboru tearing free of his mother's grasp and launching himself at Ichigo. The two of them wound up rolling around on the ground screaming obscenities while Yoriuki watched with a cheerful grin and Byakuya moved to interpose himself between the fight and Rukia. Eventually they pulled the two of them apart and it was decided everyone should just shut up and watch the fireworks for a while. On this they were all in agreement. Rukia cast a furtive look at the orange-haired teen sitting beside her. He was nursing his jaw and there were deep scratches running down his neck. Yet still, he had never looked more handsome. "Probably the pregnancy messing with my head again. So I guess you're done being stupid for one day?" "Yes, so'd no Shirayuki." "Good. I'm going to get some rest. Wake me up if the fighting starts again." "I will." "Thank you." Surrounded by people she loved, both within and without her soul, the girl found herself so happy she didn't care to question why. "He's not coming back," Mainoli asserted. "I know that." Her ally lowly cracked an eye open as she rested against a petrified tree. "Why would you even want him to? We're better off without that psycho and his crazy pack." They had engaged in this same conversation or some variation of it for weeks now, ever since making it back to the barren forest. A few yards off, a clearing opened out to reveal Tia Halibel's pool filled to the brim with thick stinking blood. The pair of hollows kept an eye on this menacing lagoon for any sign that it might react to their presence. So far that had not been the case, which suited them fine. So what are our options? Same as yesterday. We don't have any. The presence of this gruesome pit, while nerve-wracking, served to keep any other hollows from approaching. Not that they needed protection, of course. The two of them were handpicked by Aizen Sama himself to serve in his army. And regardless of how the war turned out, their loyalties remained the same. Eventually El Rey de la Luna would return and find his most devoted servants waiting. It was up to them to survive until that day. Despite this noble goal, both girls were finding it hard to stand the quiet and the constant duress of a Vasto Lord's presence, however fractured, and each other, at times. Still, as Loli had stressed over and over again, they were notably short on options at the moment. At least here they could count on a relative measure of safety. Only a suicidal lunatic would wander into the blood goddess territory. Mainoli sprang up from her seat. Wait, did you hear that? What? I'm not sure. It was almost like. Sit down and stop jumping at shadows. You're making me antsy. I'm telling you I heard something. Oh, yeah? What? Me. The feminine duo looked up to find Ichigo's hollow standing over them. It was almost funny how they kept running into trees as they fled. Giving a sadistic chuckle, the creature shambled over to the pool. It observed its own reflection in that gelatinous red surface. Then with a bored shrug the hollow broke a twig off from a nearby branch and dropped it into the rim of the pool. Upon contact the gore immediately lapsed into red dust. The stick sank through this dried mass until it reached bottom. Any remaining red fluid had surged away from this disturbance with unnatural intelligence, leaving a cleared space on its edge. It soon began to churn into a bubbling morass. Moments later the bloody swamp burst upwards, and when it sank back down, Segunda Espada Tia Halibel watched the hollow with a critical air. What do you want? She asked in a voice devoid of interest. Don't give me that shit, the hollow snapped back. I'm the best thing you've got going for you right now. And I need help. Do tell. The undead deity settled down and rested her chin in one hand, dragging the other over the surface of her basin in lazy strokes. Her ostensible worshipper clenched both fists to restrain a homicidal impulse before pressing on. Grimjo and that dickless Vazard aren't worth a warm sack of horseshit. There's a sword dangling right over my head, and they pretend like it doesn't even exist. I need someone who can get the job done. So either tell one of them to do it or find someone who will. Two small green stars glowed in the depths of Halibel's scarlet eyes. The sight of them inspired a disturbingly specific fear of being eaten alive in the hollow which it could not hide. Tia smiled briefly at its discomfort before lapsing back into a composed state. What exactly are you asking for, little one? The hollow squared its shoulders and bared black teeth in a grimace. Kill Rukia. Or the baby. Or both, I don't care. Just don't let M go through with it. The sea demon's head cocked to one side. No, she finally said. Ichigo's hollow gave a jerk. You stinking bitch, you didn't even ask your boss. Get that asshair Aizen out here so I can talk to him, and then maybe I won't. This has nothing to do with Aizen. Tia rose up to loom over the white beast, enveloping it in her shadow. In this matter his wishes come secondary to my own. We all have things we are looking forward to once our prison has been breached. She sank down until her hungry lips opened right in front of the hollow. And that girl is mine. I am the one who will eat her. No other consideration exists. So resign yourself to whatever comes next. It makes little difference to me. With this declaration she began to sink back into the pool. Damn it, wait. Don't you get it? Nobody wins if that kid gets born. It'll kill all of us, you know that. You, me, Aizen, everybody. We're all gonna die. I'll be sure to pass along your prediction. And one more thing. Without warning a tentacle of blood shot from the pool and seized up the hollow. As it dangled struggling in midair, another extension emerged and reached out to encircle a pale golden thread emerging from its half-open hollow hole. A firm yank broke the line in half. Never return here again. The liquid tendril drew back and launched Ichigo's hollow towards the faraway horizon. In moments it was just a dwindling speck. Afterwards Tia rejoined her base to leave the sending pool undisturbed. All was quiet in the forest until Loli and Mainoli came slinking out of hiding. Having heard enough, they looked to one another for confirmation before departing from that place. They had a mission, now. In the name of Lord Aizen. For several minutes nothing more happened. Then something huge came crashing down from the sky straight into the pool. It looked like a large hollow's head, only filled with sand which came spilling forth from the dead monster's eyes and mouth. Halibel's blood body rose up briefly with a roar, only to swiftly succumb and go crumbling down into the dry doom that awaited her remaining holdout. In moments the whole thing was nothing more than a crucible of steaming red dust and sand. On the edge of the petrified forest, Sir Nunnos drew away from the headless body still twitching before it. The hunt master loped off, while behind several members of the wild hunt fell to feasting on their catch. Once finished they rose to rejoin their master along with all the rest. With Sir Nunnos at the lead, the hunt moved out in pursuit of Ichigo's hollow. Grimjo looked up from the bright green sphere nestled in his palm. "This is the place," he announced. Infantezima examined all about. Behind her the rest of the pack did the same. Around them horns seemingly made of white bone rose over 10 feet into the air from barren soil. Nothing served to distinguish one from another. They all looked the same. "Somebody's got a sick sense of humor," she observed dryly. "Whatever," her leader retorted. "Since those masked army mooks are finally off my back we can afford to waste a little time. All of you, start looking. You'll know when you find it." And he set off to begin scouting their new domain. His lieutenant turned back to the rest. "You heard him." Einvogel gave her a haughty look until Albion Diego shoved him roughly in the shoulder. The two former allies glared at one another, but eventually Vogel relented and went sauntering off, tapping at the formations with his long staff. "Hey, you," Infane called out to one in particular. "Make yourself useful for a change. The more of us searching, the better." Without waiting for a response she set off to see what might be found in this ancient cemetery. From behind the cracked confines of his bowl-shaped mask, Rudo Boncharuryut inwardly cursed his fallen status. The former head of Aizen's Exequias then summoned forth his Calaveras hordes and put them to work scouring the grounds. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.